Right now, the headline of yesterday was FLA was able to tie for first with UDG.
Mm-hmm.
We did say last week or over the first 2 weeks that there is a clear number one team in the Philippines right now.
Mm-hmm.
After yesterday, we're not so sure anymore.
Right? Yeah.
So all I
Mm-hmm.
am happy about is aside from the actions that is happening,
Mm-hmm.
you can see on your screen right now a Shivana, a Dragon just eating
Woo!
up
Mm-hmm.
champions left and right. And this is actually, I would say, a wish granted for me because I've been playing with Coach Shrek a
Mm-hmm.
few times already. I've been requesting for him to go for that champion. Now, I'm actually going to be public with my next request, and that is going to be Rammus. Why not?
Wow. Okay. Autolu shooting his shot there. They were asking for it, right. I know. I was watching the
I know.
Grindsky interview there, so hopefully they'll be
You
able
want
to
me
do
Timo?
that.
You want me to request for
You
Timo?
could. I don't know if it's possible. I've been trying to grind it out with Timo, but I
We'll
don't know
see.
if.
We'll see.
All right, but the request has been called out already. Infi, I want to get your thoughts on FLA and their performance so far. Agree or disagree? Being in second place makes you work harder because they've been in second place for the longest time at the start of this season. So, do you think that they want to gun for that top spot, or should Underground still remain on top?
I mean, it's really hard to tell because when you are like these teams, right? They're
Mm-hmm.
looking to play at their very best every single series. So absolutely, they're trying to go for that top one position. Nevertheless, but as Otolus has stated a while ago, right? It's UDG being on top alongside with
Mm-hmm.
FLA, and these two teams are quite a strong or really, really exceptional team in the WCS Philippines. So
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be on par here, toe to toe, even
Right.
matchup for those two teams on top.
Yeah, neck and neck. I cannot wait to see that. But first, before anything else, we just want to thank a couple people. This event was made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts Pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life.
Mm-hmm.
More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. And as we mentioned before, it is week 3 of day 3 in Autolus. I know last week we were like, yeah, you know what, it's going to be good vibes, positive vibes Sunday. But right now it's hard to say that
Or
because
vibe.
we're slowly counting down the days till the playoffs, and it's getting more stacked and stacked. I don't know if that'll be the theme for today. I will say though that this is going to be rematches, right? We're going to see definitely
Uh-huh.
some improvements because if we look back at things, today's schedule actually was I think it was week 1, day 2, and it
Day
was a
two,
lot of
yes.
2-0s. Do you think
Mm.
that's as we look at the tournament format? Do you think today is going to be sort of the same?
I hope. I'm just kidding. I'm pro prod, you
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
And to me, I just hope for, even if it becomes a 2-0 wipeout, I hope for action packed games
Mm-hmm.
and lively games because yesterday we were spoiled by the Grindsky versus Sunsparks series. On game number 2, there was the very first base race, I would say, quote
Yes.
unquote.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And where Grindsky just decided to go all in, right, with the Ram and something, and just push their way into game 3. So
Mhm.
I expect, or I hope for the same to happen today on day
Yeah.
number 3.
Yeah. And if you guys look on the screen there, just mark your dates. Playoffs is coming April 1 to 10, but we are winding down the days. We're almost at the middle of March, so that means, yeah, we're still in this double round robin format. So it's still going to be a very intense week, especially, you know what, the rematches always sell better than the first. Their first encounter. So let's move on to the standings because this is another talking point. I know we talked about the top of the standings, but Infinity, look at number 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, and when we were talking about all of these, like what's happening on the standings before the show, like we were talking about how 4, 5, 6 are pretty even. And the difference between the standing number 3 and standing 4, 5, 6 is only 1 win difference. And after that, top 1, top 2, 1 win difference as well on top 3. So it's really just a mix up right now on the standings. And the only clear difference that we're seeing at the moment is towards the position 6 to 7 and 8. So I think this is going to be a really difficult task for Oasis, RRQ, Team Secret to race to marathon into those top 3 or higher standing position in this tournament.
Yeah, I think all eyes are on that because we definitely have to keep close eye on it, and that's why each and every one of you cannot miss a single day or week or match of the WCS because it's ever changing. So let's check out the match schedule for today because Autolus for sure, we're gonna see like a break in the lead here because aside from Oasis and Sunspark, Team Secret will go up against RRQ in our second match, and we'll have a clear lead with this three-way tie.
Three-way tie.
Exactly. Yeah. After that's Grindsky versus Fennel Adversity. Then after that, Cerebrum versus Underground. Go for it, Auto.
Yeah, TS versus RRQ was definitely the match to watch for today because Oasis, Grindsky, and the Cerebrum, I would say, series has a clear favorite. But for TS versus RRQ, both of them are in the middle of everything. The 4, 5, 6, as you mentioned, with Infinity. So that's definitely going to really give us a clear picture as to what is going to be the standings moving forward. And remember, this is the third day. You want to end the week strong. So this is going to be very, very critical for all these teams, especially for TS and RRQ.
Yeah, 100%. And remember what UDG was stating in the previous interview, right? RRQ is a team that they are really just looking forward for and fearful for this tournament, and now they're batting against Team Secret. And yesterday, we know that Team Secret once again UDG, so it's going to be really heated here, supporting the statement of Autolus that we need to look for the second series.
Oh yeah, I think all eyes are on that, especially with how Team Secret performed yesterday against Underground, and are they really back into form, right? I think that's a question that we will answer when, or at least pose the question to everyone watching when we head into that series. But for now, you saw how stacked the day is, and I think now is not the time to experiment. It's really the time for them to really try and get into, I would say, playoff forms, get into their final forms if that is possible, without showing too much of their cards. And honestly, like with panel predictions, I think it's just the second one that we think that we have some diversity in, because the first, third, and fourth pretty much the same. So let's head into the first series of the day. It's going to be Oasis versus Sunspark. Now, Infinity, let's talk about Oasis Gaming. They're on the brink of actually having a flawless weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, this team has been performing at their tip-top shape for this whole week, having a well-fought game against Team Secret on Friday, getting a 2-1 win. And yesterday, with a clean 2-0 against RRQ, they defied expectations. And this is what we're saying about a toss-up for this week. So a lot at stake for Oasis Gaming. They really performed really, really well. And that placed them up in the standings, as we've seen a while ago, having that 4-4 series wins and lose. And I really don't think that they will be stopping anytime soon. They're performing very, very well. And now, looking at the individual players of this team, there are 3 players specifically that I want to quickly highlight, right?
Go for it.
Based on the regular season alone, when it comes to the stats, that the players that are exceptionally well playing here are Demon Kite, Dragon, and Etta. And Demon Kite, or Etic Nomad for the PH broadcast fans out there, has one of the highest kill participations, being 5th in comparison to everyone in WCS Philippines. Etaf, on the other hand, has the highest combined kills and deaths per minute across the board, which states the playstyle of Etaf being that aggressor for his team. And lastly, Dragon, the solo highlight that we have for this team, has an exceptional assist average per game and a very low combined kills and deaths per minute. And I know this might just be like a jibber jabber for some, but what this actually means for Dragon is how significantly he plays for the team, assisting in the majority of the team fights while staying alive and giving the kills to his hyper carry. So this is just the main characteristics of Dragon, and you just have to state, right? Dragon and Demon Kite, the twin buff coming from Oasis Gaming, such a dominant duo and bot lane.
Yeah, it's always fear the twin buff whenever you see them at bot lane. And you know what? This isn't the first time we featured Dragon, and I don't think it's the last because he's definitely always one of the players to look out for, and it's always a treat
Uh-huh.
to watch. So really excited to see how Dragon will fare up with our other player highlighted in our head-to-head, because we are going to move on to our next the team they will be going up against, Sunspark. Now, Autolose, we got to talk about Sunspark because yeah, have they gotten that spark yet? Because right now they're still looking to get more points on the board in the standings.
They showed better results yesterday.
Mhm.
They showed better team play yesterday, and I thought that initially, game number two, they had a very strong chance of finishing the series 2-0 against Grindsky.
Right.
So I know that we're not counting moral victories, but if there is a momentum that they could, or if there's something that they could, use as a momentum booster for them, it was their series yesterday. I feel the best iteration for this team is still to have the utility jungler, um, and that's Ace going for the Nunu and Willem, or Nuno and Kuya Will in Tagalog broadcast. But basically, if we're talking about Sunsparks, we have to always also remember that this is the team that went three straight championships for a local tournament before, when they were still under Bren. So
Mhm.
you could still say that they have the winning mentality. It just so happened that they cannot go over the hump. And I feel that the change in the support is actually a positive one, if you're going to ask me. Because again, when it
Mhm.
comes to chemistry, it's very underrated yet very important. The solo player highlight for Sunsparks is going to be their support, MGen. MGen is one of my most favorite supports of all time in the Philippines, mainly because he mixes things up. He is willing to play the meta, goes for the Lulu, goes for the Nami, or what other champions you could think of that are in the meta, but also is not afraid to bring out the big guns, going for the Blitzcrank and possibly the Ziggs. I want MGen to be more comfortable right now, because I feel, that if he plays his normal MGen role, he could surprise not just the other team, but also everyone in the Philippines. Again, high hopes for this guy. I really love how he plays in the support role, and although it doesn't show on the numbers as of yet, I still believe in him. I'm not sure, but I just believe in MGen. I'm an MGen fanboy.
Hey
That's it.
man, yeah, nothing wrong with having some faith, and also, you know, it's you definitely have some chances to pop off. So now let's go on
Yeah.
over to the head-to-head between Dragon and MGen. Guys, please break it down for everyone watching, because Dragon has always been highlighted as one of the best, and MGen still getting more, wanting to get more, I would say, pop-off moments on the board here.
Who goes first?
Oh, let's,
Me?
yeah, go for it, Autolus.
All right. Well, Dragon from Mindanao and MJan from Tondo. Okay, so let's do some location reference. Okay. All right. For Dragon, for me, I've been in awe of this player. I believe his move from mid lane to support actually has been a very, very big blessing and a very, very big change for the roster. Allows him to build all that chemistry that has already been built over years, because his partner is his sibling. On the other side, we have Mjan. Mjan and Konzi goes way, way back. If I'm not mistaken, they've been a partner for almost a year now. So when it comes to playstyle, Dragon is more of a playmaker. Meanwhile, Mjan will take care of Konzi more. But do not, do not be mistaken. For now, the numbers really suggest that Dragon is the better support. Do not count out Mjan. That's it.
Yeah, look
Yeah.
past the numbers. Infi, I need to add.
Yeah, I think it's unfair to really just look at Amjam with the numbers at the moment, because he
Mhm.
only played 3 to 5 games overall at the moment for Sunsparks as a support, so it's really hard to tell. But I would just want to reiterate what Otlux have stated a while ago. The MGen champion pool, like Blitzcrank, I think he read my mind. It's just absolutely insane bringing this champion up, and they're not afraid to bring in the Yasuo alongside with it. So a lot of playmaking here, how Sunsparks would do it, and how Oasis just does the twin buff on bot lane. Just amazing, amazing stuff.
Oh yeah, and a lot is at stake for Oasis, and I really think that Sunspark has nothing to lose. They definitely just want more points on the board, and Oasis, if they kind of sleep on Sunspark, they could definitely be in a tough spot. Now, agree or disagree? Oh, well, actually, not more of an agree or disagree, but do you guys agree in terms of Oasis has more to gain, more to lose in this match? Because right now they're in that three-way tie at sixth place. Let's ask Autolus first. There we
Yeah,
go.
thumbs up. Clearly, for me, again, Oasis, my expectations for them is really, really high. Again, the Cebu representatives did actually make me do that for them. And having won that very prestige tournament at the very beginning of this year gives me the license to do so. So, in order for them to really match the standards that I have for them, then they have to at least continue this redemption arc that they are riding so far. 2-0 is a good start. 3-0 will be the best end.
Ooh, yeah. How about you, Infinity? Has your confidence kind of in Oasis been shaken in their past performances?
Absolutely not. I mean, they're on a winning streak right now on this week, right? What we discussed a while ago, TS, they defeated them 2-1 3-game series. And then yesterday, against RRQ, defied expectations for the panel. So, Oasis Gaming definitely is not being that underdog at the moment. They're really, really strong. And to answer that question a while ago, if they are at risk of, you know what, losing or more to lose in this series, absolutely yes. 4-5-6 currently has an even level playing field when it comes to series wins and series loss. So winning this series would give you a heads up. And as we talked about a while ago, this is a marathon to go higher and higher in standings between 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, you definitely have to outlast your combatants if you're in that three-way tie. So I know I have a feeling I already got your predictions, Infi. So I'm guessing you're going with Oasis Gaming in this one.
Yeah.
2-1, 2-0.
2-0.
2-0.
All in,
okay.
all in.
All in with Oasis Gaming. I will have to agree. I will go with a 2-0 for Oasis Gaming coming into this one because their previous performance in Friday and Saturday have made me, you know what, made me believe in them because they did face some adversity and now they're back in a full form. How about you, Autolus?
I got tagged yesterday sa Oasis Gaming. So, let's go.
All right. He's going with the tags, ladies and gentlemen. So Autolus, as well as Infinity and myself, going with Oasis Gaming. So boys, how are we going to decide this? Because the consequence will be Pulveron or Crackers panel hosting and casting. So next week, before someone opens up a cast or opens up the show, we will have to eat some Pulveron or Crackers. So it's going to be quite hard. Are we going to go with goal difference, time difference? What else are we going to do?
Infinity's choice. Let's go.
Yes.
What
Yes,
do
ma'am.
you want?
Let's go.
A lot
Putting you on the
pressure
spot,
right now. Yeah, let's just go with gold lead. You know what? Since this is
Gold
a
lead.
toss-up, we're gonna go gold lead at this one.
Okay, what's your guess? Cumulative to 0.
My guess, cumulatively, we could expect 25k. 25k.
Wow. Okay.
Cumulatively.
Okay.
For both
Yeah,
series,
cumulatively. Okay.
Game 1 and 2.
I was actually going to go with 20k. I thought I was shooting for a lot, but yeah, I'm going to go with 20k.
Okay. I'm going with 28.
All right, a little higher.
The
All
largest
right.
number. Yeah, that number.
Higher.
I like that. So guys, if you guys want to chime in with the predictions and also give us some insights, please use the hashtag WCSPH or WCS or Wildrift Championship C. Also, we will have a watch party, Autolus, over there at PPGL Discord if you guys want to hang out. I know yesterday I didn't really join you guys, but I could sense with the Grindsky versus Sunspark match that you guys were screaming at the top of your lungs when they were rushing back to the base. So that's really insane. And also, you know what? We definitely, I know in the previous weeks it was a very star-studded cast. Is there any special guests that will be joining us today?
I'll look for guests. Actually, I invite them on the fly. Are you doing something? Okay, join us, something like that. But I hope our coaches can join us today, just so that they can play a game with us. You heard this, Podge. We do draft simulations on on the watch party, just so we could gauge if we already have read the team so far. And so far so good. When it comes to drafting, we have a good read onto these teams. There are some teams that still has some cards left to play, but so far so good for the watch party people.
Yeah, and speaking of one of the watch party people, this one is a very active person on the Twitch stream. Qeon, let's go WCS Day 3. Let's go at Team Secret. Timo pick when? I don't know, Autolus. Probably when Grindsky comes in.
Probably have Plantito.
There we
do it
go.
because yesterday he went for the Ixtal Sijar, right?
Yeah,
so he
yeah.
wants to plant. Okay, so Ixtal Sijar, mushrooms, plantonte.
Boom! The connections being made by
I know.
Autolus. Yeah, hopefully.
A, B, C.
So thank you so much for your tweets, guys. Again, use the hashtag WCS or hashtag WCSPH or hashtag Wildrift Championship C. So speaking of like mock drafts and simulations, we talked about how Sunspark was able to win yesterday. They got the Lulu Vayne combo, right? Let me ask you guys. Let me start with Infinity first. How do you think that they're going to be doing that? Because Oasis also plays Lulu Vayne. So you think that's going to be respect banded, or are they going to allow it through? Oh, yeah. Also, before that, Riku chiming in on Twitter. Hello there. It's week 3, day 3 of the hashtag WCSPH. Group stages.
Hello.
Casting the first 2 series with Crazy Apple and the third with Infi. The guy, yeah, here we go. So she's going to do play-by-play, ladies and gentlemen. Give her your love and support.
Absolutely. Hello, Riku.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
So back
for
to your
tweet.
answer. Back to your answer, Infi. Lulu Vayne, is it coming through?
I feel like it's gonna be contested or denied by any of these teams because it's absolutely amazing, and we've seen Vayne to be one of the highest win rate champions so far, having a 72.73% win rate or probably higher. Now that we've seen yesterday's games, right? It's such a strong champion that you have that late game insurance. And then if you have that early game, that mid game's gonna be easy. So I absolutely feel like it's going to be denied by banning out Lulu, and then Vayne could just come through.
All right, thank you for the insight. Not come through. Hey, and at GGC, you're chiming in on Twitter here. If you're a Wildrift player and you're not watching WCS, you are missing a lot. True, that is very true. Hopefully, especially in the Philippines. I mean, WCS all around, but in the Philippines, it's getting quite heated in the group stages. Autolose, anything else to add when it comes to the picks and bans that we're about to see?
The last time that these two teams met, we hyped Consi versus Demon Kite because we did say that both of them are, the dragon lanes to watch if you are a marksman main. But the last time it went full AP. Morgana was picked by Demon Kite twice, and Dragon was the one making plays on Sen and on another champion. I feel it was Alistar. But that's the thing. That's the reason why I held myself back in hyping the Dragon laners, because the last time that we did it, they went full AP. But if Sunsparks wants to go for the comfort, and I believe that their comfort is still the Lulu Vayne plus Nunu connection, then yes, I hope that they go and fight fire with fire.
Ooh, I like that. I like how they just lean into it. You know what? All right, more fire. Add more fire to the fuel. Because I think they play their best when they're at their when specific conditions are reached, right? Now I know Infi, you broke down Oasis winning this. I know they have they got a lot of tricks up their sleeves. What kind of version of Oasis are we going to see now?
I don't know, because Oasis Gaming has a lot of champion pool, especially for Edoff and Demon Kite. I mean, we've seen Demon Kite play Senna, we've seen him play Ziggs, Ezreal. Like, these champions are untraditional for that carry role, but he's played it. And what Outloots has stated a while ago, right? Demon Kite also plays Corki. So if ever Vayne is banned away, you have that champion to lean back on for Demon Kite. And aside from Demon Kite, he also goes for Morgana. So a lot of these champions can be picked up for Oasis Gaming for the dual lane.
Wow, okay. Lots of things in the air. Sunspark definitely has a lot on their plate and a lot to win and nothing to lose coming into this first series of the day. And Oasis Gaming, I feel like, they're riding that weight of momentum. So I'm really excited to see this match. Before we head on over to the casters, though, we do have to take a very short break. But when we return, it's going to be Crazy Apple and Riku taking you to our game 1 of the first series. So don't go anywhere. More of WCS when we return.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose.
At nandito na tayo muli sa WCS Philippines. Kami ang inyong mga kasama. Siyempre, katulad ng kahapon, kasama niyo si Tito Osiris at ang ever pretty sa true lang na si Madam Kay Saya. Kumusta naman dyan, Madam Kay?
May iniimbento ka na yung line mo sa akin.
Consistent.
Iba rin ha. Pero yan, kamusta naman ako? Yun, grabe. Siyempre, ito na naman, matatapos na naman tayo sa ating isang weekend ng bakbakan ng WCS, diba? So, parang paano na tayo, pa-weekend. Iba kasing weekend sa atin, diba? Sa Esports. But yeah, medyo magiging exciting din yung laban. Lalo na excited ako for the Team Secret versus RRQ later on. But for now, Oasis versus Sunsparks, medyo malaki yung difference, especially for Sunsparks, no? Ang laki ng kailangan nilang habulin in terms of points. And I think in terms of predictions din, mas with the performance of Oasis from yesterday, from the first two, from yesterday and the other day, talagang kakaiba eh. Lalo na yung kahapon, kung saan natalo nila ang ano ang kalaban nila kahapon?
Si RRQ, hindi rin ako nagkakamali.
RRQ,
Parang
yes,
nalilito rin ako. Pero yun nga, no, gusto ko lang i-correct. Papunta na tayo sa weekend, pero never nagkaroon ng weekend dyan si Madam Kay Saya. Busy person.
Ikaw rin eh.
Pero esports weekend nga, no, pero nakita natin kung gaano kakalupit yung mga teams natin. And ito nga yung crunch time natin, second round robin. And considering nga na Oasis, nasabi na rin ito ni Kuya Otolus na they are the Cebu representative. So definitely, they should be the one who's leading the pack dahil nga sila yung face of Philippines ngayon na pwedeng lumaban sa iba't ibang parte ng torneo outside Philippines. And they're going up against Sunsparks na medyo nasa lower part ng ating standings. And this should be an easy job para sa kanila, para sa Oasis. Dahil nga looking shaky pa itong SS nga shaky. So medyo kulang pa tayo. Wala pa sila dun sa consistency, di ba? So yung setup nila ngayon is medyo nandun pa sila sa, sabihin natin, adjustment period din. Pero them getting wins from different series is still, you know na kaya kanilang butasan any moment. And we are starting on the draft. We saw already na binangka agad nila yung Lee Sin, Etaf, Riven, and even the Yumi. So on the other side, Lulu, Zed, and the last one might be Morgana. So, Akali. No ninjas.
No ninjas indeed. But yung kahapon, no, iba rin yung pinakita ng Sunsparks kasi somehow talagang nakakakuha sila ng, although yun nga, shaky, diba? Nakakakuha sila ng magagandang plays. And actually, they're trying to stick onto where they are comfortable, which is yun nga, yung utility jungle, tank jungle, ganyan, Nuno and Wheel Up, if yun talaga yung nag-workout. Because we've seen, well, trinay naman ni Ace dito na maglabas ng mga assassin. Although I know him as a player even before Wildrift, na nagpo-compete na siya. You know, he's really good in terms of mga mid lanes, assassins din naman. Pero kasi, I think in terms of yung binuo nila yung Sunsparks dito, even before, during Bren Esports days, is talagang nag-focus sila sa, or rather na-shape yung kanilang momentum or yung meta with that, yun nga, utility jungle. And I think if kung nag-work sa kanila yun, pwede nilang itry na ipa-stay. But yun nga lang, nakawala dito si Corky na nakita natin. Alam natin, usually binaban talaga and ayaw natin makita sa late game.
Yes, pero perfect naman ang setup nila dito. In terms of late game, medyo leaning to sa Sunsparks. They got the vein sa kamay ni Consi and nasabi rin ni Kuya Otto and from the panelists themselves na sila Infinity rin na agree na itong si Mjan is sa mga explosive na support. So ano kaya ang pwede niyang ilagay dito sa isang vein knowing na wala na tayong Lulu, wala na tayong defensive play, not unless you wanted to play for an enchanter, but this has been the go-to jungler of Sunsparks. To be honest, sila lang yung nakakapag-utilize mostly ng Nunu and Willamp ngayon. And also brought it down na nakita na rin natin ito countless times even from last year's meta. So overall, napakaganda ng kuha ng Sunsparks. This is the comfort zone that they like. Habang Oasis, this is somehow alarming dahil nasa kanila ang core key.
Yeah, tinanong mo kanina no kung ano yung pwedeng ipares dyan. I would see na okay si Raka. Nakita natin siya na nag-workout yesterday. I think from the hands of team, I think was it them ba nga? Pero yes, sobrang dami na kasing laban. Nakakalito na ako sino na yung gumagamit nito and ganyan. But yeah, we've seen that Rakan and Vayne nag-workout properly. And I think kaya nilang i-go yung ganung lineup. We've seen then pwede rin naman Vayne, Nami, but I think, but they themselves have actually banned Rakan, in fairness. And in here, there's the Janna ban as well. So, well, there's the Nami still though, but Thresh is still open. I wonder if this is gonna be
Blitz
something.
is there.
Yeah, Blitz is there too. But yeah, there's a lot.
Weird lang, no?
Oo, yeah. Ikaw, anong thought mo? But,
Yeah, I mean,
baka
ang
set
weird
support
kasi
to. Baka set support to.
pwede. Pero kasi dahil alam naman natin na si Dragon, he strives a lot on a different type of support chops. Actually, andyan pa yung Gragas si Dragon eh. So, I don't really see the reason why you wanted to ban the Rakan and Thresh on your side if you can possibly go for MJan's playmaking style. But since after nga ng banning phase ng second banning phase, ang first pick din is Oasis, definitely pwedeng sila yung makauna sa Rakan na iniiwasan ni Sunsparks. Oh!
See, that's why.
Adding another
May
S.
singer tayo dito, di ba? I think ngayon lang natin nakita ulit itong champion na to, no? Si Seraphine. Tama ba? Teka nga, titignan ko sa aking kodigo.
Sige, tingnan mo sa yung kodigo. Habang iniisipan ko ng kombuhan to. Kasi kung titignan mo, Set pwedeng maging support sa kami ni MJan. We all know yung cooldowns ni Seraphine is a bit long compared to other supports. And having that Seraphine support, yes, that's still possible. Nakita na natin yung healing galing matchup ever since summer season. And sa kamay ni MJan, there's still a huge possibility na pwedeng ang magamit itong si Seraphine. But on the flip side, you can see the Nami, which is one of the enchanters din na isa sa pinakamalaking kombohan na pwede mong isama kay Isila. Because mostly, nakita natin yesterday na itong combo ng Oasis, pagka numalaro si Isila is they usually use the movement speeds para makapag-rocket belt into the apprehend. So ngayon pa lang, meron ka ng Nami Wave, meron ka ng Bubble and even Flow. At the same time, makikita rin natin yung Kha'Zix ni Eta.
That's so true. Well, it is the first time that Seraphine's gonna get picked in here sa ating WCS Philippines. So, bago. But, you know what? Looking at their win conditions early and late natin, it looks like for the side of Sunsparks, kailangan nila mag-ingat in the early stages of the game because definitely wala sila nun. And the late game though, kung maging consistent sila, kung hindi nila hahayaan ng Oasis na makakuha ng early kills again, this is a Kha'Zix na alam natin, pag si Etaf yung naglaro ng mga assassins, talagang bugbuga, naghahanap ng away. And they have the assurance as well in the late game, having that quirky as well. So, I think if, well, ako personally, naglilin towards ako sa Oasis draft dito because, you know, they have the assurance both for the early and the late game. But I think if Sunsparks wants to win this game, they cannot give that early advantage agad sa Team Oasis.
Yeah, and maganda ginawa nila dito is in terms of early advantage, alam naman natin na si Consi or this Vayne pick will take a lot of time bago entirely makapag-online. And having Haze as the Lucian, definitely magkakaroon sila ng breathing space na makafocus na merong early person or early member ng Sunsparks na makakapaglagay ng damage. And kailangan nga talaga nila i-level up yung play nila dito. Kung sila double S, itong kalaban kasi nila triple S eh. So dapat maging triple S na rin tong Sunsparks para siguradong masabayan nila itong gagawin ng Oasis. And going back nga, no, si MJan, aggressive support, pinapainitan na kaagad dito si paring Demon Kite. At habang Consi hitting back a bit of that, tumasagot din naman itong ating Kambal sa bot lane.
Syempre, kambal yan. So, talagang magtutulungan yan. But in the mid lane, tignan natin yung matchup nitong si Haze as well as ni Edaf. So, knowing na naka-ignite din dito itong ating itong si Edaf, itong si Jace, medyo mas nahihirapan talaga siya dito coming from the pokes nitong si Lucian because of course lesser dito yung way for him to actually sustain. But teka lang, teka lang,
Uy!
hindi kasi natin
Ganun
nakita sa kala ko tatama yung may sinasabi si Yasum Yang, yung julangot na niro-roll dito ni Ace.
Noon.
Oo.
Ito yung paborito ni Madam Yasu yung julangot ni Kuya Nuno
Pero yun nga, given the fact na itong si Jace na, although hindi mo malaman yung hammer niya, babaril ba or magmimili type, di ba? So, may slight disadvantage lang siya dito, especially if hindi available
Ay,
yung
grabe.
kanyang range. But, yeah, so far, so good naman. Nakakasustain naman doon si Edaf sa mid lane natin. They just cannot give that early kill, I guess, for the Lucian. Kasi ang Katerin ni Lucian we'd imagine a lot of crit damage coming from the Vayne and Lucian pag naka-online later on. So, that's something Oasis wouldn't want to give these two late game champions.
Yeah, and considering na ang bilis ng mag-proc ng Conquerors dito kay Kuya Hayes, kaya kayang-kaya niya may pagsabayan kay Edaf, and at the same time, yung kumbaga, mas mauna siya dahil sa light slinger. Compared dito kay Edaf na might need to change to the hammer pero Isila. Hahabulin siya dito ni Nas, Joe, and Ace. And grabe naman ang early game nito. Haymaker sa mukha. Tutumba agad dito si Isila.
Really good start for Sunsparks right now, pero may gustong pambawi yata itong si Etaf down on the bot side. May tatalunan kaya siya dito, but wala pa yung support. Medyo nahuli lang ng bahagya.
Uy,
But,
tumalon pa rin.
uy,
Bakit naman niya ginawa
The
yun?
heels?
Mukhang matatali siya, pero ito na ang rolling julangot. Pero tatamaan muna siya ng bubble dito.
Tapos
Pero
Raymond
hindi
Guy.
mo kahit grabe naman si Etic Nomad. Galit na may kasamang kagat mula dito kay Ace. At grabe si kuya mo. Ace, ang daming extracurricular activities Pag binalilit mo Ace, Eke. So,
okay.
from map to map, medyo madami siyang ginagawa, di ba? Marami siyang gawain dito sa game na to.
Eka lang daw, may ginagawa pa siya.
Eka lang.
Pero yun yung
makulit.
maganda yung idea again dun sa baba ng mapa natin. But I think medyo napaaga. Either napaaga si Etaf or late si there's always two sides of the coin.
Oo nga
diba? So either napaaga si Etaf or na late si Dragon dun para mag-assist dun sa gank na gustong gawin nitong si Etaf. But other than that, as you can see, there is something na kailangan i-catch up ng Oasis for the early. Definitely hindi nila nakuha yun because we are now almost onto the 4-minute game time kung saan ang lead ay actually nasa side ng Sunsparks. So, kailangan mag-ingat dito ng Oasis. Yes, they could maybe go for that position in objectives early on, knowing na mabilis lang naman makakuha ng objective itong si Etaf. But, given na nakukuha na dito ng early kills and lead sa goal dito, itong si Vayne, as well as, it's just Vayne right now, dun sa baba ng mapa natin, it can look scary for the side of Oasis.
Space check, pero may ipit siya dito. Isolation, pero napakaganda pa si Kuya Jan. Here comes the
Ayun
wave.
lang.
Plus na into the skies. Mapahangin, tsaka mapatubig, pati na rin yung lupa. Grabe, kompleto dito ang Oasis. And this will be an easy dragon para sa kanila. Remember, you have the Kha'Zix, the Isolation, and the Taster Fury.
And that's quite unfortunate. Si Ace, yung unang namatay doon when you already have the objectives. That is the thing na ayaw mo talaga mangyari sa jungle mo kung sakaling may
Oo.
objective because no jungle, no objective. Kumbaga, higher chance na mangyari yon. But for the meantime, maaga nga lang si Ace dito, masikip ang lugar, and we'll have to take a look at how this will turn out in terms of sa team fight natin sa Herald side.
Yes, and yun yung weird doon, no, Madam Kaysaya, yung point na mag-isa si Ace. Remember, naka-up na yung Dragon, pero the rotations are a bit off para sa side ng Sunsparks. Na unang nag-reset ang Sunsparks, pero ang Oasis, mga 5 seconds before or 10 seconds bago lumabas yung Dragon. So they should be the one who got the vision. They should be one step ahead. Pero naiwan mag-isa dun si Ace. And dahil nakakuha naman na sila ng Dragon, they don't need to lose even further dito sa trade ng Rift Herald. And it's just Sunsparks who's going to take this. Ang nakakatakot nga lang is Etaf is currently sitting on a Dustblade of Draktar. More assassin potential or death dito para sa kabilang side ng Sunsparks.
That's so true. And ito namang si Ace, kailangan pang humabol. Wala pa siya sa kanyang first itemization. No? Although nakakuha siya ng early doon sa ating taas ng mapa dito up against Isila. Yung
Uy,
death
naku po,
niya,
delikado.
not having the dragon, not having the Herald as well is naging malaking factor. Sorry, nakuha pala nila yung Herald. Not having the dragon rather put him into position na mas late talaga siya makakakuha or makakaka-online rather.
The textbook play na kung saan magsaswap ang Vayne. Pero ito naman ang Ardent Blaze doon. Siguradong nakita na. Ignite na may kasamang dakaling. Pwede niya mapatay dito ang isa para mapurok ang kanyang triumph. Pero sapat na yon para mabuhay siya ng bahagya. Sliver of Health, and here comes the backup ng Sunsparks. So kailangan muna umatras ng Oasis.
Do take note hindi pa nila napapatay dito itong si Konsi, 0 death pa so far. So we can expect this Vayne going online. But
Si Kuya, di mo, oh no! Grabe naman si Kuya mo, Konsi. Parang sininok siya doon. Pero tinamaan pa rin talaga ni Kuya M dyan. Habang si Dragon naghahabol, sinusubukang patayin si Konsi. But wala na si Etic Nomad.
Oh man, iba yung nangyayari dito sa ating mapa ngayon. Mukhang ang early talaga ay napupunta sa Sunsparks. Again, we mentioned during the draft, there is the potential for Oasis to actually get that early lead. And but apparently, hindi ganun yung nangyari. Everything is going towards Sunsparks right now. And kung na-maintain nila to, we can even tell na higher chances ngayon is nasa kamay ng Sunsparks. But then again, 7-minute game time pa tayo, and ang dami pang mangyari. Pwede mangyari tulad dito.
May ipit. Wala silang encore dito. Kailangan lang muna kantahan na bahagya. Pero into the skies, para lang maitulak dito si Kuya Hayes. Pero ang dami na. Hindi lang basta nag-iisa at matatali sila. Konting movement speed pa para dito kay Kuya M dyan para makalayo ng tuluyan. And that beat drop na may kasamang high note, no, nagawa nilang mapigilan yung rumaragas ang Oasis.
And no casualty from that fight, although nakakakuha ng konting push dito. Si Sila, hindi niya na rin tinangkang ituloy pa dahil kumbaga nanganganib yung buhay niya dito. Medyo mamula-mula nga lang. So, then again, Sunfire dito, laking tulong so far. Coming from Ace, not only to just soak in damage, but at the same time, help out in dishing out some damage as well. Lalo na makatikati na rin dito itong si Vayne, as well as itong si Lucian natin with a Black River as well. And yeah, so far, no, ang nakikita natin, yes, Dragon or objective is there on the side of Oasis, but Sunsparks is doing good in terms of, getting their early lead. But kung mapapansin mo, I think it's mostly because Oasis is kind of parang wala sa play ngayon somehow. Parang hindi ito yung, baka hindi naging maganda yung gising yata nila. Well, early pa naman. I mean, 8 minutes. Pero, so far, medyo kakaiba lang yung nakikita natin ngayon.
Oo, parang hindi ito yung Oasis na expect natin. Remember, they are playing on a high-octane play. Shock Blast, hindi tatama, pero ginamit ng Rocket Bell. Pagkabilang side, nahati ang mapa, nahati ang river na akala mo malaro si Moses. Pinapaulan na rin dito ng dakaling at wala man lang masyado tatamaan. Ginamitan na ng bubble. Andito na rin ang package. Pero unti-unti na nga silang nakakapaglinis dito. At si Kuya mo, Konsi, pumasok na ng tuluyan, pero si Kuya Hayes hindi siya natatakot kahit mag-eza. Dahil nga, kayang-kaya nilang lagay ang damage doon. But the play from Oasis to turn back actually, and then turn themselves, making sure na sila ay safe. Nagawa pa rin nilang makuha yung edge doon.
Panoorin natin itong highlight or replay natin rather from that game. Makikita natin si Hayes medyo lumihis lang dito, no? Stopping Dragon to actually give support para sa ilang miyembro dito ng side ng Oasis. And that actually allowed Team Sunsparks to go for more kills and shove away the members of Team Oasis. So I guess baka sabihin kasi ng iba, si Hayes kasi kaya hindi tayo nakakuha ng objective or maraming pang kill is because iba yung tinarget mo. But if you will take a look, Dragon na shoo away, siya magbibigay ng shield and bubbles for the rest of the members of Oasis, actually allowed Sunsparks to win that clash. But yun nga lang, may pressure sa mid ng mapa and may objective tayong kinukontest dito.
Ang naging worst din doon is na-exhaust si Kuya Konsi. Kaya sila nahirapan pero naipit doon. And here comes the showstopper sa pinakalikod. Akala mo the Viper dahil ginulat sila doon. Hahabol si Kuya Nasjo at aabot kaya siya. Natumba na si Etic Nomad and even the Dragon. This might be an open tower para dito sa game na to.
Nabasag pa nga yung tore dito sa gitna ng mapa, but may pambawi
May
naman
Herald
agad.
eh.
May Herald eh. Pero sigurado naman, sabi ng Sunsparks, okay sige, sigurado
Trade na
naman
lang.
trade na lang. Yeah, babubuksan din naman namin ng inyong mid lane dito. They even have the capacity. Oh, look at this!
Tapang kinundem dito sa pader.
With a sidestep?
And using ang tsunami wave pero hindi na sapat para dito. Na ano pa rin, at least naligtas nila yung ikalawang tore nila. And at somehow, na palayo ang Sunsparks.
That is so true. Let's take a look at the fight again dun sa baba ng mapa natin. Again, it's just a free hitting haze right now and napakasakit. Front to back lang yung laro nila. Even that Etaf securing the dragon, it's for an exchange of his life. So I guess medyo naglilin towards na lang dito. Pero teka lang, sa taas ng mapa,
Grabe naman si Kuya Etic Nomad. Akala mo hindi namamatay ng ilang beses dahil agresibo pa rin tunay. Pero ito na nga, ginamitan siya ng face breaker para mapalayo. Pero si Kuya Haze ang siyang tatapos. At akala mo naman, the outplay! The sidestep! The rocket belt! At akala mo, naging sinturon ni Judas yung pagputok niya doon.
Grabe, kinilabutan ako doon. Parang New Year na, di ba? So, grabe yung laruan. Mainit-init ang dito, ang Team Sunsparks. So, well then again, this is because of the now online Consi and Haze na gamit-gamit ang Vayne as well as Lucian. Again, mahirapan lang si Etaf dito to contest. Yes, nakaka-secure ng dragons and all that. Kung mapapansin natin, willing si Etaf na ibuwis ang kanyang buhay in exchange for the dragon na maybe magse-secure sa kanila late game. But that's kind of worrying too kasi instead na nakakagawa sila ng cross-map play, ang nangyayari dito, nabibigyan palalo ng farm itong side ng Sunsparks. And that's gonna be looking scary kasi built for team fight din ang composition ng Sunsparks dito. If you take a look at Nasjo as well as ang punat nila with some damage as well.
Magkakasilipan pero ang Edge of Night puputok dito kay Kuya Etaf. And so, tama. I strongly agree, no, Madam Kaysaya, na parang they are letting go so many kills na this is entirely a different Oasis. They are sitting on a 4 kills on their leaderboard at ilang beses natin nakikita si Etic Nomad playing up front. Yes, I know, aggressive talaga siya as a player. But yung ganitong instance na you are sitting on a 0-4-2 and a 2-item power spike, hindi mo masasabing you can confidently play aggressive as far as you can. Pero ito nga, si Kuya is grabe naman yun. Pinas-ikot-ikot yung Julangot. Pero mahuhuli pa rin dun si Kuya Etaf. Nag-Tokyo Dream siya doon, mala initial D at mukhang initial kill ngayon para dito sa susunod na objective na gagawin nila.
No choice na rin for Etaf. Binuuna niya dito yung edge.
Base check!
Oh.
Ang kulit naman dito ni Kuya Ace.
Oh my
Napakalupit.
God!
Pero di naman sila na encore. Do you want more? At dahil nga papasukin sila even more, talagang si Kuya Nasjo ain't looking for a joke. Here comes Ace for the cleanup. Janitorial duties tayo dito, but Noxian guillotine one after another. Pero all hope is gone para dito sa Oasis.
And hindi pa nila nakuha yung kill dun kay Ace, but yeah, is sila in here doing some plays. But as you can see, Etaf had to build yung edge of the night para lang maka-extra man lang na buhay, hindi mamatay bigla, di ba? In such a way, babablock niya dito yung next hostile ability na pwedeng kumitil sa kanyang buhay. Because Ace and Consi nagwawala na talaga dito. And again, sobrang lakas makasoki ng damage nitong itong si Ace as well as Najul. Si Rilda's Grudge nandito na rin para sa makunat-makunatching sila na kanina pa kumukulit din naman.
Oo, and yun nga nasabi mo na kaya ng tangke ng kahit ano. Kung kanina nag-face check siya sa Dragon, hindi niya nagawang makasurvive. At this point of the game, he is wearing 3 armors, make that 4, and mukhang papunta na to sa Randomins Omen, if ever. Or pwedeng iba pang build na pwedeng pumurotekta sa kanya, sitting on a 319. And once na inatake mo to, dahil nga sa Bramble Vest, you are taking grievous wounds. And the same as how itong si Kuya Nasjo, kaya yung mga ikot-ikot damage nitong palakol ni sila ay kulang. Pero ito na, naku po, masyado sila naka-forward, pero change target muna tayo dahil papasok na si Kuya Consi. Patras ang laban ng Sunsparks, pero ang Oasis ang siyang tumutumba unti-unti. Once again, Noxian guillotine ang palakol sa ulo. Itong sabik sigurado si Bak. Kailangan munang umatras, kailangan munang unti-untiin dahil nauubos na ang Sunsparks. The turnaround na kailangan nila, ginagawa na. And even Ace, mabubulilya sa ang recall niya dito. Demon Kite, tamang rocket lang, and this might be it. This is it. A kill na kailangan nila, 17-11.
You know, that call for the dragon cost the life of all the members of Team Sunsparks. Bakit sila nag-start ng dragon? Not knowing where the members of Oasis are. Wala silang impormasyon sa mapa. And I think maling call yun na magpakampante sila just because they can, okay, if ever pumasok sila, okay, just turn. Pero kung nakita nyo, nag-re-rely pa rin dito and more damage din talaga si Etaf. There's a lot of armor penetration items in his hands. Ito, panoorin natin yung laban. again, sobrang baba ng buhay ni Ace dito. Although, yes, nakapag-absolute zero siya dito. But then again, yes, knowing na ikaw na yung nasa likod ng bakbakan dito,
Nahuli si
look at where
Hayes.
is Ace. He has secured that dragon, but then again, yung mga kakampi niya nandun sa harap, nakikipagbakbakan, and hindi desirable yung naging results ng start ng fight na yon. But then again, labang pa rin naman ang Sunsparks doon, but we'll see. In terms of gold, that's what I mean. Or rather, equal pa rin naman yung gold natin. But, yung mga ganong mistakes ang pwedeng makapagpabawi
Ooh.
talaga ng lead ng Sunsparks dito sa match na to.
Yeah, this is a good item para dito kay Kuya Etaf. Using that Umbral Glaive. Napaka-rare na rin na chance na makita natin to. And yes, it adds up on the lethality part of the damage na magiging ni Kha'Zix. Pero you are paying for the less wards. If you are playing on an assassin, you wanna make sure na hindi warded yung area na tinatapakan mo, and having that Umbral Glaive really speaks a lot na gusto nila maglaro sa brush play at na kung paano nila hinuli itong dragon play nila kanina. And so far, so good ang pinapakita dito ng Oasis. They got back into the tempo. Hindi na sila tilted. Hindi pa sila umaabot doon talaga sa power spike na alam mo magbabago. Pero ito na ba siyang pagbabago niya inaantay natin? Si Corky, si Kuya Etik Nomen, pinagpabaril dito ni Kuya Hayes at makakaisa na nga talaga. May dalawa nga ba dahil pumasok na rin dito si Kuya mo sila. Mag-aabot pa kaya sila dahil si Kuya mo Konsi nagkamali na naman ng pasok. Napasobra. And this is the damage that they need. The reset na manggagaling dito kay Kuya Etaf. The inhibitor turret. And they are cleaning everyone out. They are making sure that they got it because the Baron power play will make sure that they're going to take the Nexus. And here comes Oasis with the comeback. They're going to take game 1.
And that will be quite frustrating for Sunsparks, to be honest, because I mean,
Yeah.
they got the early, everything they got in the early, one mistake, things turned around, and nagsimula yun dun sa ating third dragon, right? Sa ating third dragon, and kung saan nag-start sila ng dragon, not knowing where the members are, si Ace nasa likod instead of soaking in damage. I think he was way too focused on securing the dragon, knowing na, wala pa tayong dragon, sige, I'll secure this for my team. Instead, I think they could have won that team fight if promonta si Ace, to be honest. Because ang nangyari kasi doon, yung ka-teammates niya yung nagsusokin ng damage, and that's not the case. He is built for, to sustain some damage, pero nag-focus siya doon sa dragon. I think, just to, it's gonna be frustrating if, like, for example, third dragon na, wala pa tayong dragon dito, but yeah, one mistake could turn things around. We can see in the highlights in here, early talaga, halos lahat ng laro nasa kamay ng Sunsparks.
Yeah, and kung titignan din natin yung part na in-explain natin yung fight na yun na sinabi mo na nasa harap dapat sa Ace. To be honest, they don't have to engage. To be honest, they can just kite back. Lalo pat dalawa yung marksman nila. They don't have to entirely turn doon sa part ng game na yun. And may kita naman natin yun dito sa ating highlights. Kasi ganun yung ginawa nila sa Dragon kanina. They waited na to the point na lumagpas ang Oasis doon sa Dragon. And this what separates Oasis gaming to Sunsparks. No, they can really play really good, pero ang Oasis pa rin being calm and collected, making sure that they still got it. And ayan, nakabawi sila overall dahil lang sa iisang team fight nakakuha ng Dragon. And unfortunately, for Sunsparks, ito talaga yung mga dapat hindi nila hinahayaang mangyari. Ayun,
Yes, oo.
ito na ba yun? Hindi pa yata yun
Yes, ito na yun. Ito yung fired,
ayan. Kasi
yeah.
ako titignan mo, ayun magkakasama sila eh. And pwede nila kunin yung dragon ng walang ginagawang masama. Kasi they already have that position. Pero dahil pumasok si Hayes at nabubble siya, and syempre yung tumble in din doon ni Konsi, they paid the price. And at this point of the game, you don't want to have those mistakes because 15 minutes into the game, you have the power spikes coming in from Corky, and this is behind Corky na nagkaroon ng items, and the same as Etap na naka-secure na niya yung kanyang power spikes. So alam mo yun, I think that was a huge error sa positioning nila overall. Kasi kailangan mong lumaro sa likod ni Ace eh. But then, it was Hayes who played up front, relentless pursuit onto the bubble, disabling him and making sure that he's going to die early. Mababawasan yung haymakers nila as a damager. And yung double marksman na team comp doesn't really work well kung may iwan lang mag-isa doon si Konsi and no one's going to peel.
Yes. I definitely agree. But so far, ang ating player of the game is gonna be Etaf, really adjusting everything. Yung itemization niya, Edge of the Night in here, Umbral Glaive. Glaive, basically, ang Umbral Glaive, yan, bulol na tayo dyan. It's just basically like Humus Ghostblade, no? Except for the movement speed. But of course, you get the vision na kailangan mo in order for you to successfully set up, because he have come to realize na okay, every time I try to set up may tao dito or warded, so with this decision making that he had, naging mas okay yung assassination games niya. But yeah, balik lang tayo dun sa dragon fight kanina na nakapagpatalo sa Sunsparks. No, I agree, like we always say, there's always two sides of the coin. So it's either it's basically hindi sila nagkasundo, right? Sa kung anong formation natin in when we potentially encounter this kind of team fight. Would it be us going on the front to face for him to be able to secure the dragon, or will it be us going onto the backside? So I guess miscommunication happened in terms of the formation na gagawin nila. And I think in every cases, for all of the teams, like, kailangan talaga nilang gawin before pa mangyari, you know, they always have to assume different kind of situation in such a way, pag nangyari yung situation na yun, they know how to form themselves, okay? Parang dance steps, or like, di ba, like situations like you have to prepare. But then again, for sure, that's a lesson learned for Team Sunsparks, and because naging maganda naman yung start nila.
Yeah, and to be honest, na kaya maipagsabayan ng Sunsparks against Oasis, that speaks volume kung gaano nga ba karunong yung mga teams natin dito. And they really did their homework. It's just that still, it is being dictated by one team fight na kinda shake things up. So, ayun, yun lang, no? Dito natin malalaman kung sino nga ba ang siyang deserving dito sa series nito. Pero dyan lang kayo. Pupunta lang kami sa isang short break, at pagbalik namin, malalaman na natin ang kaganapan sa Game 2. Huwag kayong aalis.
On the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
At tayo nagbabalik para matunghayan ng ikalawang bakbakan sa pagitan ng RRQ at Oasis. Dito na tayo magkakaalaman kung may chance na nga bang iuwi ito ng Oasis or pwede pa itong baliktarin ng Sunsparks. Ayan. So dito natin malalaman kung kaya ba. Sa tingin mo, Madam Kaysaya, kaya pa ba ng Sunsparks to?
Well, kung gusto nilang patunayan na, they have something against our, Philippine representative, right? Kasi mataas din yung expectation for Oasis And kailangan at the same time, hindi sila papapigil or hindi nila hahayaan na like, people will tell them na, okay, like, alam naman natin na pag Philippine representative ka or you have this ranking or achievement na talagang medyo mabigat yung magiging responsibility mo and people will set expectations for you. So, I think overall, yes, Sunsparks will try because that will give them some boost or, confidence for themselves na, okay, ito yung PH rep na kaya namin talunin. But then again, pressure is there as well for the side of Oasis.
Yes, and then dito na tayo magkakaalaman kung, well, totoo naman yung sinabi ni Madam Kaysaya na kailangan talaga rin patunayan ng Sunsparks yung kanilang standing ngayon. And so far kasi, what makes things difficult is yung mga ganong klaseng decision making nila. They can be good on a certain day and at the same time, can be bad on a single team fight. 'Di ba? Parang nakuha naman nila yung tempo nila pero what went wrong is that single team fight na paano nakalimutan nila yung kanilang fundamentals na you should peel back if you are playing on a double marksman and at the same time you only have Ace and Nasjo. And hanggat hindi pa na-initiate ang tama yung showstopper, you can really entirely be confident. And there's so many threat potential pa rin to consider sa side ng Oasis, especially na merong Darius for the resets, you have the resets din ng Kha'Zix. So, maya't maya yung mga pagbabago na pwede mo makita or the haymakers that you might take or punches mula dito kay Oasis. And we are on the draft. Once again, it would be the same ban. So walang kakaibang makikita dito.
Ang kakaiba nga as you say in here, I wonder if sa-secure pa rin nila dito, no, yung same lineup from a while ago. Since available Vayne, Lucian, why not? They can execute as well and then just avoid the same mistake that they were able to commit a while ago. But depende yan sa Team Oasis kasi pwede rin i-cancel agad ng Oasis kung saan sila nahirapan kanina. So, pretty much so far, almost the same. Yeah, I guess it seems like maglilin towards sila sa same na yun. But, yeah, same deja vu. Parang ito rin yung kanina.
Oo, parang replay lang yata yung piniplay ni Direk dito eh. Pero wala naman kasi kailangan ayusin totally sa Oasis, no? They just have to play it differently compared to Game 1 na they need to stay away doon sa mga potential early rotations na pwedeng gawin ni Nunu and William. And at this point, no, na-identify na siya ng Oasis and they don't really be threatened sa ganong klaseng playstyle tulad kanina. But Vayne na naman mula kay Konsi and at 2 pick ng Vayne didn't really end well mostly para sa ibang team players. Remember, we saw Underground 2 consecutive games silang nag-Vayne but identifying or acknowledging how great is Vayne onto the early game that might lead on a snowball, you tend to focus on that champion. And we might see an aggressive rotation from Oasis na they wanted to take down itong si Konsi as early as they can.
Pretty similar pa rin yung approach na gustong gawin ng Sunsparks dito, no? Pinalitan lang nila si Nunu Revillame nitong nitong si Jarvan. May tawag ba tayo kay Jarvan? Wala pa. Sige, yung mga nanonood dyan, baka meron kayong maisip. Yan, share nyo yan sa ating comment section or sa Twitter na lang with the hashtags. So yeah, itong si Jarvan, I think the reason why pinalitan nila is mas gusto nila na mas secure na lock-in on a particular target.
Yes,
Unlike yung sa Julangot kanina nitong si Nunu Revillame, di ba?
Ang weird din pala no na hindi tayo nakakita ng Camille ban pero both of these teams doesn't really pick Camille out. Most of the times nababan lang ang Camille dito pero entirely sa kanila ito na yung ikalawang game and this might be a fallback plan ni Oasis dahil nga binan ng Kha'Zix and wala na rin Rengar. Ang naging okay lang si Rengar is sa kamay ng RRQ. And then, right now, another ban na naman sa Thresh.
Seraphine is banned. There's a chance na pwedeng kuhain ng Sunsparks dito
Morgana
yung Rakan if they would want to. Yes, Morgana too, sure, why not? And pwede din naman si Lucian ulit if they would, hindi, mawawala na sila ng AP. But then again, I see Rakan being a good potential support pick in here for the side of Sunsparks. Depends na lang sa
This should
kanila.
be Morgana, madam, feeling ko. Para hindi sila mababol-babol. Kasi feeling ko, kung may
Lucian
protection
pa rin.
sila doon, kahit maging aggressive to si Hayes at saka si Consi, may leeway silang magkamali eh. And kung sana rin naka-pick up dun si Kuya Consi ng Edge of Night, no? Eh, kaso ang dami lang din kasing projectiles sa Oasis na hindi mo gaano may ingatan ng iyong Edge of Night considering nga na merong Shock Blast at merong Rocket na spammable. No? And still, it all boils down na kailangan mo iwasan yung bubble. And they might add another beefy champ. Oh, okay. So,
ngayon lang din to, I believe.
kung hindi available si Sona 2.0, di sinaunang Sona tayo, di ba?
Di ba may tawag doon yung kapag lalaki yung naglalaro ng mga female champions? Ano nga tawag doon? Yung...
Meron ba?
Oo, alam ko. Yung parang...
Hindi
Hindi naman siya masama, pero parang play word lang na.
Hindi ko rin siya alam.
I'll try to, maybe along the way while we're casting, maalala ko pa.
Sige.
Pero
Ikaw na
ito,
bahala,
maganda
madam.
to ha, kasi napapakita ng bago yung Sunsparks, and yes, they are in that position na okay, sila yung nasa baba ng rankings natin ngayon, but they are the ones who are actually not afraid to actually pull off or put out some new champions and i-execute yun in a good way. Kasi kanina, although natalo sila, ang ganda ng pag-execute nila from early to mid. Yung isang pagkakamali lang talaga yung talagang nakapagpa-turn ng table around. But then again, healing galing in here, pretty similar na rin naman sa, of course, so although mas maliit lang nga lang yung range dito in terms if you would wanna go for that support or execute. But then again, in terms of sustain, meron dito, I think for as long as, again, the formation will be there, just allow Hayes and Consi free hit from the back line, Ace tanking in, as well as Nastro tanking in with the support and healing from Mjan. I think palag-palag to.
And dito, ito yung point ko rin, madam. Nabanggit mo na ito eh. We are talking about the range, di ba? And yun nga, yung Anchor kasi, ilang beses niyang na-deny yung follow-up na nanggaling sa Oasis. Dahil malayo pa lang eh. And to be honest, that's the farthest Demon Knight can be is katumbas ng isang Anchor. And if you're playing on the crescendo ni Sona, hindi siya ganun hindi siya ganun kalayo. Kaya feeling ko less likely mag-workout itong Sona compared to that Seraphine. And yes, you might be having a shorter cooldowns, but you're also putting yourself in a danger zone. Kasi mas malapit ka mas mag-heal ka, mas maglalagay ka ng damage and movement speed. And guess what? The last pick of Oasis is a Gragas, explosive cast. You can easily isolate target. You can easily body slam anyone into an easy kill. So I think medyo kulang.
Yeah, the disposition will definitely be there on the side of, coming from the side of Oasis. And nakita natin nag-aggressive nga agad dun si Demon Knight as well as itong si Dragon sa baba ng mapa natin, trying to go for that pick off agad sa Tribush. And at the same time, kung makikita nyo yung CCTV na rin, alam nila kung nasaan si A. So, kumbaga, as we, with that information, we can see why Esila is confidently just going for that play up against Nasjo. So, sa ngayon, agree ako sa sinabi mo din doon, Osiris, definitely, maybe MJ dito mas mahihirapan. They have to be careful. Kumbaga, play safe muna sila sa baba ng mapa natin.
Yes. So ngayon medyo yung tempo is mag-iiba. For the reason nga na hindi sila gaano makakapangbuli dito. And to be honest, ang lakas talaga sa mana ni Sona. And in comparison na yung poke dito is good, not really as high as how Seraphine is being played out. Seraphine kasi is mostly leaning on a mage, mid laner instead of hardcore support, instead of Sona na talagang mostly on a supporting role. So I think hindi sapat talaga yung damage niya and kita mo naman sa early game na nasa-survive nila Ethic Nomad at saka ni Nogard itong laning phase compared kanina na they are being focused on. Lumalayo ka agad sila pero teka muna magkakaroon ng laban dito sa top lane. And si Isila mukhang may iwan mag-isa.
My God!
Sayang naman yun!
Oh my God! Medyo ito yung mga kala mo calculated mo na pero hindi pala. Pero nice attempt. Yun nga lang, 1-for-1 trade, slight lead dito for the side of Sunsparks. Regardless, first blood naman yon. But yeah, quite unfortunate. Kung hindi namatay dun si Ace, I think that would have been much better, of course, syempre.
And sayang nakikita ko na rin, no, as per textbook play na ginagawa dito ng Sunsparks, they are mostly focusing na dito sa top, pero body slam, condemn, wow. Tumama pa nga talaga yun. Grabe naman si Kuya
Four-man
Konsi.
rotation going on the bot side, as you can
Oh,
see.
may ward dyan. Medyo malamok. Kailangan umalis. Mukhang lalamigin dito O, Kuya Edap, easy ka lang. Pero ito na, into the skies. Pero Kuya Aim dyan yun
Uy, sa taas ng mapa natin, hindi lang natin nakita off-cam kill. Esila will fall down onto the hands of itong si...
Ayun na, successful, no?
Naging successful. I think medyo malalim si Esila kasi parang
Ay,
under
bakit
turret yata.
nag-recall?
Oo, under turret yata siya dun eh.
Sayang naman, madam, nag-recall si Kuya Ace. Imbes na i-trade na lang sana dito sa
Did he
top.
buy an
Kita mo yung
item? Ay, oo,
damage
wala
ni
siyang-
Nasjo.
Yeah, but then again, hindi naman nakuha yung Torres sa baba at this 3-minute game time. Mahirap pang kuhain yan, knowing the fact na early pa lang naman. So I think that's the reason why they're confident enough na, sige, back lang tayo dito, Konsi and M dyan, habang gumagawa ng play dun si Ace as well as Nasjo sa taas ng mapa. You know, for as long as we don't give that kill dito sa side ng Oasis sa baba ng mapa natin, we're gonna be safe. Di nila makukuha yung Torre natin. Then again, the more na marami mag-a-attempt na kumuha dyan at this early game time, mas lalong mahirap patumbahin itong Torre na to.
Yes, and nakita mo naman, no, yung ginagawa ngayon ng Oasis, mas maingat sila dito sa duo Dragon Lane nila instead of nung nakita natin kanina na parang si Kuya Etik Nomede, dire-diretso yung pasok na talagang Valkyrie in up front, face to face. Pero ngayon mukhang hindi nila concerned ang Ocean Drake. They wanted to go for the Rift Herald and Sunsparks starting this objective.
I guess na-figure out nila na okay, kanina pa natin napupugo itong si Isila given na 2 na nga yung deaths niya, no? So I think they would wanna like just go for or continue their momentum going onto the top side, which is what they're actually doing right now, having that Herald. Maagang pagkalapag dito just to give that assurance, but they have to make sure na may depensa agad na dito sa baba ng mapa natin because, you know, yun yung pwedeng gawing counterplay ng side ng Oasis and there you go.
Uy!
Uy, I think ito na.
Grabe na, bakit na
Sila.
makatake listen tapos binato palabas ng ng octagon, pero hindi bilog yun. Pero yun na nga, parang UFC arena, pero nga bugbugan after bugbugan at tinamaan pa ng Ardent Blaze at the last moment. Kuya Hayes, I'm not going down without a fight. At yun nga, no, nag-delivery pa ng isa pa. Itong si
Dalawa
Shelly,
tayo sa
second
taas.
tower take para dito sa Sunsparks.
Ang ganda ng play din sa baba apart from dung nangyari sa taas ng mapa natin. 1-for-1 trade yon, yes, but that stopped the members of Oasis to actually even going for that further push dun sa tier 2 turret natin. So that's good enough. The momentum is in here for the side of Sunsparks. Pero do take note, hindi pa ganoon kalaki yung lead. So, especially if magkaroon lang ng isang mali dito sa formation sa teamfight, tulad ng nangyari kanina, pwedeng mabaliktad ang laban. But overall, so far looking good. Sa itemization ng side ng Oasis, wala pa silang any anti-healing items dito. So, but, teka lang, sa baba ng mapa natin.
Mukhang si Kuya Hayes na ang target dito. It's not about Konzi, it's about this Lucian. Pero the backup is here, the airborne, the flag and drag. Pero papasok pa rin talaga sila na tuluyan dito. Ay, good trade, 1-for-1 tayo. Mag-aabol pa kaya dito ang SS. Pero mukhang they're going to take it slow, so slow.
And in here, no, uy, teka lang, hindi pa pala tapos ang bakbakan natin.
Naku po, tumama na rin yung crescendo
Sila.
dito para dito kay Kuya Isila, pero wala pa tayong Bramble Vest, so pwede pa siya makakuha ng napakagandang, naku po, nakatalon. Pero still, naghahabol ang Night Hunter dito at si Kuya Kotsi makakakuha ng kill.
You know what, I think Esila should stop moving forward now or extending in the lanes and map. Kasi kanina pa siya napugay, hindi niya kaya makipagharap-harapan ngayon. Knowing na yung power spike nitong si Konsi, nandyan na. And talaga kung mapapansin mo, ina-abuse na lang dito ng Sunsparks na, sige, dun tayo sa weak side ng Oasis. Laruin natin yon. First long as before we do that play dun sa weak side ng Oasis, make sure na may magde-defend dun sa baba ng mapa natin. There is this warning, nakita tayo ng ping sa baba, kita ng side ng Oasis dito na itong si Lucian, medyo overextended. But yeah, the punish to Isila is so far doing great para sa side ng Sunsparks.
Yes, and kita mo naman no, yung focus kasi nila dito kay Kuya Hayes, yung wardings din nila. Kitang-kita mo sa mapa natin na mas naglalagay sila ng emphasis kung saan nagfa-farm si Kuya Lucian in that isolated target. And makikita mo, aggressive rotation na naman dito in terms of etong si Kuya Etaf. And naka-ready for any possible explosive cast once na dinepensahan etong first tower ng mid lane. Pero Kuya nga Etaf, papasok sila dito, mukhang magkakaipitan. Pero mauna kaya si Kuya Ace sa initiation. Kailangan nila i-go to, hindi nila hahayaang maipit sila, and that procs also Hayes to know na pwede akong bisitahin dito sa baba, so kailangan ko muna magtago-tago ng bahagya and just push this wave, habang other members naman ng Oasis still they are sticking their guns onto the mid lane.
Note na magiging tank lang talaga natin dito, or mga bruiser natin will be the Darius as well as the Jace, maybe half-half, because Etafin here is actually building for the damage Graga. So Luden's Echo andito na sa kamay niya. That's gonna be looking scary as well if we talk about the late game Demon Kite onto the Corki as well as late game Etaf onto the Gragas, kasi magiging matsakit yan, especially pag nakuha dito. Mjan actually maybe falls down early on, nakuha as a target, so no one's gonna heal, no one's gonna provide more sustain. But so far, again, looking good. Medyo mabagal lang yung game para sa Oasis kasi they have to wait for their late game.
Yes, and ayun nga, usapang matsakit, mukhang magkakatsakitan na nga sila dito dahil nagsisimula na ang Dragon at si Kuya Nasjo. Nasa ibang parte ng mapa, mukhang iba ang plano ng Sunsparks and Oasis. Hindi pa nila alam kung sino nga ba ang siyang unang pepwestuhan nila. At ako po!
Ako!
Nakita na ng bubble doon pero flash lang away. Para
Eto.
dito kay Kuya M. Jan. Ba't ka kasi nandyan? Dapat Kuya M. Jan, M
Jan.
dito ka. M dito. Oo, para sigurado magkakasama. Pero ito na! Ang simula ng bakbakan dahil sinimulan na ang showstopper, pero this is not going to stop. Nag-go-go-go na nga sila dito at nakondem pa sa pader. Pero ang Dragon napunta pa rin talaga dito sa Sunsparks at pinagbabaril. Flag and drag hanggang sa dulo. Double knock-up. Rocket Girl dito naghahanap na, here comes the final hour at ito na. Owas muna. Oras nyo na ang tumumba. That's an ace. And also, a possible herald.
Oh, wasak! So,
Oh, no.
yeah, possible herald, but they wanna take it slow kasi a while ago parang nag-decide kanina si Vayne doon na, pupush ko na yung inhibitor turret sa top, pero medyo maliit-liit pa yung yung ating cooldown dito. Let's take a look at the replay, napakaganda nito, very aggressive. Sunsparks ang nakita natin dito from this matchup, talagang free hitting Consi as well as Haze. Ang naging maganda dito,
Flag and drag. Grabe.
yes, talagang Consi nagwawala. Oh, look at that, dashing, going for that ace para sa team Sunsparks. And gusto kong balikan yung kanina pero hindi pa yata pwede.
Ako po, madam, wala na kailangan balikan sa nakaraan dahil present matters. Tumumba na si Kuya Hayes at yun lang na kung babalikan nga
Napakaganda.
natin yan. Madam, yung flag and drag pala ni Kuya Ace doon, may kasamang flash kaya umabot hanggang sa dulo ng walang hanggan.
Di ba? Oo. Kumbaga pang surprise attack talaga eh. Ang ganda ng
Oo.
decision ni Ace doon kasi the moment na nakita niya, ito sila naka-formation, take advantage na natin to, back up kayo and that's what has happened. And before that fight in the Dragon, kung maaalala nyo, walang flash si Mjan during that time kasi napa-flash out siya nung binuhos ng mga miyembro ng Oasis yung abilities nila sa kanya. So, that's good enough, first of all, na hindi namatay si Mjan being aware na, okay, she's parang kala mo nakapwesto na yung flash sa kamay niya, you know? Parang ganun, pindot na lang eh. So, I think that's one, because the moment na nawala si Mjan doon, it could be a different scenario. It could be a different situation or story na nangyari. So, first, that's a good thing. And secondly, of course, yung setup ni Ace and then followed by all the damage or all the kitings that that Ace, or rather, Consi and Haze was able to do.
Teka muna. Ayaw yata muna nilang ibigay dito. Teka muna. Isa pa. Dahil makakahuli na nga ang bubble dito. Pero si Kuya Ace mo, eka lang muna. Dahil dito rin si Kuya Nasjo taking it slow. At mukhang gusto lang talaga nila ng objective. Good decision naman no, sa magkabilang kupunan na wala pa silang mawala doon. Pero syempre, Sunsparks even pushing the gold even further. at package. Naka-ready na rin dito kay Ethic Nomad. At gusto ko lang din na-explain palalo yung sinabi ni Boss K na nakita nga natin na kung wala si M dyan, magbabago talaga yun. For the reason na yung crescendo niya is tumama kay Ethic Nomad. So kaya itong Corky nung team fight na yun is medyo na-nullify siya, medyo nawalan siya ng sapak na rockets kasi na-stun siya. So alam mo yun, kung wala si kuya mo aim dyan dun, andito siya kasi wala siya dyan. Pero hindi, wala, nasa base siya, bale. And ito na, another Rift Herald play. They are really pressuring the Baron lane side and playing on the stronger part na ginawa nila. Kita mo naman si Kuya Isila is still sitting on the 250 and the Sterak Gauge plus the Black Cleaver. And this is not the Darius that you want para dito sa game na to.
Definitely. They've been trying. There's a lot of things that kailangan niya talagang i-catch up, no? And yeah, at the same time, pabuo pa lang dito yung anti-healing galing natin coming from Jace. So far kanina, I think that's the reason why as well, Sunsparks is actually able to sustain just everything. Talaga mag-healing galing lang dito itong si Sona natin, and then yun, poof, talagang survive, diba? But for the meantime, I think Oasis, what they need to do in here is to find a way to really go for a fight na kung saan wala si M dyan.
Kita mo nung nalaman nila, nung nakuha nila yung information na nag-focus sa Baron Lane yung more members or yung resources ng Oasis, dinerecho kaagad lahat ng Infernal Drake, but the main point here is yung pag-push o yung pag-pressure ni Kuya Hayes dito sa Dragon Lane. They might know, they might got the idea na andito pa rin sila dahil nga kakatapos lang naman ng Dragon.
Uy, grabe, nakita mo yun si Gonzi, very confident nang humaharap. Diba? Ito na yung ADC natin na nagpo-front.
Naku, ito
diba?
na naman tayo. Baka maulit na naman yung game 1.
Pero alam mo from that, if online, if hindi 2-5 tong si Esila, he could have gone for that.
Delikado.
Delikado yun. Pwede siyang hatakin doon. Bigla-biglaan. And kailangan may ready talaga dito na pang-condemn itong si Consi if ever that so happens. But we're talking about a lot of members from the side of Oasis. So if ever mangyari yun, tapos online si Esila, that's gonna be a different story again. So I think hindi pa rin pwede magpapakampante dito ang side ng Sunsparks. They should have learned from the game a while ago, but meantime, isayawan na nangyayari sa gitna ng mapa natin. Sino kaya ang unang maiinip dito?
At ito na, usapang nakakainip. Ang initiation na most likely nasa kamay ng Oasis dahil sa explosive cask and body slam. Lalagyan mo rin ng apprehend o kaya ng shock blast into the skies. Ayan, medyo doble-doble tayo doon. Kasi yun talaga yung skill niya. At sa side naman ng Sunsparks, meron lang sila ditong katakilism, flag and drag, at the same time yung showstopper or a big flash crescendo. So alam mo yun, it's anyone's game at this point, and they are making sure na walang magkakamali, unlike kanina na medyo naging alanganin nga tong Sunsparks and pings are being dropped regarding the Baron and si Hayes. Nakaiwalay pa rin siya sa tropa.
Eto na nga.
Bakit naman sila nag-engage mag-isa? At medyo kulang pa sila doon ng firepower. 3 lang ang miyembro ng Sunsparks. Bakit nag-go sila? Here comes the ignite. Here comes the heal na gagamitin dito ni Kuya MJ. Pero napakasakit na ginamit na rin na showstopper. Switching music sa mukha. Pero Haymaker, 3 ang tatamaan. Pero hinahabol na nila dito sa Ethic Nomad because Isnok is here.
Alright. From that fight, I too, nag-wonder ako bakit nila knowing na 3 lang sila doon and there are like 5 members on the side of Oasis. That's super dangerous. Sobrang delikado nun, guys. But, either way, it worked kasi nakasunod yung mga damage dealers natin. But if hindi sila nakasunod agad, then that's gonna be a different story. Pwede makakomeback doon yung Oasis. Fortunately enough, Consi is online, Hayes is online as well, to the point na si Demon Kite, hindi na rin niya magawa yung play na gagawin niya. Demon Kite as well, without having the protection kanina, nagka-kite siya mag-isa niya, no support at all. That made him talagang, go down na lang din talaga sa kamay or sa baril nitong si Hayes as well as nitong si Consi. But yeah, hopefully that will not happen again, or else it's gonna be another frustrating game for Sunsparks if that mistake will happen again.
Yan, no mistakes dapat tayo. This is the battle of less mistake. Ika nga, uy, grabe naman, bakit naman sobrang nag-commit doon? Pero gusto nila tanggalin yung jungler para easy Baron. Pero bars off dahil nga they are on taking in dito ang Oasis at Sunsparks successfully taking down Etaf. Elder Drake pala ang target nila, 20 seconds, but they wanted to play onto the brush. Death Brush ang magiging pwestuhan nila dito. Wala ring wards, wala ring vision game, but they wanted to go for a trade.
33
Elder Drake
seconds.
versus the Baron ang magiging pwestuhan nila dito. Masyadong malayo sila, Kuya MJ, pero pressure is on. Mas gugustuhin na lang nilang takutin dito at hindi kayo makakapag-Baron.
The mind games
At
is
mukhang
here.
nag-ring around the Rosie. Nagpaikot-ikot yung Kuya Oasis.
They have to be very fast on this one. Etaf, pwede mag-teleport yan anytime they would want to. Kailangan rin sa magpo-poke dito. How can this set?
Delikado to! This might be it. At mukhang makukuha naman nila ang Elder, pero showstopper si Etic Nominal siya nakakuha. Meron pa siyang haymaker dito at may ipit na nga na tuluyan. Pumutok na nga si Elder Drake, pero tanang si Consi. Hinahanap na ang mga targets, matabarang empowered recall para mapapa-atras dito si Kuya Nogard.
Napakaganda ng laro natin ngayon. This is a game that we are looking for the decision making again. I think nag-ibang level dito ang Sunsparks. Even from game 1, iba rin naman yung mali lang talaga yung nangyari doon. But then having that idea na si Etaf muna kasi pa-up na yung Dragon, and having that successfully, again, we have to commend set on on all of the showstopper in here. Talagang talon kung talon, lahat na binuhos na ng pang dash in para lang makuha yung target niya at ng pang sorpresa. Having as well the follow-up coming from Hayes and Consi to allow them to actually successfully pull off that game or strategy.
Yes.
Doon papunta sa Elder Drake. And okay lang, sige, nakuha ng Oasis yung Baron dito, but then ang dami nilang napatay from that situation.
Yeah. And medyo kakaiba nga yung naging sitwasyon natin ngayon na kung kanina nakuhuli sila sa isang pagkakamali. This time, at mukhang ito ba ang isang pagkakamali nila dahil si Etap nasa ibang posisyon, pero the flag and drag at kinulong sa Philippine Arena dahil nga this is it for Sunsparks, leveling it up, making sure na susunduin nila yung wave at mapush na tong mid lane. At hindi pa sapat.
Again, this is a glass cannon.
Teka lang. Oops. Easy lang.
Namatay pa. It's an ace.
Nawabot pala dun. Grabe naman si Kuya Consi. And this is it as Sunsparks will return the favor. No mistakes this time. No errors as Oasis will pay the price.
And I think wala rin bumuo talaga ng anti-healing galing sa side ng I thought nga si Jace bubuo siya ng anti-heal or rather mortal reminder, sorry, but it was Rilda's grudge pala. So no one actually countered Sona's healing galing dito. They have not given respect on that one, and I think that's why mas nakaka-last longer talaga in terms of team fights dito ang side ng Sunsparks, apart from having the damage output already coming from Vayne. But you know what? The moment na nakita natin, actually behind at the back of my head, nasasabi ko na okay, this could really be Sunsparks game. Parang hirap kasi i-put out ng ganun kasi again, mistakes could happen. Pero the moment na nakita natin na okay, online na si Consi, then si Hayes, then wala, nagsasayaw na lang sila. It feels like wala na silang balak gumawa ng another mistake. Tapos, talagang walang rumerespeto dito sa healing ni Sona. Again, look at the items, no anti-healing items in here. So, I think that's the reason why we could like, okay, this is Sunsparks game. This is really Sunsparks game.
Yeah, and ang malupit kasi sa combo rin nitong draft na to is yung Demacian Standard, attack speed, and the second item that Mjan created was Ardent Sensor. So it was raining attack speed for anyone, everyone dito. Simulan, ayan, meron na siyang Ardent Sensor sa part na to. And knowing na meron kang Lucian who's excelling a lot on the Light Slinger, putting down yung cooldown ng Relentless Pursuit per attack, is you are making sure na you are maximizing the double marksman team comp. And given naman na yun na si Consi strives on the attack speed for the reason that he is dropping more silver bolts. Yes, wala tayong Ginsus Rage Blade, but the moment that they got those attack speed para siguradong dire-diretso lang yung lipad. And yun nga, no, nabanggit mo na wala silang anti-healing at si Etaf lang talaga yung meron dito. It should have been Isela who's on the front line na aatakihin siya mostly. So dapat meron siyang Brabble Vest. pero hindi nila dineny. And the fact that the MJan created a harmonic echoes, it speaks a lot na talaga focus na nila yung healing. And since isa lang yung anti-heal na pag namamatay pa si Etaf is wala nang iba pang that can deny that, doon na sila nag-fall off. The sustain is real at kita mo naman yung heal mayat maya lang.
Yes, so nagwawala na rin din talaga dito yung buhos ng attack speed at DPS natin coming from the two marksman composition of Team Sunsparks. Then again, Konsi na nagwawala-wala. Bato-bato dito ng kaniyang, ano ba, pana ba? Arrow, bow and arrow.
Crossbow.
Yun. So yan,
Siguro Isnok.
pinagwala dito siya ang ating magiging player of the game. As you can see, no, sa mga itemization niya, talagang buhos, damage lang din talaga. Yung Wixen in here, the Bork is there as well, Solari Charge Plate. And of course, may respect pa rin naman because he has to build it anti-burst item, Phantom Dancer, para in case mahuli siya dito. Let's say, nitong si Gragas, diba? Kasi nga, going for the glass cannon dito si Gragas, itong si Etaf natin. So, nandun pa rin yung respect niya or kumbaga, okay, I'm gonna build a Phantom Dancer just to make sure na hindi ako mawawala. And I think yung last item niya papunta sa GA maybe, just to have that.
And sobrang confident niya sa build na yun to the point na gumamit siya ng rocket belt instead of stasis. It means that they know that Isela is really standing on the back foot na hindi man lang sila natatakot sa isang Darius. And kahit yung displacement na pwedeng ilagay ni Etaf as a threat, hindi ina-acknowledge ni Kuya M dyan. I'm just going to focus with a rocket belt kasi same din. Madi-displace ko rin yung sarili ko after ako displace. And that's all for now. Naku, mukhang hindi tayo 2-0 ngayon para dyan sa mga panelists natin. Kung sino man ang binoto nyo, mukhang tagilid man kung sino ang siyang mananalo. Pero malalaman nga ba natin kung sino nga ba dito sa Game 3. Magbe-break lang kami. Dyan lang kayo.
It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
At tayo nagbabalik dito sa labanan ng Sunsparks at Oasis. At yun nga, nag-step up talaga ang Sunsparks dito kung nung Game 1. Nagbago yung ihip ng hangin na kuha pa ng Oasis. Alam mo, Sunsparks, feeling ko 2-0 na dapat to kung hindi kayo nagkamali kanina eh.
Actually, right? It was high risk. Pero first game usually warm up game. Kaya kailangan siguro talaga nagkaroon ng warm up na before the actual competition. Pero yeah, very exciting kasi even from the first game we can say it could have been Sunsparks win, but for that one mistake. But I think kung ipagpapatuloy, they could even potentially win the series, right? On a 2-1 if itutuloy nila yung ganong sistema, and maybe even kung hindi maban yung Vayne, because Swift, right? Si Vayne is Vayne Lucian yung combo. So far yung hindi nare-respeto dito ng Oasis against the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, and nakita na rin natin na kung gaano nga ba ka-effective itong Vayne na 2 consecutive games na kahit napili siya ng Sunsparks ng Game 1, and we already acknowledged the fact na it excels a lot on the na kailangan nila i-deny yung early game. It really doesn't change the fact na kahit naging gragas pa yung pick dito ni Kuya Etaf, so medyo kinulang talaga yung haymakers dito na sa side ng Oasis na parang hindi natakot at all si Kuya Consi na sige lang, you do you, I'll do me. And ginawa niya positioning niya, you just played it out. Kahit yung kanyang positioning doon, hindi na nagmatter para sa side ng Oasis na kahit ilagay mo, kahit na explosive cast na body slam, it was then and there na nagawa nilang i-pull back yung momentum sa side nila kahit tatalo sila ng Game 1, and tilt-proof itong Sunsparks. It means na kahit tumagilid sila nung Game 1, that one mistake, and nagawa nilang maipanalo. Ang problema ngayon dito, and this is looking alarming para sa Oasis, because whenever that they lose the game, na-reverse talaga sila mostly, or may mga times na nawawala sila sa tempo, and this might be a Sunsparks game if ever.
We'll see about that because swap tayo ng sides dito, so hindi na tayo makakita ng replay ng draft. Osiris, hindi na to replay ng draft for sure. Unless ganun yung gusto nilang gawin.
Never again.
Never again. Pero ito, pinapakipera, parang kahit nag-swap sides sila dito, makikita na, ito na, hindi, iba na talaga. Nirespeto na
wala
finally.
na, sabi nila. Okay, wala na.
Parang ito yung mga times na parang gusto kong manood na lang ng draft. Titignan ko dito yung...
Parang abangan mo na lang ano kaya. Parang ayaw mo na lang magpaliwanag, no? Parang sige. Kasi game 3 na eh. Parang di na nagmamatter yung usapan natin dito.
Parang best of pa na ulit tayo dito eh. Pero I guess this explains a lot bakit Lizzie binaban dito ng Sunsparks. No? First of all, alam natin na si Edaf dito is a Lizzie user, and of course napakagaling din naman niyang gumamit dito. And for the playstyle kasi ng Sunsparks, hindi sila yung ma-assassin type na jungle sa overall meta nila. They really have to give the carry role sa ating dual lanes, of course, sa ating ADC as well as sa mid, or even yung kanilang Baron laners. But so far in here, ang pinaka naging threat would say ng Oasis dito is yung Vayne nga, which is nirespeto na rin. Now we just have to see if they're gonna be taking away Lucian as well.
Yeah, this should be set, to be honest, kung kay Isila or kay Dragon, regardless. Pwede nga rin kay Edaf. And for Sunsparks, potentially, they want to take the core key to deny Demon Kite, and that's a Consis champion, and whoa! Nakita tayo ng Garen. At oo nga pala, hindi nila naban yung Akali. Oh no! The Ninja
is back. Eto yan. Makikita natin dito na yes, meron ng ibang game, or rather picks na nakikita tayo sa side ng Sunsparks. But this is still okay. This is still looking good kasi you are still gonna be allowing our Baron laner in here, Nasser, to actually go for that frontlining work, and then in here assassination moves. Pero not gonna lie, because NGL ayan, wala na rin kasi dito si Vayne. So this is gonna be a question for us if, okay, ano kaya yung magiging Sunsparks game kung wala yung Vayne nila, right? So, anong ipapalit nila yan? Because totally, so far parang, okay, kung isipin mo, ano yung ibang champion na pwedeng pamalit kay Vayne na nasa champion pool ngayon ng League of Legends Wildrift, right? So far, parang wala naman. Maybe closest would be Kai'Sa na nakita natin usually okay, kung walang Vayne, sige,
totoo.
Kai'Sa tayo, late game. But yeah, I wonder if there's gonna be a Kai'Sa in here for the side of Sunsparks just to secure the late game. Because dun sila magaling eh. Dun sila magaling.
Yeah. To be honest, no, ito rin si Consi way back last season na talagang alam natin na yung Kai'Sa is really working well. At syempre, if you're going to get the early advantage na tipong pwede ka na mag-backseat gaming, syempre, masaya ka. Isa ka ng Kai'Sa. So, alam mo yun, pwedeng ganon. And considering nga ni MJan is also playing on a conservative type of champion, he is really taking care dito kay Consi. Every time na mag-ultimate yung kanyang Vayne for the final hour, nagiging aggressive na gagawang sumabay ni Kuya MJan. And it's a pretty odd to remove that Lucian because already Hayes has his champion, which is in the hands of Akali. I don't see Consi to be playing a Lucian. He is definitely more on those mostly kasi mas sasabihin ko mas nag-i-skill itong si Lucian, and yung DPS talaga na binabayad dito is mostly on a Vayne or a Kai'Sa. Doon ko nakikita si Consi instead of Lucian mid, and they open the Seraphine. So this will be a healing galing plus the Garen, and there's a possibility na pwede nilang kunin yung fresh naman dito sa side ng Oasis.
You know what? I really wanted it to be Kai'Sa dun sa Sunspark kasi parang yun yung nila, pwede nilang pamalit for the Vayne, but yun nga lang tinanggal na ng Oasis.
Wala na, nako po,
So now,
alam nila.
I wonder, Varus?
I don't think Varus. Masyado ng skiller yung lineup nila eh. Ezreal, I guess.
Ang late din.
This is looking good. Fiora. And an assassin. Medyo delikado to. Medyo juicy target si Ate Seraphine na playful trickster into the Urchin Strike. At syempre, chumps the water. Pero tignan natin kung sino nga ba ang magiging marksman niya dito. Is it gonna be Caitlyn? Or okay. Long range initiation. You have the Encore. You have the Ash Arrow, Enchanted Crystal Arrow ang makikita natin dito, and at the same time makakita tayo ng Dimension Justice. Oh yeah, kasi nga si Garen Espanto yung makikita natin. So ayan, kompleto na dito sa side ng Sunsparks.
Gusto ko na kinanta mo isa pa fan pa.
Hindi. Nako, Boss K, kung maganda rin lang ang boses.
Wait, ginawa ko
Ikaw
na
yan, hindi ako yan.
I-clip na lang namin yun. Guys, i-clip nyo. As post na natin.
Ano lang yun. Garen Espanto lang.
Garen Espanto moments. Pero yun nga, no. I'm okay with Ash, Shengfao, but alam mo yun, kasi hindi siya yung same playstyle na pwede mong gawin sa sa Vayne or sa Kai'Sa na pwede ka magpalibot.
Hindi siya mobile.
Hindi siya ganun
delikado siya sa isang
mobile.
phase.
Yes, definitely. Assassins, ang dami pwede mag-flank dito. Fiora, Fizz is there as well. Pwede ka rin dito flank nga nitong si Seth if you'd want as well. If aalis siya dun sa pagpa-frontline. But, yeah, I find na yung Ashe, kasi yung foul dito is medyo parang nasa delikadong place. Medyo mahirap i-execute kumpara sa first 2 games ng Sunsparks.
Yeah, and to be honest, makikita natin doon sa draft natin na it was Dragon who's going to use the set. And Isila would stick on the Darius, and it means a lot na yung engage potential dito ni Kuya Dragon is really high as we saw from different games. And facing an immobile champion, which is sa kamay ni Consi on an Ash, medyo alanganin. What I really love about this Seraphine pick is considering na meron kang beat drop at saka yung volley. So you have slows, you have pokes, but entirely if they wanted to go for that aggressive play, pwede sila mag-flash face breaker and you'll pay the price. Lalo pat Fiora dito si Etaf.
Yeah, that's so true. For the meantime, though, sa bot side natin, tignan na lang natin si D1 kahit na. So, well, matchup pa rin naman. I mean, as you can see, both of them nasa neutral side lang. It's now just a matter of setting here. And dyan, super low. Wait, may ignite ba? Nag-ignite si Dragon, yes. Pero, fortunately, okay, naka-survive
May
naman
honey
siya
fruit
dun.
pa eh.
Oo, may honey fruit pa. So, EFAS, pero nice try. Nakita natin dito kung gaano kakulit din in terms of pokes in here, coming from the side of
Oh,
Oasis.
Isila. Grabe talaga. Lumabas na si Garen dito at ilang beses na natin nakikita ang Garen ban. So, teka lang, parang naipit. Tinamaan, shuriken flip, pero mapaproc doon yung kanyang weak spot. And etap with the early rotations habang si Kuya Ace, easy lang.
Easy lang. Actually, for both of the side, halos ganyan yung ginagawa. Bigayan na lang din dito ng scuttler natin. And, yeah, I mean, kalmado yung simula natin. Again, because this is a different game na nakita natin. Parang disregard nyo na guys yung kanina. disregard nyo na
Uy.
yung kanina. Disregard nyo na yung game 1 tsaka game 2 because this is gonna be a different story but hold it.
Oops, flash ka agad. Nag-playful trickster siya to clear the
Yeah.
wave and that's not really good sign para dito sa pagtakas ni Kuya Edaf. And upon knowing that, nag-rotate ka agad si Kuya Ace. I love how proactively playing dito ang Sunsparks and we are looking on them stepping it up even further para dito sa week 2.
That is so true. I mean, for EDAF, di naman niya kailangan masayangan dun sa flash out na ginawa niya. Wala pa naman pa-up na objective. So, instead of, giving that first blood again para sa side ng Sunsparks, better be safe. Just make use of your flash. In here, carry, no? Carry natin din dito si ETAF. Most likely gonna be building some towards damage as well. Just to have some, quite early power spike na kaya nilang gawin. Lane gang, kaso, yan, yun lang, kita, may CCTV. Pero
Oo,
nice
alam.
try. Oo.
Hindi pa rin. And pressure is still on para dito sa side ng Oasis. Hindi sila basta-basta makakatawid sa river. And ang maganda rin dito sa kay Ash is kahit sabihin na natin gaano man siya ka-vulnerable, meron naman siyang hawk shot. That kind puts them in a good spot kasi alam nila magkakaroon sila ng vision game sa rotation. Pwede sila mag-cross map play kung nasaan manggagaling yung jungler or si Etaf. And syempre, malapit na lumabas ang ating unang dalawang objective. This might be the reset and the rotations that we are waiting na ang ating duo Dragon Lane pupunta na sa mid lane.
And we can see that happening on the side of... No, I thought itong sina Mjan is pupunta dun sa gitna ng mapa natin. But it turns out, dahil siguro Infernal Dragon to, the focus will still be in here. Really on the bot side part of the map. Especially, magiging malaking factor to later on kung gusto natin makakita ng nagwawala na lang na Ash dito. But, yeah, so far talagang kalmado yung mapa natin, no? Tahimik, parang wala lang yung game 1
Ayun.
tsaka game 2 o sa Hiris.
Oo, parang best of one talaga.
Oo.
Parehas na nag-reset ang kanilang pag-iisip. At syempre, nasabi mga ni Boss K dito na itong sila Boss Ashley i-infernal. Pero ang nakikita nating nanguna sa pwestuhan ang Oasis. Demasian standard, tamang warding lang at si Kuya Nogard naka-ready dito. At syempre tutusukin pa nga. So,
Oo.
hindi na face check itong si Kuya Ace no, napakaingat na ginagamit rin yung skills niya na pang check para lang siguraduhin hindi na siya masi-set upan.
Konting tusok muna dyan. And yeah, sobrang critical kasi nun special... kala ko nahuli. Hindi nahuli, sayang. Pero maganda yun
Nag-flash out.
Nag-flash out si Asira dito, as you can see. But ito, patience test ulit kung makikita natin dito. Again, usually, kung sino yung una nag-i-start, sila yung nalulugay kasi napopoke sila. Tapos, as you can see, bawas yung buhay ni Dragon dito,
Ops, teka, si Kuya
Ang tagal
Hayes.
magtinginan.
Gagamitan siya ng
Uy!
Chumps the Water at papasukin siya. Shuriken flip na may kasama flash. Meron nagtitik ang ignite. Gagamitin na doon. Pupunta pa rin na damage. Here comes the package. Pero si Kuya Ace, kailangan niya makatakas Haymaker. Pero lalayo muna sila habang si Kuya Nasjo ginamit ang Demasian Justice. At syempre, buo pa rin dito ang ibang miyembro ng Oasis at inahabol na ang Sunsparks and that cost them a lot. At syempre, Dragon sa kamay ng Oasis.
Oh no. Actually, to be honest, ang ganda na ng simula sana ng Sunsparks. Kasi una sa lahat, napopoke na nila yung mga members ng Oasis. Doon, nakapwesto na nga rin dun si Hayes, dun sa backline natin. Unfortunately nga, nakuha siya dun, na ignite pa. But, eto kasi, well, hindi, yung replay kasi medyo advanced. So, yung early kasi nito is, again, poke na yung mga HP bar dito ng side ng Oasis. Pero hindi agad, kumbaga, parang hinayaan pa ka ng hinayaan dito ng Sunsparks na, o sige, sige, mag-ano lang kayo, Dragon. Parang ang late. They could have like gone for that setup already or yung talagang i-punish nila habang nauubos na
lang,
yung
late.
skills nila dito sa Dragon. But for the meantime, bakbakan sila sa mapa.
Mukhang Oasis na nga ang nakakuha ng upper hand dito and the 4-man rotation. Oh my G, and syempre mananalify talaga itong Kunachi Ipo ni Kuya Nasjo dahil nga doon sa Sea Stone Trident na may kasamang Grievous Wound, pero we are grieving dahil nga tutumba din si Isela sa kamay ng Sunsparks.
Napakagandang exchange dito so far in terms of our turret, and nauna pa nga in fairness. Ang ganda kasi ng ult doon ng Crystal Arrow nitong si Konsi. Talagang swak na swak doon sa target nila sa baba ng mapa natin, allowing Ace in this camp to actually take the first turret of the game. So somehow medyo nakakabawi sila, but yun nga no, sobrang ang laking bagay din na nangyari dun sa ating Dragon side kanina. What more, nakuha pa rin yung Herald dito from the side of Oasis. Di pa nga nila ginamit dun sa top turret natin. So, later on, meron pa silang pang-pressure ulit sa laban. But, as you can see, hindi natin napaaga ng pagka-online itong si Ash. But meantime, sa taas.
Oh, grand challenge siya dito. Pero si Nasjo iipitin niya yung mark. Pero sapat nga ba yun? Dahil meron namang guillotine. Pero mukhang mamamarkahan rin yata si Kuya Ace dito. And Oasis in their own tempo. Mukhang nahihirapan ng Sunsparks ngayon
That's for sure. Because first of all, ibang game to, ibang laro talaga to. That's how I feel it. Hindi nag-workout so far yung Ash pick nila until maybe we find that late game na pinakahahanapin nila, no? But so far, Esila's doing a good job dun sa pag-push ng Torre natin. I think overall, walang na-punish din kasi yung Sunsparks in the early part of the game So, as you can see, malayang nakakaikot sa mapa si Esila, just like that.
Yes, and ito na yung moment na kailangan nating malaman kung kakayanin na ba ng Oasis. Kasi kung nakita natin ng first two games, yung tempo nasa side ng Sunsparks. This time, Oasis na ang may hawak ng lead. Sila na siya ang nagdidikta ng mga laban, and it feels like kinakukulangan dito sa setups ang Sunsparks. And even itong si Kuya Hayes, no, hindi pa natin nakikita yung full potential ng kanyang akali. The flanks are working well ng Game 1 and Game 2, pero upon acknowledging it, Oasis making sure na they turn and making sure that they return the favor dahil nga kung kanina ang kinakamp nyo si Kuya Isila, ngayon ang ikakamp mo naman si Kuya Nasjo. And di na siya makaka-survive another Noxian Guillotine para kay Kuya Isila.
Ang pagbawi ng naapi, Esila, binuli ng 2 beses sa previous games. Now, ito na ang pagbawi. At mukhang handang-handa na talaga i-claim ng Oasis dito yung gusto nilang victory. Kasi look at the gold lead ngayon. Ang laki ng difference. Even in the kill difference natin, kitang-kita. So, as you can see, in terms of team fights, hindi pa talaga makakapagsabayan dito ng palag-palagan.
Palaso.
Pero teka lang.
Uy, grabe naman, na-reposte pero hindi ma-repost ang perfect execution, but the shuriken flip isn't going to hit at si Kuya Nasjo. Aatras na lang, magpa-farm na lang din, currently sitting on a 0-4, but this will give them information na wala yung tank dito, na nag-recall si Kuya Hayes, and Dragon, hindi na siya matatakot dito at ginamit ang face break para maipit. At ginamit pa showstopper papasok, pero tinusok in the flash to apprehend para siguradong tutumba and Demon kahit na aggressive play that we are waiting. Rocket into the face na akala mo talagang sobrang sakit.
And then sana mga enchanted crystal arrow ni Ash, but I think that was another mistake na sinimulan ng Sunsparks, yung Dragon, with them in the disadvantage side. Again, hindi sila makapalag sa mga team fights natin. However, bakbakan dito sa baba ng mapa na no, just spoke lang. But yeah, this is basically, I could even call it, this could be already Oasis game. Sorry, pero like parang ang early kong sinabi yon. Primarily just because ang laki na ng gold gap and mahihirapan talaga dito makapwesto na si Hayes as well as Konsi in terms of the team fight. Sobrang mobile ng composition. Again, during the draft, we were also talking about, okay, ang daming flankers dito, may mga assassins and all that. So, delikado yung pwestuhan dito ni Konsi kahit gaano pa siya maging maingat sa magiging position niya. So, yeah, this is looking scary for Sunsparks. Siguro mistake na lang ng Oasis yung pwedeng makapagpabawi sa kanila dito. But I do admire their sense of play especially from the first two games that we've seen. But naiba lang yung ihip somehow ng hangin in this third game.
Yes, and sana nga no, mabago pa ito ng Sunsparks, pero dahil nga nabanggit mo madam na talagang Oasis is really in a good spot. Ito kasi yung mga most of the games na paglamang sila sinisigurado nilang hawak na nila, and kita mo naman si Isila, hindi na siya nagtrakot. Pero mukhang may ipit yata dito si Kuya Etap at the backup is here. Binalibag na nga siya dito, ginamit ang stasis, pero Rockets na naman sa mukha, and Ethic Nomad, hindi na siya matatakot dito. Lumilipad ang mga Rockets sa akala mo mala Houston. Here comes T-Mac na akala mo Mac 10 magpalipad ng mga bala at Gatling gun nga. Ito na si Hayes. Makakapaglinis pa nga siya. Ginamitan ng perfect execution with the perfect kill. Pero kailangan niya makatakas dito kay Kuya Nogard. Meron siyang dead man's blade. And you are chasing a dead man. Dahil nga si Kuya Hayes dito, magkakaroon pa ng barrier. Pero iniiba ang kwento. Iniiba ang pwestuhan and the outplay of the assassin. Pero sinuntok sa mukha. Tumumba, and even dito si Shelly ng headbutt pa.
Grabe namang manapak itong si Dragon, di ba? Support yan na dito sa ating game, pero ibang ibang level. Si Ora akala mo mababurst siya, no? But no, hindi siya the burst talaga dito ni Haze. First of all, of course, mas kulang dito. In terms of itemization, hindi pa ganun kasakit for him. But yeah, overall, this is just Oasis capitalizing their lead right now. Wala akong masabi because ang laki ng gap compared kanina, right? So nakikita natin games 14-3.
Yes.
This is
Oops.
just so different. And ang katilang din talaga dito. So Larry Charge Blade is there as well. Onto the Corky, and every time na pumipitik yung dating niya dito, tilod nito, ito na nga, nag-Valkyrie in na, talaga gustong manakit.
Oy, grabe naman si Kuya Isila. Talagang galit na galit, no? Sinubukan niya talagang maghabol doon. At ito na nga yung sinasabi natin na ang Oasis, pag nakuha nila yung lead, hindi na nila kayo bibigyan ng opening, hindi na nila kayo pahihingahin. And kita mo naman si Kuya Nasjo, kulang nga, sabi nga ni Spear, di ba? Kulang kasi wala yung Jonas Brothers. Kaya feeling ko sobrang hirap siya dito. At ayun na nga, na face breaker pero nagawang makalipad dahil nakapitan na ang flag and drag. This will be an easy baron sa kanila, and 20 seconds naman para sa Mountain Break. They are playing into the zone. Walang makakapasok dito. At decisive strike, Nasjo. Here comes the other backup dito. Papasok kaya, pero si Kuya Hayes namumula at taganan pa ng showstopper. And hindi na rin magagawa pa ng paraan dito dahil kahit sila Konsi kailangan umatras at si Edaf lang ang naging alay, but the baron in the hands of Oasis. Was na. O, teka lang. Nag-encore pa dito pero ginamitan na ng Grand Challenge, Rocket Belt at sinubukan pang atakin pero hindi na kailangan mag-apprehend, hindi na masyado mag-comprehend dahil nga napakasakit na dito sa damage, at even Nasjo paying that 0-6 dahil this is it. 19-4, and this might be it as Oasis will put the nail into the coffin sa kanila ang Game 3 at ang buong series.
This is a very convincing Game 3 win para sa side ng Team Oasis, to be honest. Ang napansin natin dito, no, so Sunsparks, they are very good in a particular lineup, in a particular draft. But tanggalin mo yon, nawawala sila. So I think that is what's lacking on the side of Sunsparks. And nakapitalize yon ng Oasis, them being flexible on the kind of play that they can do. We saw a set na nag-support, and to be honest, I feel like parang hindi siya support from that game. Para siyang bruiser din talaga na, okay, I'm gonna get a kill. He even managed to get a kill up against Hayes. So, this is amazing play na nakita natin for our third game. But then again, not discounting still Sunsparks because ang ganda ng pinakita nila, ng execution nila sa first and second game. But yun nga lang, limited kasi parang it's just on that particular kind of draft.
Yeah, and kaya naman pala Ivan yung Vayne. Kaya naman pala, di ba? Pero pinaabot pa ng Game 3. Ano ba, Oasis?
Ano ba yan?
Civil representative? Oh, come on. Hindi, joke lang. Ano naman, kaya naman talaga. And then, nag-step up din kasi talaga yung Sunsparks. I mean, to be honest, kahit sabihin mo they are excelling on a certain lineup, it means that progress is still progress. And at that point na meron na silang perfect lineup kay Vayne, they have those macro plays, they can be aggressive anytime. It means na kailangan lang nila ilipat sa ibang klaseng lineup yung ganun nila. And yun nga, na-expected na natin kanina, Kaysa, and ended up nga na last ban pa. Pero dahil ang dami pa ring opening and ang dami rin naman pwede pang mapili, but they opted for an Ashe. Medyo, and
Yeah.
kahit sabihin mo meron silang Ashe at saka Seraphine, parang hindi sila yung nag-dictate ng game eh. Hindi sila yung nagabol.
But it's not.
And what's worse about that is you have Etap na being caught out ng games 1 and 2, nagawa niyang, sabihin na nating, nagawa niyang
Is the-
i-deny yung mga long range na initiation dahil sa repost. At kita mo naman
Grabe,
dito,
oh.
no, ginawa ni
Oh.
Kuya Hayes lahat ng mga ninjutsu technique niya. Kaso di sapat eh. At ang ending, dinaganan lang siya sa huling teamfight na yun.
Pinapak-sapak lang din, grabe. Parang hindi parang hindi mo makikitang support tank lang talaga siya dun eh, no? So, very amazing play. Even I was thinking na, okay, ano ng calculation nito? Blah, 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 diba? But, you know, I think ito talaga yung pagkabisado mo yung champion. Alam mo kailan ka pa mag-go, kailan ka na mag-back. But then again, yeah, that was very convincing win by Team Oasis. They deserve the win. And ang ating magiging player of the game is gonna be Etaf once more.
Yes, kita mo naman ang KDA ni Kuya tough no, 79% kill participation at syempre ang kanyang mga damage bukod sa repost meron ka pang Zonya. So protect todong tunay. Kaya lumalakas ang loob, no? Kaya pwede sila mag-dive. Kaya after ng mga focus na ginawa ng Sunsparks against Oasis dito kay Kuya Etap, nagawa nilang linisin, nagawa nilang tapusin. And at that point, no, nakuha nila yung momentum na gusto nila. Kinda shifted doon pa lang sa part na binahayan nila si Kuya Nasjo, hindi na nila nasagot pa. Hindi na nakabawi itong Sunsparks. And I must say, no, talagang a big upgrade para dito sa Sunsparks, but still it is still a long shot para sa side nila dahil nga they are facing one of the top teams ng Philippines, which is Oasis.
Yes, that's so true. And I guess this is gonna be a reminder maybe na lang sa mga susunod pang mga kalaban ng Sunsparks. Alam na nila, you know, you just ban out the vein. I think that's gonna be the key if you want to stop Sunsparks from doing what they can. Pero of course, for the side of Sunsparks, in a matter of like 1 week pala, no? Yeah, because it's the last day for this week. So, within the week, kailangan na talaga mag-strategize ng bagong lineup in preparation for the next fight.
Yes, at syempre, yan na ang unang series. Tandaan nyo, napakainit na kagad unang series pa lang. Magkakaalaman tayo kung sino nga ba mananalo sa mga susunod na bakbakan. Mas madami pang sasabihin ng panel. Diyan lang kayo, magbabalik kami.
Bright as the sun in your eyes, feeling alright. I can't as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath.
Welcome back to the WCS PH, and we just witnessed a 2-1 in favor of Oasis against Sunspark, Potch Spice, Autolose, and Osiris, leading the panel desk here. Guys, what an intense game. Like, first game, Oasis, we thought was on the brink of like losing the first one, but then they came back, and they came back into full form. Autolose, give me your thoughts on the match we just watched.
Game number 1 felt like Oasis just was able to get to attack the weak point at the most important time.
Yes.
Sunsparks, again, I did say this during the watch party, their, I would say, decisiveness, they're all over, they're scattered, and I think, no, this is not that team fight. There was one team fight in where a few of their members were still going for the dragon while the others are trying to make some plays. Overall, my MVP for game number 1 was Dragon. His bubbles was very, very good. His Nami Wave, shout out to Vanny Bear for giving me that reference, was also so good. So, but for game number 2, it was Escilla just being bullied 4 times in a row, I feel. If I'm not mistaken here. Osiris, I know that you casted this game, but game number 3, yeah.
Really?
Reverse
Yeah.
Pro, right?
Yeah, and they just returned the favor after banking on mostly on Isilla. They did shut down the Garen, man. We saw Garen Espanto once again back onto the Rift. I mean, as much as he is being banned by the other teams, there are openings that we saw, and this is not the best moment for the Garen. Especially, I would like to acknowledge the draft of Oasis that they Sunsparks excels a lot on the late game with a Vayne or a possible Kaisa, but they did ban it on the last slot. And then they were able to pick the Fiora, and the Riposte plus the Zanyas can really stop an Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Encore. So most of those initiation coming in from Sunsparks has been completely negated, and they maximize or capitalize on taking down the Garen again and again to make sure that Isilla will pay back.
Yeah, and you said it best, like when we were talking in the break, that in the third match they banned the Vayne. It was kind of a hard situation for Oasis to come back from because it was pretty decisive in the third match. And now I have to ask you guys, like Sunsparks, you know what, the matches we've been seeing them, it's always going 2-1. Have they yet reached that limit yet, or do we still have to wait and see how if this is their final form?
The best part about Sunsparks is, again, they're already getting at least one game off of their opponent, and if everything went on script for them, I feel that game number 1 should have been a win for them, mainly because they had the more scaling composition, and they just had to wait it out. I mean, they just had to be decisive that if they're going to take the dragon, they're just going to take the dragon. That's it. No 50-50 or no clashes in where they have two different targets. This really lies on the communication, and I feel that needs to be fixed soon, as possible.
Oh yeah, we're done with the first round robin. You know what? They cannot afford any more points to lose. So let's actually head on over to our interview with Oasis Gaming, who, by the way, gentlemen, have a flawless weekend. We'll be talking to Isilla. He is waiting on the other line. There they are. Isilla, Oasis Gaming, congratulations. Hello.
Hello.
So first of all, congrats. So kayo, you guys had a flawless weekend. How will you guys celebrate?
Paano ba tayo mag-celebrate, boy? Lalaman ulit. Ulul ba?
Well, they're still gonna decide, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, decide pa. So we'll converse with the team. Let's talk to Osiris.
Yeah, why did you not ban Vayne on the second game?
Yung sa Vayne po kasi, napag-usapan naman po kasi namin ng mga team ko na ayun nga po kaya nila. Then, nung umabot po ng second game, parang sige, respect ba na lang namin to? respect ba na lang po namin. Kasi nakita rin naman po namin yung performance nila against TS nung last weekend, which is naging effective naman po sa kanila. Kaya it's okay na rin po na pinan namin yung third game.
Okay. Shoutouts to Coach Sixth for the good draft on Game 3, by the way. So yeah, congrats again on the win.
Thank you po.
Go for it.
Sila, 2 questions. Okay, kumusta yung pagiging balikbayan? We know that you are one of those Filipino players na na-import sa ibang liga. Ikaw isa sa mga una na na-import, kumbaga, diba? So, anong experience ma-import, pare?
Goods din po kasi syempre iba pong language yung ginagamit po namin doon. Tapos natuto rin po sa kanila na yung language po na, tapos yung mga traditional cheats nila. Especially po yung Berjaya Dragons.
Sino pinaka-favorite mong kasama sa mga foreigners na naging tropahan mo sa
Parang kilala ko na yan.
si Sagi.
Yeah.
Ayun na nga.
Apports.
Apports po yan.
Tinuturuan mo nga daw ng mga kung ano-anong salita eh. Naku,
Hindi po. Siya po yung tuturo sa akin.
Okay. Well, anyway, congratulations Cecilia. Good job, Poch.
Yeah, Isilla, congratulations. Congratulations to everyone in Oasis Gaming. Do you have any shoutouts or messages?
Shoutout po sa boss namin, si Ma'am Ara po. Tapos yung bumubuo po ng Oasis. Tapos sa parents po namin na nanonood. Tapos ayun nga po yung shoutout rin kay Abby, yung tumulong po sa amin nung Sibol. Si Mayora.
Oh, yeah.
Mayora.
Otto.
Isilla, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you po.
Go. Sige. Thank you, Oasis Gaming, for the time and the interview. And can't wait to see you guys next week.
Good ka, Otto.
Yeah. Thank you po.
It's part of the package, you know.
Yeah, bro. It's the auto lose prediction. So
yeah.
Always being screen capped, being tagged. But hey, so far we got our predictions correct. Maybe the 2-0 was a big estimate, but 2-1 not so bad. We're still at 0 here in the panel desk. Auto lose. What is with this? Is the curse? This is the panel desk curse. We've been getting our predictions wrong this entire weekend so far. But Osiris might change it around. What do you think?
Yeah, we need a stronger curse. Now that Osiris is here, I think we're in good hands.
More consequences coming from me. So yeah.
Oh no, Osiris. I'm a little scared because we kind of agreed in this next game that we're about to see,
Oh.
but I'm not sure. If you didn't know, guys, if you're just joining us now, the panel desk consequence is Pulveron or Skyflakes or Cracker casting. So, Osai, I'm really scared for you because you'll be casting a game, but you'll have to eat a Pulveron or something. So we'll look
Yeah.
forward to that. But ladies and gentlemen, let's head into our series number 2. We got Team Secret versus RRQ. And Osiris, I know you want to lead this in talking about the Team Secret. What do we need to know about Team Secret right now in the stage of WCS?
Team Secret. Yeah, I mean, one of the best teams that we knew way back then. Well, up until now. But it feels like they are looking on a rough start, but a stronger start right now. So I would like to point out that they really did well on the second round. Robin, they won from behind against the UDG, and it explains a lot that they are still the team to beat. And everyone right now is really working well. Although Tatsuri, the hitman, we didn't saw him much on the Zed and Katarina, but what we loved is that we saw him on an Ari. So at that point, he's back on an assassin, but a bit of a different assassin type. And Chewie going back on the traditional Varys. It was them who's looking for those fights. It was them who's making sure that everyone can still be activated at the exact moment when needed.
Yeah, that's definitely something to look forward to. But let's head on over to our player highlight, which is the aforementioned Chewie. Was numerous player of the games. How do you think he's going to fare coming into this match against RRQ, since it is a rematch and they did 2-0 them in the first meeting?
And yeah, I mean, I understand that right now Chewie doesn't really play mostly on his Varys. It was currently sitting on the third pick, but on that Lux, he is exceptional. They are getting those catches. They're making sure that the pick of comp from their lineup will really pave the way to have Rocks on his chain warded, and the power duo is completely making sure that they need to do their task. As for Chewie, one of the consistent players right here at Team Secret, definitely a player to watch out. He might be going back on the Varys, or might be surprising us with a different champion. Especially that right now we are getting the glimpse of going back to those traditional marksmen.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see what Chewie can flex and what else they have to bring to the table, because I have yet to see that if they're in playoff forms. But let's move on to RRQ. Autolose. How do we see this matchup happening?
Against Team Secret, or do we just talk about RRQ? Because if we talk about RRQ and off stream, we talked about anime references. I call them Master Buten just
There
because
we
of
go.
their age. But still very effective, right? I mean, Master Roshi could still blind you, and that's the thing about RRQ. What I love about this org is, first, this is the matchup that we have right now are two of the international orgs that are currently supporting Filipino teams right now. Remember, RRQ is an Indo org. And the first time that we talked to them, there was a hashtag that was built, the hashtag Alagang RRQ, right? They have a very good coach in Coach Kaigu. They even have Three Fingers now, a very, very formidable manager in Kingmaker. Plus the experience that we already have here in Exosen and the rest of the squad. Even Marky also has a lot of years in experience. So this is really, last time that they met, it was a clear 2-0 for Team Secret. And I did say this prior to their first matchup. This is the big test for RRQ. I know that during the preseason, they planned specifically for Team Secret, because
Right.
Team Secret was the team to beat. Team Secret
Yeah.
was the champion. And with all the movements right now that is happening, one of the players that really did sacrifice a lot, I believe, is Marky and the Dragon Lane, often overshadowed by the star players, teammates that he has. He's a very solid Dragon Laner to a point that he has partnered with 4 different supports
Yeah.
already, and still able to maintain, a decent amount of damage output. I feel, Marky is one of the more underrated Dragon Laners that we have. Looking at his KDA, 6.13, that's actually it's actually very good for Dragon laners, and you could see that the champions that he's been tasked to choose is the Ashe, the Brand, the Locke. So no Kai'Sa as of yet, which is one of the main champions that we highlighted Marky with before. But we will see. Maybe this is a time that we will see Marky
Yeah.
on that Kai'Sa.
Not
Hopefully.
even a Ziggs. They are respecting that he is one of the holder from the leaderboard, so we don't really see him handling it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So a lot to look forward to if it so chooses when it comes to the picks and bans. But let's move on over to the head-to-head. This is what I was talking about in terms of the stylistics, how the matchup is going to fare. Chewy and Marky. Here we have the stats. Autolose. You want to break this one down?
Both of them are very underrated, I feel. Both of them are tasked to just dish out the damage from a distance. Feel that they are okay in sacrificing the kills count and in place of, being consistent damage output. So I believe, this is actually a very good matchup, mainly because they have the same playstyle. They will play the Varus if needed, they will play the Ziggs if needed, and would even go for Lux. How about you, Osiris? What's your take on this one?
They are sharing one champion only, which is the Lux. And the Varus player is mostly on a Chewy, and the Kai'Sa would be on Marky. So it feels like even on the traditional marksman, they're not going to, to take everyone's out or you're going to steal those picks. But what we see right now on KDA 6.13 for Marky is for the reason that Helios is mostly playing on those setups. And I believe that he is playing on a set, not entirely being opened on those assassins. That's why Marky is the one who's getting the kills. But as for Chewy, upon playing on the Varus, Ashe, and then Lux, he is mostly leaning on the utilities, on the slow, on the let's say the binding, and then the chains of corruption, going for the poke, and there's a different person who's going to put the nail into the coffin. And I think that's the reason why KDA wise it's a bit different, but the DPM is there for the reason that the piercing arrows pierced a lot way back into the back line, and the kill participation is fairly the same for the reason that they are also team centric type of marksmen.
Oh yeah, as it shows the numbers, yeah, consistent damage contributors. Hopefully, you know what, we did say that they have been a little overshadowed, but maybe they'll be popping off in this match.
Yeah.
And this is the match to look out for. We built it up at the start that one of them is gonna have to break away from the tie that's at four, at the sixth spot, because it's 4-4 each. Oasis already staked the claim; they moved up, so now it's just these two that are tied up. And I don't know. Mika did say yesterday she was losing faith, but suddenly Team Secret won. That's bad. I don't
So
know.
let's
But whenever
ask-
she loses the faith, Team Secret just proves the doubters wrong. So I'm gonna start this predictions off. I'm gonna go with Team Secret here. I think that their victory yesterday, they're gonna ride on that momentum. I know RRQ has been leveling up as of late, but I'll go with Team Secret. I have a good feeling about this. I'm just going by gut. How about you, Osiris?
I'll go with Team Secret. I
Why?
am doubting this team ever since last year. Even tried to put them onto the curse, but they always proved me wrong. And I would really love to see Rox going back to his Thresh if this will not be banned. But I saw one status of Coach Kaigu always ban Thresh. So I'm in the idea that we're
That's
not going
not
to see the
going
Chain
to be
Warden
left open.
once again. But the main reason I'm not voting for this is because of Kingmaker. Ang lakas ko sa'yo, ang lakas mo sa akin, pero ang hina ko sa'yo. Because I don't have any
okay.
jersey. How,
There
how
we
in
go.
the world
Oh.
that we know for how
Oh.
many years, I guess? Then I don't have the jersey. No, I'm just kidding. I mean,
Call
RRQ,
out.
it's a Team Secret momentum. I believe in Poch as also that it's going to be how well that they are disciplined right now, and if they're going to stick with their own guns, this is definitely their game.
Okay, you mentioned Jersey. I have to throw it to Autoloose because I don't know if his
The owner.
reasoning.
I already
Autoloose-
have a jersey, so
Yeah, so
that's good for 2 votes in 1 week, my friends. So that will be for me. I still believe in the in the new dimension, the new roster, and if there is
Yeah.
one player that I fully trust that could go to toe to toe against Tatsuri, that's going to be Helios. Again, Marky, looking at the KDA stats, very safe in the back lines. that is actually already putting into consideration or taking into consideration how flashy he is. You know, he will flash for the kills, and yet he could still maintain a very high KDA. So that just goes to show that Marky knows his role very well. Now, the very big question mark is going to be our friend Exosen in the support.
Right.
Both of them are very new in this team. Rox, new. Exosen, new as a support. So let's ban Thresh and take that away from Rox. Let's not do the same mistake that UDG did yesterday. All right,
Right.
RQ. All right, that's my guess. My prediction is RQ.
RQ, ladies and gentlemen, for auto lose, for me and Osiris, it's both Team Secret. What do you guys think? Use the hashtag WCS or WCSPH or Wildrift Championship C to let your thoughts be known. I know that auto lose, you did bring the Master Buten, also the Master Roshi reference and RRQ.
Yeah.
Osiris, you want to respond to that? If
What's the anime?
RRQ,
Anime.
what's the anime that Team Secret is representing now?
Well, Team Secret as the kings that needs to go back as a king. I mean, I'm not sure. It feels like they're Samurai X. It's Kenshin Humura who needs to go Batusai again.
Oh, okay.
Ah,
I like that. I like that.
okay.
Nice one.
schemes.
You know, Dull Blade,
Dull Blade, yeah. Let's see if it
yeah.
works. Putting some limiters on. Yeah, we were talking about these anime references, but now we can't because Osiris is here. So this is gonna be good. I can't wait for more. I actually thought it would be more of My Hero Academia, All Might passing everything on to Rox, being Deku
Well, to be
and all
honest,
that.
that's a really good point as well, especially right now that Team Secret, or let's say, there's so many doubters of Rox, but he is not to be questioned a lot because he has been answering your calls
Yes,
again and
he has
again.
been.
He is doing those playmakers, and even the Thresh that's being opened, he did deliver, and there's a big reason why it comes to the name of Rox. You know, the Thresh is synonym for him.
Fresh Prince.
Identity.
So,
For his
I also
identity.
would like to shout
for
out
it.
a couple of people. One
Yeah,
is
go,
the graphic designer for Team Secret.
Oh,
Very,
yeah.
very good.
So
I think
good.
that their poster right now in their social media is they'll go for the head of the king. So,
Wow.
yeah, they could really go for the head.
Well, that's good.
Interesting.
As I always say, if you come after the king, you better not miss. So I
Miss.
hope they shoot their shot and not miss it at all. Because RRQ, yeah, they did go through a rough patch yesterday. So it's RRQ. They are definitely one of the teams to look out for. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you guys want to join us, we are at the PPGL Discord. We are having a watch party there. I'm sure this one would be a barn burner. But let's head into the match between Team Secret and RRQ. Casters, take it away.
Team Secret versus RRQ. Kami ang magiging shoutcaster nyo para sa second series ng ating Week 3, Day 3 dito sa WCSPH. Yasimyo nga po pala, kasama ko dito si Madam Kaysaya, and I hope handa na kayo sa muling paghaharap nitong dalawang to. Madam Kaysaya, kanino nga dito?
Yan yung
Ang
tanong
hirap
na
eh, no?
Oo, mahirap talaga. Actually, nung nalaman ko palang yung schedule na to, na dito ako magkakasin, okay, isipin ko na ha, wait
Oh
lang.
my God,
Medyo mahirap
ang hirap
kasi
pumili.
ang RR, nakita natin pareho silang shaky-shaky nga, di ba? Pareho silang 4-4 nga yung standing sa ngayon. So, ang hirap sabihin kasi even dun sa mga, like, sabihin na natin mga underdog teams natin, kanina Sunsparks, they did a good job actually in potentially having that 2-0 win sana if not for their mistake. So, nakikita mo may bawat actually araw na eh. Bawat araw may gustong ilabas yung mga team. So, I don't know kung pwede ba mag-abstain na lang sa vote ng una? Pwede ba? Pwede ba
Pass.
tayo kasali sa
That's a great
doon na lang sa
question,
draft
pero pass.
siguro. Oo. Doon na lang siguro sa draft pag may nakita na
Yeah,
tayo. So,
yeah.
kasi parang pantay eh.
Yeah, actually halos lahat ng team ngayon pantay-pantay eh. So hindi mo masasabi. Gaya ng Sunsparks kanina, no, palong-palupa din sila. Even though nasa bottom rank sila ngayon and sila yung may potentialing malaglag kasama ng Cerebrum, no. But they are still fighting. Etong TS and RRQ, though kinda safe, pero you can't be too, di ba, confident na safe ka na talaga. But TS and RRQ, last time na nagharap sila, if I'm not mistaken, RRQ, yung nanalo on this series against TS dito. Kung di ako nagkakamali, madam, no? But we'll see. RRQ, first pick sila dito. Team Secret, we have the first 2 picks. Tignan natin. Kasi RRQ still respect banning etong si Tresh. Never gonna let you out again. Minsan na lang makalabas tong Tresh ni Rox eh. Pero ang kagandahan din sa side ng Team Secret, parang hindi sila nagpapabait. Kumbaga, it depends pa din on the situation eh. Kasi last time, they even lost kahit may Tresh sila. But this time, no, Team Secret, nanunumbalik. O, di ba? Ang lalim ng Pilipinas. Nanunumbalik ang kanilang mga alindog kung saan natin nakilala ang Team Secret dito. Organized, well-disciplined, and they know kung sino yung tatargetin para maging winnable na talaga yung kanilang game dito. And you see, for draft natin, nakalabas nga, ito si paring Renekton, labas din si Garen, si Darius, yung mga Brusco Bros natin na makukunat na frontliner. And ikaw, madam, ano masasabi mo sa unang pick natin and might be sa mga bans din?
Oh, yes. Dito, well, binanggit ng mga panelists natin, nag-post pala dyan si Kaigo na, oh, sige, ito na, ibaba natin, trash ban agad, no questions asked. And I was actually thinking na, meron kayang i-prepare agad dito na pick or given that information already na ito nga yung unang ibaban, meron na kaya agad silang lane na nakahanda given that information already. But kasi respectable naman din talaga. Nakita natin I think kahapon yun na kung saan iba yung laruan nitong si Rox kapag naka-trash siya, di ba?
Yep.
But yeah, we're seeing a priority on the assassins in here para sa side ng TS. Not usually we would see kasi usually Baron eh. Di ba yung nakikita natin Darius, mga open pa dito, Garen maybe. But now this time, it's gonna be something different. Mukhang may gustong bagong ilabas ang Team Secret ngayon up against RRQ.
Yeah, and I guess hindi naman sila nagmamadali na kumuha ng Baron lane dito kasi meron pa naman tayo mga susunod na pick. Since meron ng Baron lane agad dito yung side ng RRQ in the form of Renekton nga, and this might be a mid lane na Riven na pinik nila kasi alam naman natin, Helios. Maganda ang record niyan on that Riven para kay Helios dito, and they will have that Galio. O nga naman, kasi first 3 picks dito ng RRQ, halasugod, ganun ang kanilang draft dito. Kumbaga, sa frontline, mga Kunachi. Well, given na meron kasing Zed dito, yung side ng Team Secret, denying the existence of this assassin, para nga naman hindi sila susceptible masyado sa one Deathmark combo neto ni Zed. And gaya nga sabi ko kanina, meron pa naman silang isang pick dito for the side ng Team Secret. So open pa. Etong si Garen yung kinuha nila, hindi si Darius. I think, either way, parehas naman silang dagang worth it ipangharap dito, right?
Yes, halos pare-pareho lang is now magkambaga skills na lang basically or abilities na lang yung main differences nila dun eh. Power spike nasa mid to late definitely, but in terms of soaking in damage, halos pareho lang din, more na sustain talaga yung pwede kang haharap dito. For the side of TS, nakikita natin they already opted for a quite flexible type of lineup kasi meron na silang pang split push dito, meron silang pang flank, meron silang pang poke and range as well. So, in a way, balance na agad yung TS sa first 3 picks pa lang na nakikita natin dito. But at the same time, given na may Galio dito sa pick ng RRQ, we might potentially, remember, we still have the Camille. I wonder if that's gonna be put in the jungle or maybe si Chaz na dito, rather si Riven na yung magiging jungle, or maybe they're gonna get another setter. Well, pwede na rin naman si Renekton, but you can see in this lineup, they really would wanna offer team fight-based composition agad.
Yeah. Pero ito ban nga pala si Camille, madam, no? Kasi narinig ko na Camille. Pero ito,
ayun pala.
Ban si Camille. And Team Secret, meron pa nga, nakikita ko kanina, walang Lee ban. So, they could go for a Lee ban nga for the side of Team Secret dito. And ito, gaya ng sinabi ng panel natin, yung both na mga ADC natin dito, or sabihin natin, bago na ngayon, mga APC, dahil yan ang uso ngayon yan ang meta ngayon. They both roll etong si Lux, but since nauna na ngang mag-pick yung Team Secret dito ng Ziggs kanina, so Lux is open for the RRQ. Ang kulang na lang dito sa side ng Team Secret is yung champion neto ni Rox na mamaya makikita natin, no? Meron pa, binan din yung Rakan niya dito and wala din yung Galio niya kasi na-counterpick din dito ng side ng RRQ. They could go for an Enchanter support, a Nami. So far, ano pa ba yung mga nakita nating mga champions na gamit ni Rox dito aside from Seth, Yumi, Alistar. Actually, si Rox is good sa Alistar. It's been a while since nakita natin yung Alistar dito ni Rox, and I think this is a good pick. Balagbagan portion yung labanan kasi dito, I mean yung draft dito ng RRQ. So medyo sasagutin nila din ng balagbagan portion na may kasamang flank and a preheating Ziggs dito. Pero tingnan natin, no, maganda sa imagination yung kanilang draft. Pero the execution, dun pa rin natin makikita yan.
And tinitignan ko dito, no, so since we see Graves peak on the side of RRQ, most likely yung Graves na dito yung jungle, we might potentially have an magkasama dito sa duo lane. Pwede kasi itong si Lux and Galio yan. And maybe either itong, ayan, ito nakita na natin, Exosense gonna be the support, Marky as the APC, and si Chaz, Helios will go into the mid lane. So, in terms of the matchup, makikita natin yan. If we take a look at the bot side, or rather sa duo lane natin, I'm gonna give the slight advantage onto RRQ because of the pokes. Mas, of course, lamang dito si Exos, and because the Galio, with the range that he has, definitely mas hindi siya madaling mababawasan ng buhay. But, yeah, overall, I think tricky situation to. Pero mas maraming mas pagpipilian na play for the side of Team Secret, as I would say.
Yeah, tama ka doon, madam, no? Sa draft ng Team Secret dito, kailangan i-watch out ng RRQ yung early potential na rotate coming from the side ng Team Secret. Lalo na kapag ka nag-online yung ultimate dito ng isang Nirox. Dahil, alam mo, maganda tumalon ang isang baka kapag ka naka-unbreakable, naka-ulti itong kanyang baka dito. Even the tower dive, wala siyang sasantuhin. So, kailangan mag-ingat ng RRQ sa mga ganong intro ng side ng Team Secret if ever. Kasi meron silang flanker, meron silang mabilis din mag-rotate in the form of Lizzie na jungler dito. And si Azar, hindi siya sasali agad sa teamfight. Same with Devil J din naman, unless this is going to be a dragon take or a referral take later on. Pero as you see, no, parehas lang silang hindi pa magkakaroon ng early balugbugan. Kumbaga, tansyahan pa lang to eh. Aside sa top lane, no? Kasi nabubugbog si Azar! Flash out! Flash in naman si Devil J, pero Azar barely breathing. 1 HP and a dream.
Naka-ignite na nga dun. Akala ko mawawala na dun si Devil J. Pero gulatan factor yun, ha. I feel like for both of our junglers, though, they're gonna be punishing this lane sa top side natin. Primarily because medyo mahirap gawan ng play sa baba ng mapa natin. Most especially in here, ang dami pwedeng gawin ng baka, as well as itong si Galio. What? Darius? Gallios? Nagsama na. Nagsama na. Pero, yeah, I think the focus will be on the top side kung saan either, kung sino man ma-empower lang. Most especially Renekton na, since namin yung pwedeng magawa dito as a setter. But, yeah, as you can see, the play really is going on to the top side because the rotation is coming in there.
Yeah, and ito na nga, no, nasa buntot neto ni Trevor yung dalawa ng side ng RRQ. And tamang backawin na yun kay Trevor kasi madedelicate siya dun eh. Tatlo yung pwedeng kumana sa kanya. Nandito si Helios, nandito si Chaz. So, give up niya na din yung sinimulan niya na scuttler dito. Pero okay lang. Makukuha naman din nila yung bottom na scuttler dito. And first dragon natin is going to be Infernal. Napapansin ko kahapon pa tong Infernal na to up until now lagi silang lagi siyang first dragon.
Ang natatama yata sa Kasmo, Yasumi.
Oo natatama. Lagi Infernal Ako po ang tagapagsama ng Infernal Drake.
Oo, si Yasumi na yun, di ba? Kung gusto nyo na mag-request kayo sa ating mga lops, kung gusto nyo ng
First Dragon
Infernal, si Yasumi yung
I'm one call away. Let's go.
Yes. So, summon mo yan, Yasu. Pero yeah, going back into the game, kalmado ang lahat so far. Knowing na yung prinayo dito ng Graves is yung top scuttler, we could say na pwedeng ito talaga yung side na unahin nila or other information. But, 50-50 kasi nakita natin, yes, aggressive maglaro itong si Devil J up against Azar's Garen. But, iba kasi yung naging play kanina, kamuntikan pa si Devil J yung halos mamatay, right?
Yeah, and well, ang kagandahan din naman doon para kay Azar kanina is parehas na burn yung kanilang mga summoner spells dito. And nakasurvive pa din naman siya. Up until now, 3 minutes, wala pa tayong first blood. And less than a minute, magre-respond na yung ating dragon and the Reef Herald. And it seems like nagsiset up na rin sila ng mga stages. And probably at this point, magsisimula na silang mag-reset or at least pumake off ng isa. Si Chewie dito, level 5. Yeah, kaka-level 5 lang dito ni Exosen. Sakto lang sa pagdating ng Drake at Reef Herald natin later on. And ito na nga yung reset na hinahanap natin. Everyone is already level 5. So, I'm expecting na hindi mo nagagalaw yung mga Baron laner natin dito unless they really have to or talagang committed sila. Kunyari, pumunta sa Dragon dito and to take the Dragon. Pero at this situation, I think magkakanya-kanya sila munang target. So, si Team Secret, pupunta sila ng Reef Herald dito while mas malapit itong si Chaz on that Dragon sa may bottom.
Walang CCTV dito si Devil J, malapit
Oo,
sa kanya,
oo.
delikado to.
Pero ito, nag-flash away na siya. Nakaramdam na rin siya with the Dominus. Hindi na siya makakasurvive doon dahil 3 Brusco Bros yung humabol sa kanya. I think hindi na nga nakaabot doon si Rox di ba?
Oo, sayang di nyo ako binigyan ng assist, pero sige, okay lang.
Okay lang. Actually, sa kill.
Kill is a kill.
Actually, naka-assist pala siya doon. Madama yun.
Naka-assist ba?
Meron.
Oo nga, no? Oh, yan.
Oy,
Siguro
mukhang
na-heal. Baka na-heal siguro ng passive niya.
Yep,
But then again, makikita natin dito for the Gar. Uy, teka
Oo,
lang.
invite muna tayo dito sa may referral
invite
natin.
muna.
Medyo na-pushback lang dito si Exosin with the satchel coming from Chewy. Pero hindi pa din tinutuluyan ng Team Secret dito yung referral. Smoke out pa nila yung taasan yung location ng ibang RRQ pero na-smoke away etong si Trevor. And naagaw pa nga ng RRQ with the hero's entrance coming in. Galing kay Exosin dito, namatay man siya. Pero andito pa din yung side ng Team Secret na low health sila. Pero final spark, naku po, naging final moment sa kasangga niya yun para dito kay Marky. Marky siya na lang matitira pero that's gonna be a quadra kill galing kay Chewy because yung kanyang bouncing baby bombs is just too much for RRQ to handle. And okay lang, Rip Herald, no problem. Team Ace
But
naman,
man,
nakapalit.
kahit na kasi quadra rin to eh. Ay, yeah. Nakakuha pala is RRQ, right? So yeah, sige, sa inyo na yan, pero sa amin ang quadra kill. So mapapansin natin dito, most likely ang Team Secret maglalaro na talaga as to where Chewy is, kung nasaan yung Ziggs. And do take note, makunachi na rin dito si Azara dahil bumuo na rin talaga siya dito agad ng Bramble Vest. Inuna niya pa nga yan just to stop Devil J in soaking in so much damage and ma-stop yung mga healing galing niya dito later on if in case team fight happens. So, yeah, actually, doon sa fight na yon, yes, maganda yung naging biglang atake or abante ng RRQ, but yung nangyari dito, microplay na, difference na agad sa microplay kasi naka-free si Chewy.
Yeah, naka-preheat nga lang din dito talaga itong si pare nung Chewy. And medyo natagalan tayo no sa final spark dito ni Marky kahit sama-sama na dun sa may loob mismo ng pit yung side ng Team Secret. Yes, nawala si Trevor pero yun nga, ang nabawi ng Team Secret dito is for casualty away from the side of RRQ. And RRQ doesn't seem to be interested sa pag-contest ng Dragon dito. Instead, they will lose itong si Devil J with the MIB and they will fail to even push yung ating tower sa may top lane na side ng Team Secret. Pero si Helios, nagtatry lang naman siya manggulo dito. Napatay niya naman dito si Trevor kahit papano pero hindi niya na nakuha yung Dragon. And a double kill pa nga kasi even si Azar, na-Azar niya doon. Pero na-root and hindi na nakagalaw si parin yung Chewy by Marky with the help of Exosen. RRQ, mukhang bumabawi dito talaga.
Oo.
Talagang pantay eh. Ang hirap sabihin kung sinong lamang eh.
Oo, sa true lang. Kamuti ka pa, kinabahan ako dito sa final spark nitong si Marky. Akala ko aabot dun sa Dragon. Pero buti na lang na smite din
Too
dito
close
ni
for
Trevor.
comfort.
No? Oo, too close na talaga. Pero yun nga, unfortunately hindi nakakuha ang Team Secret ng torre dun sa taas na mapa. But actually, well, same lang din naman sila. Ang Heraldo na bagsak na, no? Nalapag na rin pala. So, well, defense, I guess, coming from Azar in here onto the top side. But the Ludens Echo itemization here coming sa ating mga APC, nandyan na rin to deal additional damage. So you can see, Yumus, pero teka lang.
Yep, masyadong malalim kasi
Bye.
Helios ha. Pero may tropa naman kasi siya dun eh, kaya siya nagmamatabang. Even though walang vision dito yung side ng Team Secret at the bottom lane, nararamdaman nila, depende sa tapang. Pero ito, Devil J flashing away to safety and kasama pa nga ng Dominus niya, pang takbo lang, at least hindi siya mapapatay doon at papipick up ng side ng Team Secret. Meanwhile at the bottom lane again, malalim na dito si Exosen, low health na rin siya, MIB, tatama sa isa, pero si Chaz, Stacy sagad, ang kanyang binira, pero mapapatay pa din nila dito. In exchange ito si Tatsuri, nakasama pa dito si Exosen, nakapalit ang kanyang buhay, pero buhay pa at malaki pa ang HP dito na natitira para kay Kuya niyo Chewy. Marky nananakbo, kasama dito si Chaz, nabundol na nga ng baka dito, pero sabi niya, ikaw ang magiging sanggupsal dito, pero joke lang po, dahil andun pa si Chewy to end the life netong isa sa side ng RRQ. And wait, there's more dahil Trevor giving trouble dun sa kalaban nila, pero at the same time, yung ating lifeguard, siya yung kumuha ng buhay dito ni Trevor.
Ang dami ng exchange of kills dun, parang mga audition moments din yun eh. Pero
Oo,
then again, kahit
audition, lali moments.
Oo. Pero kahit na nakakuha na ng isang death dito si Chewie, makikita mo na ang sakit niya pa rin eh, no?
Yep.
Grabe pumuputok lahat ng bomba niya dito. But yeah, this is so interesting din to look at kasi wala sa mga side laners natin na gusto magbigay ng tore. At this
Oo.
point in time, usually kasi nakakita tayo ng mga game na may mga first turret na, most especially pag may nakakontest na Herald, but this time, wala talagang may gusto. But
Mhm.
in the meantime, makikita natin, ang kati rin eh, no, nitong Lux ni Marky.
Yeah.
Kasi every time there's the light binding na mag-connect, tapos susundan mo si Exosen dito with the backup as well.
Mhm.
Later on, I just can't wait to see kung nandyan na itong itemization, Abyssal Mask coming from Exosen if in case they
Ako,
wanna
malamok.
amplify itong damage nitong si Marky. But meantime,
Yep, nag-hero feral dito yung side ng Team Secret pero hindi sila nag-reward. Pero you see, nagkakasalpungan sila MIB, sumulit sa isa para kay Chaz. Pero si Chaz, low on HP, buhay na buhay dito sa side ng Team Secret. Dominus coming from Devil J. Pinagkakaltukan ito si Tatsuri. Tatsuri daw with the death mark, Trevor to finish the job. Pero sa may bandang likod, meron tayong Dimension Justice dito ending the life of Exosen. Pero wait, there's more kasi naipit din itong si Riven in the hands of Helios. And tatlo ang casualty na nawala sa side ng RRQ. And Rip Herald natin, mapupunta pa sa side ng Team Secret. Sila na yung may vision, pero sila pa yung natalo na. Kung naabutan din si
shields.
Marky. Marky,
Oh.
papi, nayatap. Chi.
Tarp talaga, men. Kasi, to be honest, the moment na nakakuha ng quadra kill si Chewie, halos yun eh. Unless they keep on punishing this Chewie guy. But right now, they're having a problem with regards to executing that. First of all, I think, yun nga, because there's a ban on the Camille, or any, maybe, kahit sabihin na natin, anything na pwedeng mas okay pa na i-combo with the Galio, like Jarvan, right? So, in order to find that setup. Ngayon, wala eh, light binding lang. Kumbaga, sige, light binding ni Marky, then sige, papasok dito si Exosen. But no, that's not what we see. Nagiging damage soaker lang dito si Exosen, which is I think hindi na utilize yung kaya niya rin gawin in terms of giving surprises and giving those backups.
Yeah, tama ka doon, madam. And at the same time, no, on that team fight, dalawa nga pala yung nakalagay na wards, aggressive wards ng Team Secret. So, kahit anong gawing move ng RRQ doon, kita ng Team Secret on that choke point. Kaya napasukan din nila at na-box out yung ibang natira doon sa may bandang likod. Pero mukhang magkakaroon ulit tayo ng contest on that Dragon. Of course, this is the Cloud Drake as of now na sinisimula ng Team Secret. Pero not fully committed. Pumasok na naman dito yung dalawa sa side ng Team Secret. Helios in and Chaz in. MIB will be there. Hindi nga lang nasa lidol yung dalawa. Pero yung turret, nakabasag pa ng turret kasama ng referral sa may bottom lane, pero mapapabasag din sila kay Helios dito, which is susunod na sa listahan itong si Parin yung Chaz. And mukhang umahabol pa dito si Rox. Ang tapang na ni Rox, man. Stasis, pampatagal lang, pero you're a gunner para kay Marky na hindi na nag-connect yung kanyang light binding habang si Trevor destroying the life din ni Exosen no nasa likod.
We call it, this is Team Secret's game already. Kasi
Yeah.
hindi nila na-punish eh, si Ziggs nung nakuha niya yung quadra kill.
Aha.
Look at this one. And look at this. Well protected si Chewie, not just ni Rox, but also Azar. You will see him every time someone tries to go into the backline para kuhain itong si Chewie. Wala. Hindi sila makapasok because Azar is there, Rox is there, and ang hirap puntahan. Because first and foremost, wala silang flanker. Yes,
Nako,
they
nako.
have
Oh
Helios.
my God, Trevor!
Oh my, sayang.
Don't
Yeah.
touch me. Then.
Yeah, they have
Can't touch me.
Riven, they have Helios to maybe go for that flank on Chewie, but it just can't happen. Ang hirap with a Brusco na naka-bodyguard dito kay
Oo.
Chewie.
Yeah, pandaming mga Brusco bros. And Tatsuri hindi niya naman talaga kailangan ng bodyguard dito eh. Kasi alam naman natin,
Yeah.
ang mobility ng isang Z, di ba? So, kailangan niya lang maibato din yung death mark niya. Yes, may mga stasis dito, yung side ng RRQ. Kita mo, pati si Riven. Pati si Helios, napa-stasis na rin dito kasi hindi niya na kinakaya yung power combo din ng stasis dito. I mean, ang death mark dito ni Tatsuri, no? Pero still, Team Secret, tama ka dun, madam. This might be the game for Team Secret kasi nasa kanila yung ball game as of now. In terms of the economy natin, number of kills, turret takedowns, lamang na lamang sila dito. And mind you, madami yung referral kanina. Medyo na, I think nakaabot din siya sa may inhibitor sa baba eh. Kasi habang
Layo ng
nagdidigmaan
narating.
sila sa Dragon, nagpupush yung referral. Sabi nung referral ng TS dito, sige, kaya nyo na yan. Ako lang bahala dito. Parang naging 6v5 yung labanan natin. And yun,
6v5 ng
RRQ,
Eagles.
if they lost a team fight, ako po, naligaw ng landa si Exosin. Anong binisita mo? Amin na to. Wala nang nagawa si paring Exo doon, madam.
Yan ang laking bagay din nung Airy at na kay Chewy. Nakita natin nag-final spark si Marky on to 3 targets pero halos kiliti lang. Halos naging kiliti lang because of the shielding na binigay nung Airy din nitong si Chewy. Nandun lang siya sa Gedli, no? Talagang support lang din. So in a way, bukod sa nagdi-deal na siya ng so much damage, the of course the shielding is also as well in his side. And makikita natin si Rox dito, pati siya bumuo na rin ng Bramble Vest just to amplify yung resistance nila in terms of or at least talagang pigilan yung mga healings dito coming from the Renekton and yung mga healing din na potentially ibibigay nitong si shielding na ibibigay ni Lux.
Yeah, tama ka doon, madam. Team Secret, not only yung draft nila is working really well right now, yung itemization nila, with all due respect nga naman sa meron na mga champions yung side ng RRQ. They're denying yung existence ng mga pa-heal-heal, pa-shield-shield ng side ng RRQ dito completely. Kaya hindi na rin sila halos makabangon dito for the side of RRQ. Unless siguro magkamali yung Team Secret. But Team Secret though, wala halos no window to make mistakes na yung Team Secret dito. Nakuha na naman nila yung Baron kanina, free nga. And now, they're pressuring the remaining 2 inhibitor turret dito sa side ng RRQ na mapapabagsak na nga nila yung top and also the middle lane. They can only happy them for the side of RRQ. MIB, tatama sa tatlo. Pero wala na, hindi na sila makapagtipid dito kahit 5 pa sila. Pero Final Spark, tumama sa isa. Pero I think focus na lang sa goal. Focus na lang si Rox. And yung ibang kasangga niya, si Chewy, medyo nagdedelikado. Nabagsakan pa ng espada itong isa pero the minion will finish the job. Hindi na nakapag-defend dito RRQ and Team Secret. Nakuha na nila ang first to the
Look at
game.
that. And I love the smiles, confidence sila sa nangyayari dun. To be
Rox
honest,
na pula!
yung quadra kill pa lang and them not stopping Chewy. Yes, okay, sige, namatay si Chewy on that last part. But for what for, okay? Dahil nandun na yung mga minions natin. Talagang sinusugod na yung base and that went well. Super, super well for the side of Team Secret. Again, yung lineup din kasi ng dito ng Team RRQ is, you really have to wait for Devil Day to go online, for Chaz to go online. Kaso, just that didn't happen. Ito yung moment na nakita natin yung side ng Team Secret na nakakuha ng quadra kill.
Yeah, and also, yun nga yung napatay nila si Trevor. Wala palang nabagsakan doon ng hero entrance. I mean, isa lang. And ang ganda pala ng lagabugbog ni Rox on that point, no? Tatlo yung kanya na knock up, giving access para sa the rest of the member ng Team Secret dito to deal their AoE. Just like si Chewy, kaya nga siya nakakuha ng quadra kill kanina. And ito, sabi ko nga sa'yo, madam, makulit sa mapa, malikot sa mapa, and they're everywhere. Too close for comfort na final spark. All in all, no, yung early natin, labanan, exchange pa sila na nangyayari dito. Sige, kunin nyo tong objective na to, in exchange, mawawalan kayo ng ibang member. So, tatlo yung nabawas na member doon. But at the same time, no, ganun din naman yung ginawa ng Team Secret kanina, nung first Rip Herald natin. Pero, as time goes on, at this point, medyo umasim yung side ng RRQ. Umuyog strat sila doon. And denying the fact na merong unbreakable will dito si Rox and matapang dito si Rox. And the damage nga na binigay dito kay Chewy na early. And yung mga flankings na kayang gawin kasi talaga ng side ng Team Secret in terms of their draft. Yes, napapatay nila dito si Trevor. Pero it's too late na Minsan yung ibang miyembro ng side ng RRQ, too late to respond na. And nagiging audition na lang. Ended up, gano'n na lang yung nangyayari sa RRQ.
Yes, audition talaga yung nangyari doon, lalo na yung sa both side part natin. And this time talaga,
wala-
ito yung magandang
yung
ginawa
final
niya. Look at this one. Azar really creating that space for Chewy for him to be able to free hit. So napakaganda nun. It's again, ang hindi siguro napansin dito agad-agad is okay, medyo wala talaga tayong pang flank for that Chewy.
Yeah.
And at the same time, ang hirap pasukin because Azar, ang lakas ng mga Azar, si Rox din naman, ganun din yung ginawa. Ito yung part na parang wala lang yung final spark. Oh, kumiliti lang. Nag-proc din siguro talaga dyan yung Airy natin. And this time, wala na talaga. the moment na nakita natin sometime around 8 minutes, 9 minutes na walang
Grabe,
magawa
ang
yung
daming
RRQ
ganda mo.
to shut down Chewy this is Team Secret's game.
Yup, indeed. And wow, grabe naman si Raux na pula ang ating magiging player of the game. Yung damage niya is 7,808 dito. Though I would like to see yung kanyang damage taken. Kasi siya yung nagsusoak ng damage against RRQ. And kill participation almost present all the time. Itong si paring Raux with the GPM na 671. Naka-deadman's plate agad siya dito. Visage ay naka-warmogs na agad, man. And I think, pabuo pa siya dito ng isang item kaso nga lang hindi na siya natapos. And kita mo naman yung kanyang boots dito. Proto belt, talagang papasok ako atapang atao. Hindi pala siya tao dito, atapang abaka. Ayos ba yun? And hindi siya yung naka-exhaust na Alistar dito, more on giving damage talaga eh. Kasi aggressive yung kanilang draft dito for the side ng Team Secret. And talaga, matapang na doon si Rox at that point. The moment, I think, na nakakuha ng early ahead itong si parin Chewy with that quadra kill.
Napakagandang laban, napakabilis, very convincing win talaga para sa side ng Team Secret. And I guess medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng sagot sa tanong dito, Yasong Yaw, no? Kung nasaan na yung kumbaga yung standing mismo ng RRQ as well as Team Secret. And sinasabi ng Team Secret dito, we've got to play. We have a plan for you guys. And nakita natin kung hindi man si Braum dito, ito naman ito namang ano nga nawala ako dito.
Sorry, madam. Nawala ako.
Braum kasi nagra-Raux ka kasi. So, ginagamit Alistar ni Raux. So,
Oo,
diba?
Alistar ni Raux.
Hindi kasi gumagana si Braum eh. Nakita naman natin trinay siya ng ilang teams natin dito. Di ba?
Yep. Pero again, that's first game pa lang ng ating Team Secret versus RRQ dito. Tingnan natin, baka makabawi yung RRQ. Makahanap sila sa sagot sa tanong kung bakit nanalo ang Team Secret dito or lesson learned nga ba. And magkakaroon muna tayo na short break. Pagbalik natin, meron na tayong second game. Once again, kami yung nag-shoutcaster nyo. Kasi Yasumi, kasama ko dito si Madam Kaysaya. Chill lang kayo dyan. Magbabalik kami.
stop and refocus.
Welcome back! And sabi sa inyo, mabilis lang yung break natin. Kami na naman ang inyong shoutcaster. Ako si Yasmin, kasama ko dito si Madam Gaisaya. And we are back for the second game ng Team Secret versus RRQ. And actually, hindi pala to redemption arc ng ng Team Secret. More like Team Secret pala yung nanalo last time na nagharap sila. And my bad sa pagkakamali ko kanina. But we'll see, RRQ, kanilang redemption to. So, kailangan nilang mag-step up to, let's say, reverse sweep Team Secret dito, or there's a chance kasi talaga na Team Secret, they can finish this off 2-0 na agad against RRQ. Ikaw ba, Madam? What do you think? Kaya na ba to ng Team Secret?
Well, alam mo, kahit wala silang trash gana eh. I think first long as bigyan mo talaga si Rox na mga nagpa-frontline na support dito.
Oo, yung atapang-atao.
Oo, atapang-atao lagi. Basta sunod ka lang dito sa Park. Nitong nitong si Raux, di ba? Ayan, nahawa na ako si Raux, di ba? So, I think, gana talaga. And I think Chewy naka-adjust na rin din talaga na, sige, mag-APC tayo dito, di ba? So, walang problema. Very versatile siya dito. And I think si Tatsuri naman, no questions asked, kahit anong bigay mo sa kanya, basta carry, yung mapa-assassin man, or talagang mage dito, Wapak Hells, gagawin niya. Alam niya yung gagawin niya sa mapa. Kumbaga, you don't really have to give so much command dito because in terms of map awareness, nandiyan na rin kay Tatsuri yan, and of course kay Azar din naman. I think in my case, I have been mentioning, talagang pag nakakita tayo ng mga laro ng Team Secret, mostly it is Azar and Tatsuri talaga carrying the game. But I think this time nagsha-shine si Rox sa ating laban, sa ating match, dahil basta bigyan mo lang talaga siya ng mga atapang-atao na champion dito.
More like yung mga support natin talaga nagsha-shine sa WCS, kung mapapansin mo, Madam, no? And nabanggit mo din kanina, no questions asked para kay Tatsuri dito. Kahit anong champion, siguro bigay mo kay Tatsuri, parang medyo inuubo ako, Katarina. Medyo inuubo talaga ako.
Kailan ba
Katarina,
kaya?
no?
Kailan ba?
Hindi ko alam eh. Parang Katarina, no? Parang request din ng ibang mga sabihin natin, viewers natin, and I think, ibang mga talents din natin dito. Pero kasi, reminiscing the days back when last year na nasa tournament din tayo, Summer Season Icon Series, Fall Season, yung mga Katarina days, yung mga paikot-ikot na Blenderino ng ating mga Katarina dito. Pero, this is the draft. I don't think na magkakatarina naman sila. Pero, malay mo naman, di ba? Malay mo naman.
Naalala ko parang last year, meron ka rin pinupush na champion eh. No?
Si Ramus.
Sino nga yun? Oo, si Ramus.
Hindi pa natin nakikita si Ramus.
Pero napick yata siya once, last year, tapos tuwan-tuwa ka, tapos yun. Ewan ko lang, makikita. Parang malabo ngayon eh, kahit sa pag, hindi ko na rin nakikita.
Sarang di wala eh.
Wala, tignan mo na lang sa game, sa listahan ng champion mo, Yasumiao. But
team mo na lang, sige, tara. Para may possibility. Team mo na lang, let's go. Well, anyway, kidding aside, no, draft na tayo, pero ito na nga. I was about to say, pinakawalan si Fiora. Fiora is out in the open, and we have a pick right away for the side of RRQ. Devil J Fiora, naku po, it's almost the same as Fiora, neto ni Azar, even Isilan, no, from the other teams. Devil J is also known for the Fiora, not only sa team fight presence, but also sa pressure na pwedeng ibigay niya kapag ka nag-i-split po siya. Team Secret still sticking to that Assassin Z and also Chewy na APC dito on this SIG. So, open pa din dito, etong si Garen, etong si Darius, etong si Renekton. Let's see, Garen will be secured ng RRQ this time, and we'll see, no, kanina kasi yung Renekton ng RRQ, hindi ko masyadong, kumbaga, medyo may impact pero hindi ganun kabigat. Kasi at the same time, yung trades na nangyayari kanina no first game natin, yes, nakakapatay dito yung side ng RRQ, pero in exchange, tatlo yung nababawi sa kanila doon, and isa doon palagi is etong si Devil J on his Renekton. Pero ano sinasabi niyong makukunat, men? Sa amin lahat yung makunat na yan. So let's just deny completely the existence of the assassin ng isang Z. Pero what do you think, Madam? Lavarn ba to?
Grabe, tapos wala pa tayong set dahil nabanda ng Team Secret. So, tatanungin talaga natin sino yung pang sasagot sa side lane dito ng side ng Team Secret. Kasi talagang inagawa na si Azar. Siguro na-Azar talaga sila, tanggalin na namin lahat. Wala ng Camille, wala ng Set, walang Fior, walang Garen, walang Renekton. So,
Kinuha mo na
actually,
ang lahat sa akin.
oh, it makes me think kung ano yung ilalagay ng side ng Team Secret dito.
Darius?
Yeah, Darius is here. pa pala. So,
Darius?
yeah, sure, why not,
Or another
Darius?
Alistar kung gusto pa nilang makunat dito. So,
I'm G for that. Darius and Alistar. Hindi
Galio is
masama.
open.
I mean, hindi nagka-problema ang Team Secret with the Galio a while ago. But I guess ang pinaka-factor dito for the side of Team Secret is the Ziggs talaga na gumawa ng play. And yung early potential ng isang Lee Sin to actually go for the visits, the early ganks na usually maging successful. I think the way RRQ counter that is planning to counter that one out is talagang ito, kumukuha sila ng mga Brusco lineup dito with the Garen as well as the Renekton just to potentially stop that. What we'll see, but we'll see kung mangyayari yan. Then again, I think for TS, kung gusto nila yung same success just like a while ago, they need 2 more frontliners in here to give that protection for Ziggs because this time, merong Fiora ang RRQ na alam natin na pwede rin mag-flank onto that Ziggs. So, yes, a protection will definitely be much needed in here.
Tinanggal na itong si Lux ng side ng Team Secret, no? Marky, though, hindi naman din ganun naging ka-effective yung Lux niya kanina. And I've seen couple of final spark na hindi tumama. And yes, on point naman yung kanyang light binding. Pero the final spark kanina, naging kiliti na lang. Kung hindi tumama, nagiging kilite. So, Team Secret, removing an APC away from RRQ. RRQ, thinking really hard and long kung sino yung ipipick nila dito for the last, kung sino yung ibaban nila para sa last ban nila. Naku po, parang di yata nakapag-ban. Lucian will ban out and as expected, no, they're gonna go for Galio sa side ng Team Secret dahil I think yung prioritization ng side ng Team Secret dito, it's either a Galio, Thresh is okay, pero hindi nga pinapakawalan dito si Thresh and then followed by Rakan. Pero since hindi uy, oo nga pala! Lulu Bane. Pero alam mo kasi, madam, may experience na yung Team Secret dito sa Lulu Bane eh. Back when nakaharap nila yung UDG. You just have to control Bane. You just have to deny yung early, sabihin natin, farm na makukuha dito ng Bane. And let's say, Team Secret, Jax. It's a Jax. Ano masasabi mo dito sa Jax, madam?
Ito rin ako nga yung mga teams na nag-pick na. Alright, so we've seen Jax already here in WCS, but not too much, right? Though yun nga,
Si
actually
Zaupi ang
tinitignan ko
masipag
na
commit
yun
niyan eh.
Tinitignan ko nga rin dito because available itong Vayne. I actually took a look at yung history ng RRQ kung they have picked Vayne, but so far wala akong nakita dito sa record. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yun nga, nakita natin kung gaano ka-successful to. And I guess, if hindi nga, tulad ng sinabi mo, Yasu, kung hindi ma-stop ng TS dito yung early na pwedeng gawin ng Vayne na, okay, sige pa, online tayo and all that, then this is gonna be a Vayne game later on. Sinabi kong Vayne game kasi talagang Vayne ang nagbubuhat sa bawat makita natin na laro ng Vayne. But with the picks so far dito ng Team Secret, I guess kaya. There's a potential that they can do that. With the Trevor on the Lee Sin, lots of jungles, ganks that potentially could happen in here on the side of Vayne.
Yep, indeed. And RRQ, they have to watch out for that helicopter. Helicopter coming from Jax dito. Pero either way, no, Team Secret, Brusco Bros din naman yung kanilang mga pinate dito. Yes, meron sila manipis dito in the form of Tatsuri and itong si Chewy. Pero if they can protect these two para makapag-deal ng a lot of damage against the enemy, na without nata-touchdown sila dito ni Helios, even ni Chazno, and ni Devil J. Chaz will be a Fiora jungle pala on this game rather. And we'll see. I think Fiora is the best pa rin talaga kapag offlane siya. Pero no choice kasi we have dual tanky coming from the side ng RRQ. Let's see if this is going to be the last game ng Team Secret and RRQ, or RRQ, they can win this game and bring us to the third game, madam. What do you think?
Yeah, mapo-force din talaga na mag-Fiora jungle na lang sila because, ideally, di naman okay yata na, well, sobrang bagal kung ipag-jungle natin dito si Garen as well as Renekton, no? So, and at the same time, gusto rin nilang tanggalin yan kay Azar. So, let's not give them that. Tayo na lang mag-adjust dito. But knowing that information na nag-adjust dito ang side ng RRQ, so there may be some differences or baka medyo maiba yung laro ni Chaz dito because usually we would see him in champions like yung mga Lee Sin din naman. We've seen him in the kinds of Vi as well before last season. But so far, this might be something different. I wouldn't say na hindi niya madalas nilalaro to. So yeah, I guess magkakaroon ng factor dito on how maybe Chaz could rotate.
Yup, magja-just kasi given naman madam, no? Mamaya sasayaw naman din sila eh, 'di ba? Knowing na isang Fiora 'yan, wax in, wax out, 'di ba? Cha-cha, rumba, kung ano-ano ang sasayawan niya. So pwede pa ngang jazz, no? Yung sayawan dito ni paring Chaz. Pero we'll see. Wala pa naman masyadong aggressiveness na binibigay yung both teams natin. Pero ang ganda, grabe naman yun. Walk in the park lang yung ginawa ni Helio. Sabi niya, makapag-ward nga doon sa loob. Okay. Wala naman kasi pipigil sa kanya at that point eh. And I think yung information din kanina na padaan itong si Trevor sa may middle lane, sabay bumaba. So I guess alam dito ni Helios na walang tao sa jungle kasi busy pa yung mga junglers natin to rotate,
may
pero movements coming from Tatsuri, nakita nga lang with the CCTV, hindi nila alam kung nasa na dito sila Exosen at saka si Marky. Fake TP lang. Kala nyo magtitipi talaga kami, kala nyo wala talaga kami, pero nandito kami, pero kala nyo din walang nakaabang sa sulok na naghahantay sa may dilim. Diba? Si Trevor dito wala siyang patalim, pero mag-iingat ka, baka mapakain ka ng paa, parang ganito with the Dragon's Rage. And kahit ano pang tulong na gawin dito ni Exosen, wala siyang wild road to save itong si Marky. Yun yung hinihintay na moment nila.
Oo, itong si Trevor din naman talaga. Napaka-patient, napaka-swerte ng mga kaibigan dito dahil meron kayo mapagpasensya na jungler dito. Talaga maghihintay. So I think nakalimutan dito ng RRQ na i-check, nasaan na si Lee Sin? Umakit na, sigurado ba kayo? Wala yung galing impormasyon eh kasi they weren't able to go for that play safe route dun sa baba ng mapa natin to the point na hindi talaga nila in-expect itong si Trevor. Actually, sometimes iisipin mo pa nga, sige nakalabas na. Actually, yung kanyang Sonic Wave doon, pwede niya lang iba to at anytime he wants eh. Pero pina-advance niya pa ng mas malayo. Para sipa na lang yung gagastusin natin.
Para sure lang. And actually, madam, no, si Tatsuri na dumalaw sa bottom lane, it's a bait lang. 'Di ba? Nakita mo, nagro-rotate dito si Tatsuri. So tago muna tayo. Nung umalis na, nakita nilang umalis na si Tatsuri. Okay, safe, pero hindi nila alam. Si Trevor ay ang tunay na kumitil ng buhay dito ni Elsa sa kanta. 'Di ba? Ayos ba 'yun? Talagang tamang abang lang sa sulok pero wala nang abangan sa sulok kasi meron na tayong Reef Herald at meron na rin tayong Dragon na kakaspawn lang as of now. And mukhang inimpusan na nga yan ng side ng Team Secret yung Reef Herald natin. Out of position pa dito yung jungle ng side ng RRQ. Malapit siya sa Dragon pero malayo siya sa Reef Herald. They still want to contest itong Reef Herald na to. Raux with the taunt pero hindi na makakahabol yun. Si Jax pa nga, si Azar pa nga yung nakakuha doon, man. What is might? Dahil patay pala si Trevor doon. And magkakaroon tayo ng MIB. Hindi nga lang susilido. Kaso may ipit pa rin at si Azar taken down by Devil J dito dahil na 4 numbers, strength in numbers coming from the side ng RRQ.
Rox, mapagmahal, talagang tatalunan ka, pupuntahan ka kung kinakailangan. Nakakuha naman ang first turret dito ang side ng Team Secret, no, with Tatsuri just focusing on the bot side part of the map. Pero yung ating Herald, may chance pa dito na masulit maya-maya lang ng side ng Team Secret. And do take note, hindi pa nagagalaw dito si Chewie despite nakakita
Huli na yung RRQ. Late na sila sa agenda ng Sabi ko sa iyo, madam, first dragon natin, Infernal ulit to.
Oo nga. Iba ka talaga. Yasumyawa, no?
Iba.
Iba yung level ng presence mo. Talagang
mainit.
mainit. Hot na hot, diba? Hot na hot.
Hot
So,
na hot.
tulad ng panahon ngayon na hindi mo malaman, minsan biglang uulan tapos mainit ulit. Ganun
Mm.
talaga sa Pinas. Pero anyway, yun na nga, no, nagiging maganda rin naman for the side of Vayne kasi nakakuha sila ng turret din sa taas ng mapa, nakakuha din siya ng share ng assist. But do take note, there is also this Ziggs na hindi pa nagagalaw ng side ng RRQ. And do take note as well, dalawang objectives sumakamay dun sa side ng Team Secret. And that's why we can see that slight advantage in terms of goal, although naglalaro-laro pa sa side ng Team Secret.
Yeah, medyo nagpapang-abot pa din naman yung ating economies dito for both teams. Pero naisahan na nila itong si Marky kasi. But Marky, keeping it safe at keeping it low as of now. Kasi alam mo, pagka Vayne ka, and alam natin na may experience na yung Team Secret sa Vayne Lulu combo, ikaw ang tatargetin dito na side ng Team Secret. To the point na magagap ka. Energy gap nga, ika nga nila, di ba? Energy gap for the taking time bomb na side ng RRQ. Marky, it's just keeping a low profile, trying to farm as of now, no? Never again. Eh, kita mo naman yung mga wardings dito ng side ng RRQ. Talagang never again na mapasukan tayo. Makikita natin kung saan sila manggagaling. And yung wards natin, walang makakadaan sa river nang hindi namin nakikita, sabi ng RRQ.
That is so true. But mapapansin naman din natin dito sa riverside or rather sa mid lane pala natin talagang Chewy won't let the waves go towards the turret ng side ng Team Secret. Napakabilis mag-clear din ng minion waves na yan. And I think hindi na nila hahayaan. Well guarded din siya ni Rox dito. Talagang tago-tago lang until merong mahugot dito later on. But for the meantime, sa taas mukhang may
Tago-taguan, pero
Nakita
malamok.
kaya to?
Malamok! May wards! Wala, naramdaman
may
niya
ward?
Devil J eh. Hindi, and actually,
dapat-
wala din vision yung si Team Secret sa position ni Devil J. I think, nakatago itong si parin yung Devil J kasi nakahug siya on that wall. So, basically, hindi nila nakikita, hinihintay lang nila lumabas. Pero Devil J, alam niya na may nagtatago sa sulok, di ba? Kumbaga, may poste ng ilaw sa may gilid-gilid. But we're waiting for the second Herald to spawn na una nga mag-i-spawn yan kesa sa Dragon.
Ardent dito, nandito na sa kamay ng ating Lulu. So most likely, in terms of team fights, basta maka-free hit tong Vayne natin, palag-palag pa rin naman. But ang worry ko dito is yung mga magpa-frontline para sa side ng RRQ. So kung kaya ba nilang masustain yun and things like that. But again, given na may early lead dito in terms of kill, ang side ng Team Secret, hindi pa rin sila kasi pwede magpakampante.
Oo.
Napapansin natin dito sa gold, no? Medyo nakakahabol din talaga ang side ng RRQ. And the play safe, like you said, Yasu, nagpe-play safe muna dito si Marky until we find such time na talagang magsasayaw na siya, magja-jazz na siya, and free hitting, magiging free hitting Vayne lang siya.
Parang napaka-lonely naman ng referral sa bottom.
Ang
Di ba?
sad,
Dito lang
ang
ako,
sad.
mag-isa lang
No
ako, walang kasamang
choice.
minions. Pero okay lang yan kasi nakahiwalay dito itong si Helios. And this is gonna be another referral na makukuha dito ng side ng Team Secret. So that's just a diversion. Kita nila si Devil J na nasa top dito. And hindi din magko-commit dito itong si Chaz and the rest of the gang to contest itong referral. Wala silang solid vision inside the pit. And actually, walang ginawa dun yung RRQ eh. They don't have a contest. They don't even try to push. They can't push kasi wala silang minions. And BC, itong si paring Helios sa may bottom lane. So, baka ma-egul nga lang sila doon. Kasi dalawang Brusco Bros nila, BC sa counter pressure na ginagawa on the side lanes natin.
And yes, makikita rin natin si
Alam mo.
Tatsuri, no? Talagang paikot-ikot lang. Clear ng opposite side na lane, tapos sama sa team fight, just like what he's doing right now. There is the Herald sa gitna. Ito na nga.
Yeah, pero ikot-ikot kami from Devil J. Nasa gitna siya ng apat dito. Helios naman ang susunod na mag-audition. Sabay kinaltukan. Etong si Kuya nyo Tatsuri, or Trevor, sa may bandang likod. The Dragon though has been secured dito ng side ng RRQ. Pero wait, there's more. Kasi RRQ, low health sila dito. Ang tapang ni paring Tatsuri, pero hindi na siya magpupush pa ng issue. Pero Team Secret, they tried to contest that Dragon. Pero in the end, napunta pa nga rin yun sa side ng RRQ. They will push na lang yung middle lane dito. Uy, hindi naka-touchdown yung Herald! Hindi umabot.
Wala naman ng Herald na yun Pero sobrang halos baba na rin kasi ng buhay. Talagang hindi na nakaabot eh. So
Okay lang, may
nasalba
top
pa.
naman eh.
Oo, nasalba pa ni Chaz yun. But yun nga lang, yung top, babagsak din naman. So, I think ang ganda ng nangyayari dito, no, for the side of Team Secret, despite nga yung kamuntika na dito makahabol yung side ng RRQ because Marky was actually going online. Primarily because I would, I think, upload si Tatsuri dun sa side lane pressure na ginawa niya, then lipat agad. Kumbaga,
Oo.
sige, walis mo na ako dito, then lipat agad. Ang ganda eh. Kumbaga nakakuha pa siya ng flanking position there to actually find the proper target. And yun, basically naging malinis and nahirapan yung side ng RRQ doon. Well, nakuha naman nila yung dragon but I think overall sila pa rin yung nalugi doon from that team fight.
Yeah, and you see, no, si item check tayo, si Tatsuri dito, naka-mortal reminder nga naman, kukunit ng mga nasa harapan niya eh. And also, meron pa ditong heal kasama from Exosen, Chas as well, somewhat may heal. Itong si Papinyo Piora, actually halos lahat except for Marky yung may heal dito, no, for the side of RRQ. Pero napapaligiran na namin kayo, susuko nga ba kayo? Andun yung Duran, isa lang yung kanyang nataunt dito, yung makunat pa si Devil J. Nakita nila agad yun, ang bilis nila mag-react, madam. Grabe yun, hiwa-hiwalay agad yung RRQ. Alam mo na eh, kapag papasok ang isang Galio, pero hindi daw susuko ang Team Secret. Pupush pa din nila yung issue, hindi, magnanakaw na lang muna sila dito. Pansinin natin kasi yung wardings dito ng side ng Team Secret, no? Halos ang daming kalsada yung nako-cover ng mga wardings ng side ng Team Secret sa top
Maliwanag
jungle.
ang
And even
buhay.
dito sa may bottom jungle. MIB?
Oo.
Uy, grabe
Ayun,
yun.
talagang babato-bato na lang ni Chewie yan eh.
Walang wards
Just to, oo. Pero, ayun nga, no, nasasabi mo na rin dito na maliwanag ang buhay sa side ng Team Secret ngayon. And that's all. Pero teka lang, si Chaz, manipis
Muntikan
yan na,
na.
alright. Hindi naman ginaw,
Oo,
muntikan
ayan, isa
lang.
pa.
Hindi. Walang minion. So, ano pa rin si Trevor dito, very disciplined as we can see yung kanyang playstyle. Right
Marky
now,
free
medyo
farm.
si Marky free farm, yes, although hindi pa talaga yung nakakaabot dito in comparison to what the Zed has or the Ziggs has. Pero malapit-lapit naman din dyan. Maybe kailangan lang talaga maganap dito ng RRQ ng magandang set. Pero yun nga, sino pagsiset nila? Ang most likely, si ano na lang talaga, si Helio,
Si Helios or si Devil
Renekton.
J yung papasok dito.
Pero
Parang
yung
nagja-juggle
terms-
sila ng ng
Oo.
position eh. Kung sino magtatank at magsusoak ng
Oo.
damage kasi sila lang yung matangke dito sa side ng RRQ. We'll see. And Team Secret, no, medyo naglaylo muna din sila dito. Still on the pressure, no. Si Azar dito sa may top lane, hindi niya mapupush yan kasi dito na ang tropa ng side ng RRQ. Pero Team Secret, na-infiltrate nila yung jungle. Again,
naka
yung mga
1-3-1 na
wardings
sila.
nila, ang gaganda ng lapag ng wardings ng Team Secret dito.
Oo, 1-3-1 na rin yung ginagawa ng Team Secret ngayon kung saan, sige, kaya na namin to split push muna kami with the pressure, pero uy!
Yep, lagi nila napipigilan dito si Rox sa pagkakanyang ton, pero si Marky masyado malalim, pero na-end niya naman yung buhay dito ni Chewie. Hindi na umabot yung hero entrance, pero ito, napatay din nila in exchange ito si Exosen. Not Chewie, pero Marky, napatay din naman siya doon. Meanwhile, andito si Azar, na Justice, na Dimension Justice siya dito, pero still gonna leave. Death Mark para dito kay Chaz. Chaz is still gonna leave and dodge that with a repose. And smoothly lang, tatlo yung naging casualty dito sa side ng RRQ in exchange for just Chewie.
Yes, and that's true. Marky, nakita natin kung gaano siya ka-confident despite really having that lesser
lalim eh.
farm. Oo, ang lalim masyado. Tore na yung kalaban. I think Tore pa nga yung nagpapahirap sa buhay niya dun. Nakita natin si Rox din with the protection kaya medyo naka-last longer ng just a little bit. Itong si Chewie naka-airy din pala siya. So, for the additional shields. But then again, 1-for-1 kasi yung naging trade doon. So, parang same-same lang din. Kumbaga.
Actually, madam, 1-4-3 yung naging trade dun eh. Kasi bagsak itong si Marky Exosen and itong si Devil J kanina on that team fight. And yeah, questionable play kay Marky. Sabihin natin, yes, may wild growth ka. Pero kita mo naman yung buhay ng Torres sa may middle lane. Ang laki pa. Dalawa kayo, yeah. And dalawa din naman itong si Raux at saka si Chewie sa may mid lane. But tower dive yun eh. Wala naman kayong frontliner
Parang
dun
naging
eh.
3v1 kasi may Tore pa.
Oo.
Tapos isipin mo dito yung mga shielding na bibigay ni Rox, tapos yung airy pa ni Chewie. So, ayun nga, I think medyo nagutom dun si Marky talaga. Okay, Chewie, ganun yung sinisigaw. Papatayin ko to, tapos wala. Siya rin, nabawian ng buhay.
Yeah, hindi magandang trade yon na nangyari for the side of RRQ. Kanina lamang sila RRQ. And kita mo, nagresulta din yon na hindi nila
Oo.
nakuha yung dragon
Oo.
for that kill nga na nakuha ng side ng Team Secret. Ngayon, ang next big thing is gonna be this Reap, Herald, and Trevor. Kinulungan sarili sa loob ng Reap dito, pero okay lang yun kasi it's all part of the plan. Sabi dito ni paring Trevor, para ma-smoke out nga naman yung side ng RRQ habang nagpe-pressure si Tatsuri dito. Kita mo, RRQ, nagiging scattered sila sa may map natin kasi yung constant pressure ni Tatsuri dito. Tatsuri, yes, as expected, mayroon siya teleportation para nga naman rumespo kung sakaling team fight ay mangyayari dito sa may Baron. And good call to, no? Team Secret, wag lang sila masyado magkamali agad na kumuha ng Baron dahil obvious pa yan eh. Meron pang wards dito yung side ng RRQ. They are just, let's say, sabihin natin medyo nililibang nila as of now yung RRQ. Pressure lang, and chat-chat-cha on that Baron, making them think na baka mag-Baron yung side ng Team Secret dito. So everyone has to be prepared. Habang si Helios, hindi siya agad makakasama eh. Wala siyang teleportation kay Helios dito by the way.
Hindi, makikita na rin natin bumuo na rin ng Randuin's Omen dito, itong si Galio. So as we can say, mas makakasustain na siya ng mas matagal pa dito sa mga pwedeng ibato nitong si Marky. But yeah, tahimik lang si Tatsuri sa mga side lane natin. Hindi natin masyadong mararamdaman siguro magiging maliit ang kanyang kill participation dito. Primarily because mas nagfo-focus siya sa mga side lane split push work. Actually, talagang tinatrabaho nilang dalawa ni Azar at ni Tatsuri yung mga side lanes natin to make sure na mai-scatter ang mga miyembro ng RRQ kasi ang strength nila ngayon is when they are as one. Kapag unified sila, kung dikit-dikit sila, most especially kung pinapalibutan nila si Marky. So I guess that's the key for the side of RRQ. But then again, if mapaghihiwa-hiwalay naman ng side ng Team Secret, mukhang hindi nila magagawa yung ganung play. But meantime,
yes, Durans para dito kay Helios. Ngayon, joining the team fight. Siyempre, kompleto sila sa mid lane. It's my time to shine, to push the bottom lane. Mapo-force na naman yung RRQ to back away. Pero that's if ipagbaback away sila ng side ng Team Secret dito. Pero may makakapag-mamba out pa din naman for the side ng RRQ. And that will be Devil J, no? And on the way na rin at the bottom, alam ni Tatsuri eh. Kita mo kasi, yung ward kasi, malamok, di ba? O ayan, nagdi-ward na dito. Kanina pa kayo nakikita ni Tatsuri pero meanwhile at the top lane. May nahuling mag-isa. Stacy's buying time. Pero MIB, swak lang. Napabagsak naman nila yung first life dito ni Helios. Sabay abang-abang habang nasa likod itong si Chaz. Buhay pa rin naman dito si Helios pero kalahati HP. Pero si Chewy, direct tatakbo, men. Talon-talon lang. And Stacy's na naman
side.
coming from Chaz this time. Pero napabagsak nila itong si Azar. Pero okay lang. Buying time para kay Tatsuri dito. Death mark will be given para dito kay Qeon yung Helios. Pero touchdown on the base. But yun lang. 1-4 exchange in favor yan ng side ng... Actually, wala eh. Kahit sabihin natin may isang nakuha dito yung side nabawi ng buhay, yung side ng Team Secret. Butas naman yung bottom ng side ng RRQ. Pero this is the Elder Drake. Kita-kita ng, RRQ pala, yung merong wards dito. So, Team Secret, yung medyo lacking pagdating sa vision dito sa loob mismo ng Dragon Pit. Pero MIB, tinamaan si Marky dito, hindi nga lang naging solido. Pero si Devil J, kalahati yung buhay niya dito, si Tatsuri, habang nagbibigay ng mga shuriken, medyo nasasaktan yung ibang membros na side ng RRQ. Pero low health sila, lahat sila half HP. Pero Chaz, Mamba in, Mamba out. Pero the Dragon, nakuha pa rin ni Chaz! Hindi papaagaw. Pero double kill si Marky na open sa may bandang likod. And maling base yung inuuwian ni Helios dito. Maling throne. Pero ito, bumamarcha na sa bottom lane si Exosen. Agaw buhay dito. And isang hit na lang ito. Mukhang tatapusin na ni Tatsuri at ni Azar na may kasama pang TP coming from Chewy. And focus na lang sa game. Kaya pa kaya ni Chaz at saka ni Azar dito. Mukhang hindi namin. Hindi na si focus sa goal. That's gotta be a 2-0 Team Secret. That's a sweep coming from them and a good game. Grabe naman ang ngiti.
Very good game. Very good game.
Rocks.
Napakagandang laban
Wala lang,
nito.
ganda lang ng buhok ni Rox.
Pero, you know what? Una sa lahat na alam mo, mas kaya pang tapusin ng mas early yun ng Team Secret eh. Kung hindi nakauwi si si Renekton. Kasi kamuntikan na, napapa-teleport pa lang si Renekton doon, tapos dumaan si Lee Sin, si Trevor. Kaso si Trevor medyo lumagpas. Kumbaga, nag-hi, hello. Tapos, ayun.
Lumagpas,
ayun.
nakalimutan pumara, madam.
Nakalimutan pumara, nakalimutan niya nakalaban pala to. Ba't ko din niya tapos ayun, nung pagbalik niya na, wala na, naka-TP out na, nakauwi na si Renekton. So, medyo natagalan ng bahagya si Tatsuri doon from the bot side. So, balikan natin yung mga amazing highlights from that place. And again, I think yung sa simula natin, Yasumiao, halos pantay no? Halos pantay itong dalawang teams na to kasi nagkakaroon ng sagutan. Wala tayo nakakita na katulad na quadra kill. Walang ganun na nangyari kasi this time, nakakasagot din ang RRQ.
Yeah, not this time, no? Pero yun nga, RRQ, they failed to access din itong si Chewy ng mas early. Kumpara dito kay Marky, kanina, yung first kill natin, I think that's Marky, no? Na first blood kasi abang-abang sa sulok nga. Ito yung malalim, asim moments eh. Ang asim doon ni paring Marky. And then, nagresulta pa sa pagkamatay ni Exocen and Devil J. Yun yung 1-4-3 trade na hindi talaga worth it for the side ng RRQ. Kasi after that match, nakakuha ng free dragon yung side ng Team Secret. And ang dami nating Chacha, Mamba, Rumba, wax in, wax out. Yung targetization ng RRQ dito dahil sobrang nag-i-scatter din ng the team fight itong side ng Team Secret. 4 lang sila doon, by the way. Andon si Tatsuri sa may bottom lane at nangungulit. And same, this last team fight no on this Elder Drake, nahihirapan din tumarget dito yung side ng RRQ. Kasi ang kalat ng Team Secret, in a way na, sino ba tatargetin natin dito? Sabi ng RRQ, ang dami nila sa kumbaga napapaligiran na nila tayo. And Tatsuri, siya yung ating magiging player of the game with the 67% and 50k damage, madam.
Yeah, masaya ako dyan sa result na yun. Kasi nadadama ko yung pressure sa kanya. I really have to think macro because although yes, binanggit natin magiging kill participation dito medyo mababa. Pero in fairness, ang taas pa in this case kasi ang ginagawa niya, clear the side lanes, then balik sa laban. Or kung kinakailangan. But if he can go for a push even as deep as possible, kanina kamunti ka na nga papunta sa base, gagawin niya. So I think he definitely deserved this player of the game title. From deserve mo yan. That's
yeah. Yeah, man. Sabi mo mga madam, no, macro, lagi siya nasa kalahati ng mapa dito. Parang si Marco sa Attack on Titan. Ayos ba yun? Pero anyway, Tatsuri. So, very, very good job yung ginawa niya na pressure and the presence in the team fight dito. And lalo na yung huling kill niya kay Exocen din, no? Since Lulu dito, itong si parin yung Exocen. Team Secret with a 2-0, I could say, or I think it's safe to say, Team Secret is back. I think very, very pleased dito yung mga supporters ng Team Secret. Of course, tayo din, of course, kasi parang mga nakaraang week natin, shaky, no, madam? Pero this time, okay, they're back. They're back on track.
Yes. They're totally back on track. And I think yung synergy talagang, although kahit sinabi na parang hindi pa buong-buo, nagpa-progress siya eh. Tulad na lagi natin sinasabi, every small progress is progress. Basically, step siya to actually improve. And I think eto na nararamdaman na natin kung ano talaga nag-works best sa Team Secret. And hindi ito yung 2-1 na nakikita natin. This is a convincing 2-0 win in favor of Team Secret.
Yep, and I think Team Secret dito, very disciplined yung kanilang laruan. The juggle, the positioning, yes, meron mga nadudulas dito, pero nakukuha nila yung perfect position nila, lalo na kay Chewy. The best talaga yung naibibigay nilang position dito kay Chewy kasi there's little to no access para sa side ng RRQ to access Chewy. And the time lang na na-access nila dito si Chewy is yung asim moments nga neto ni parin yung Marky na sila din naman yung na-punish at the same time.
I know what, I think overkill din kasi yung parang kinuha na lahat ng baron. Parang overkill.
Yeah, but anyway, it is what it is. Team Secret, nanalo na sila 2-0 straight against RRQ. Pero meron pa tayong mga susunod na series. Kaya, huwag kayong aalis. Kami again, naging shoutcaster nyo. Ako si Yasmin, kasama ko dito si Madam Kaysaya. Huwag kayong aalis, magbabalik kami. Pagbalik namin, third series na tayo.
Feels right. I can't lie. Sky high. It feels like lightning, burning up in the as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move.
Welcome back to WCS PH, and we just saw Team Secret take it 2-0 against RRQ, Autoluz, Osiris. What does this mean for Team Secret? They're back on the win streak. Let's start with Autoluz.
Better. Yeah, better days for Team Secret overall. First surprise, the very first surprise for before everything, Azar on Garen.
There we go.
New Garen man. We saw new Garen man.
Mr. Garen man, welcome to the Garen man. Okay. But
What
yeah,
mechanics?
exactly. I mean, I think this is the first time in forever that we saw a very high mechanically gifted person just go for the Garen, and
Yeah.
he dominated the lane against Devil J. Just a genius pick overall, and the meta that we have right now. I know that Garen got punished earlier today in the Sunsparks series, but game number 1, you could see that the Devil J went for the high risk, high reward play, which was the solo kill. It did not really transpire, and that was heavily punished by Azar. You know Azar, he knows how to utilize Trevor perfectly, and that's the pressure that was accumulated, or the experience that they were able to accumulate over time and over the international experience. I feel bad for RQ right now. I'm not 100% sure if they're going for a roster change come next series or come next week, because something has to change. This statement game from Team Secret is definitely an exclamation point.
Yeah, and considering that we saw you focus on the Garen as well, and great respect Azar for changing things up, because if you are being read again and again, you need to change something. And if RRQ changed the roster, Azar did change something on his pocket, and it's somehow different because they played on a Devil J played on Renekton, but doesn't even have a Bramble Vest to entirely negate the regeneration coming in from Azar. And on the flip side, we saw Devil J playing on a Garen, and as how Otto put this, that if it works, if it doesn't need those huge mechanics, you can entirely play it. But what happened was, if you're playing against a Garen, you don't have to fight it. He goes for a Jax and wait for that tower spike, and then transpire into mid game to late game. So I think that was a genius play coming in from Azar and overall Team Secret. I focus on also that Kaigu told us to ban Thresh, but they also forgot to ban the Zed. Remember,
yeah,
this
that's
is
true, yeah.
The KDA machine is here, a well-oiled machine, showing us that there's a reason why Zed is not being
I thought
opened.
Garen counters Zed. What happened?
And they have
Man.
the Zed and the Garen, so
Mhm.
no counters for you, my boy.
Yeah, they took them all away. And speaking of one of the highlights that you mentioned, Osiris, let's head on over to our interview with the man himself, Azar of Team
Garen,
The
Secret.
newly
Garen.
baptized Garen, man. Let's go.
Azar, there he is, newly adopted to Garen. Congrats, a win. Question: so how does it feel to be back on the win streak as Team Secret? Are morals high?
It feels good.
Nice.
It feels like we had our tempo back again, and I think we will keep it that way until the end of this tournament.
Back to full form. Exciting. Okay.
confidence.
Okay, Osiris, I know you have a really loaded question. Go for it.
yeah. So, ito yung first time that we saw you on a Garen. Recently, there's a joke about the drafter, which is Mr. John Yao, or the CEO himself. Siya pa rin ba yung nagde-draft for sa inyo guys and puts you on the spot to use the Garen?
It's a team decision. I can say
okay.
something about our team. It's kind of
Okay,
confidential.
it's fine.
All good. All good. It
But
worked out though.
It's
Yeah.
the team's idea to pick Garen against the Renekton because who wouldn't?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We saw
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
They got it.
Who wouldn't, right? Oh, I mean, if Azar has already converted to the Garen Nation, then everyone should follow Azar
Exactly.
on the Garen.
Yes. Everyone
Azar,
is Garen.
pare, super simple lang ng question ko. This has been a very tough ride for you overall sa season. Inspiration, question mark. Ano nag-i-inspire sa inyo and sa team nyo to really push it forward despite so many, I would say, questions being raised at you or being thrown at you? What's been your biggest strength so far?
My biggest strength is that there's someone who's supporting me, especially my girlfriend. And also the team. I
Let's
believe
go.
in them. They're so good individually. So we'll just have to fix everything and make a, what do you call that? Like the chemistry for the five of us.
Okay, got it.
So someone supporting, so you know now.
Shout out to the
Auto lose.
girlfriend!
Okay, you know now. Okay? You know
That
now,
is the
Auto lose.
strength.
If you want
That is
to
the
reach
secret.
challenger, you need someone.
To
Okay?
support. Azar, thank you so much for the time. Now is the time for you to give your shout outs and messages. You have the floor.
Thank you sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa amin. Yun nga, shoutout din sa girlfriend ko, si Yuko. And maganda, natutuwa ako na yung iba is loyal pa rin and nandyan pa rin na sumusuporta sa amin. Like, they are keeping our heads up. Like, thank you everyone sa sumusuporta.
Lots of love in the chat going out to you guys, Team Secret, ladies and gentlemen, and Azar clearly doing the homework, now part of the Garen Nation. Thank you so much for the time, and we can't wait to see you guys next week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Garen,
He
guys.
said it, bro. He said it. He said it.
Said
It's the first time publicly. I think.
I think so,
during
yeah.
the interview.
Boom! I hope someone clipped that moment. That's what you need. You need that solid rock, that foundation to keep you through the hard times. And,
Yes, Auto.
You know, it was. We have to, diba? We planned this, before. Okay, so who's going to throw the Garen question? Who's going to throw the relationship question?
yeah.
And finally, we had it. I think it's a long time coming, but yeah, I'm so happy for him. and for the squad.
Exclusive here in the panel desk, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first. Anyway, we got to move to our series number 3. We got Grindsky versus Fennel Adversity. These two teams are actually at the top spot here in the top 6. So Grindsky Esports, Autoluz, how did you feel about their performance yesterday?
Well, I love the intensity towards the end of the second game. Can't admit, the being decisive of pushing for the Nexus, and not
Right.
allowing, the members of Sunsparks to recall. Also, I love the draft on game number 3. We were shouting I was shouting on top of my lungs when Shyvana got picked. And I feel like a spoiled panelist, whenever a request of mine gets gets okayed by a coach. And shout out to Coach Trek overall. Again, we heard that Grindsky Esports right now is not in their tip-top shape health-wise. We heard that a few of their players are just
Under the
feeling
weather.
under the weather.
Right.
Exactly. But yeah, the show must go on, and I feel that Grindsky needs to step it up, especially that they will be against Fennel University, the team that has tied with Underground for first, and they would have to ride the backs of the MVP of week number 2 in Tactical. Tactical so far has been superb on champions like the Corki, like the Oriana, and I think those are the two champions that are very stable for Tactical. Remember, game 2 yesterday, it was the Corki. And on game number 3, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Oriana. So you could say that, once Tactical has those champions, Grindsky Esports as a whole plays better. And I think that will be the plan here by Fennel University. But if not, Grindsky, please give this man the Corki or the Oriana.
Or give, what was your first request? I know you wanted a Timo. What was the other pick that you wanted?
Yeah, that too.
That too. So I mean, you did say you did paint the context of Grindsky. They have to face adversity either way, health wise and also team wise. So let's move on to Fennel Adversity. They have been looking like world beaters, if you would. They did really well in the past few weeks. They're tied now in first place. The second the second honor student, showing everyone that gods can bleed, and also showing everyone kind of like the blueprint. So Osiris, talk me through Fennel Adversity.
Fennel Adversity, we still got the same dose of the controlled aggression. There are times that they really played focusing on the macro, the re-engage is impeccable. They know how to assess, and those split decision making that they have, making sure that they're getting the edge on every objective. Want to point out that Meng is being, Domeng is really stepping it up even more, and is really playing really good on how well he's being on par, how aggressive the junglers right now here at WCS. The same also as this is the team that I am looking into as how T1 or SKT1 maximizing a sixth man in the hands of Calm. That wherein it gives you a different perspective of the sixth man or a different play style, surprising the enemy team. If you wanted to ban away our Horizon, or you wanted to take away those haymakers, the punches, there will be Calm. That will be the one who's going to put everyone online in a different state. So I really love how Fennel Adversity is doing that and maximizing everything. But I want to focus, of course, Danny, the player that has been consistently every changes, every team, and you can see, you heard Otto, the stats. Ooh, that's
there we go.
9.45. That's fairly huge.
Average.
Champions used. One is Brand. This is the same as Brand. Marky also used, but didn't work. Danny making use of that one, and at the same time, you still see the Kaisa. He is still on that leaderboard. If you want to take away that Kaisa, you still have that Corki. And if you want to go back to summer season, he is also an Oriana player. So this is really a flexible marksman. The same as how we saw Tactical, is just that the stats of Danny is fairly high right now, and the kill participation 84%. He is making sure that his presence will be felt.
Hey, I'm all about the numbers right now, so let's move on to our head-to-head. And Autoluz, you were kind of popping off for this, so I can't wait to compare the numbers.
I mean, what the stats? That's 9.45 for the KDA. And I think so far in the number of MVPs that has been earned, Danny is number 1 for the season. Okay, the weekly MVP thing that I give out, that's my choice. that's my that's why I haven't picked Dan. The reason why I haven't picked Danny yet is because they haven't had a flawless week. This
Right.
could be it, right? And then if FLA will go undefeated for this week, I think it's a no-brainer for me to choose this guy because he's been on a tear. Looking at the damage per minute, it's nice, I would say. 1,269 to
Nice.
1,207. You can see that there is, a fair bit of it. It's almost identical.
Yes.
It's not really, tenses. Doesn't really matter. What matters right now is the KDA and Fennel's playstyle to really play around Danny. Regardless of Danny being an AP or an AB champion, you could count on this guy. Same with Tactical. But Tactical, again, two champions that I really favor for this guy is the Quirky and Oriana. That's it.
What made Fennel Adversity shine is because of everyone. And this 9.45 isn't Danny alone. This is how the setup of Doming, this is how the protection of Rafi coming into play. So this Fennel Adversity is a star-studded comp or players, but
Right.
they are constellation to look at. Because they are connecting. They got a synergy. They got everything.
Oh, I
And
love that.
I
Okay.
respect Tactical. He's getting the damage per minute. He is doing his job. But there are times that he is overcommitting. And that's where he somehow put him in a tough spot. Unlike Danny, that he might be over-aggressive. But there's the squad to make sure that he is still there. And I'm
Right.
really loving how the matchup right now, it's on to the marksman. We are looking to different sides of the coin, and this might be they may be having a different playstyle, but both of these teams loves to experiment.
Oh yeah. I don't know if they'll be experimenting now, but I like what you said when it's a constellation, right? It's just a piece of the pie. That picture there, it's not the complete thing because Fennel Adversity always move as squads. So we got to move on to the predictions, boys. I think we're kind of on the same page here. Are we all going with Fennel Adversity? Thumbs up, thumbs down. I think it's a for me.
I want to make sure that Otis gets to visit Grindsky for next week. So
I'll be there Monday.
yeah, I know. And then you're going to vote for Fennel. I'm not sure if you're welcome.
That's that's a good mix. I think it will be. And
just kidding.
I have a reason why I'm voting
Yeah.
for Fennel Adversity.
Go.
The
You
momentum
first,
that they
Otto.
already have right now. The number one is on their sides. I mean,
Yeah, to be
they're
honest.
not going to let go of that anytime soon. And again, we're talking about Grindsky's current status right now.
Mhm.
And we have insider info that the players are feeling under the weather, and that's really affecting their play. If they
Yeah.
were a fair bit healthier yesterday, I expected a 2-0. And during the first day of this week, they also suffered a 0-2 loss, which is not so Grindsky compared to, the Grindsky last week, right? And that's,
Yeah.
to me, the logical choice is FLA for now. They look very solid, very strong.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
go.
I kind of understand, man, that not the Grindsky from last week, but we are going back onto the Grindsky that's getting those 50-50.
Oh,
So,
right.
Yeah,
We talked
they're
about
good
that.
yesterday, but they're tough on Friday. And what's now, right? But I wanted them to be on the consistency boat. Just making sure that they still got it, but feeling under the weather isn't really a good state. And remember that Coach Rec is a man of confidence also, and even Linka, the assistant coach, that they might be shaking things up if they really want to put a tremor onto the FLA status.
Oh yeah, I agree. We are all going with Fennel Adversity on this one. The foundation's too strong. And as the points that Autolose did mention, it kind of makes the performance a little bit shaky. So let's see. I don't know. We always like to be proven wrong here in the panel desk, but for now we are going with Fennel
Last time
Adversity.
this happened, we got tagged. Okay, so click, clack, boom.
Yeah, let's go. Just the 5-second pose. There you have it. Fennel Adversity. And ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to chime in, again, just pushing the hashtag WCS and WCSPH and hashtag Wildrift Championship C. If you guys want to make your voices heard and also join us in the panel discussions. Now, before we start off, I just want to ask you boys, we're on this anime tropes, right? Do you have any anime tropes for these two teams, Fennel Adversity and Grindsky? We already went Dragon Ball with Master Roshi. We already went Samurai X. What else you guys got for this one?
I'll
goes
go
first?
with Fennel Adversity as the Kimitsu no Yaiba. They are on the way to be the Hashira of this
Okay.
tournament, and their
Mhm.
breathing style will be different.
Tested,
so-
yeah. Just breathe, pass out, and maybe go for the thunder. How about you? What's that? Auto loose.
For Grindsky,
Uh-oh.
knowing their character, Crayon Shinchan, let's go.
Oh,
It's just all
okay,
fun.
okay.
Yeah, usually in every interview they're
I
always
remember
ready with a
Puti.
round of applause.
Like the
Yeah.
dog of Shinchan.
Aling
Puti.
Carmen, let's go.
Aling Carmen, let's go.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's perfect, guys. And if you guys have any anime references, please also use the hashtag. Let us know what you guys think of these two teams in terms of the anime
Yeah.
context. We're having fun here. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, these two combatants, they are in a pretty good spot in the standings, but you know what? They always want to rise further. So let's head into it. Grindsky versus Fennel Adversities. Casters, take us away.
Third series of the day, Grindsky versus Fennel Adversity. Nagbabalik kami. Kami ang magiging shoutcaster nyo. Ako si Yasabi, ako kasama ko dito, si Paring Spear. And it seems like yung panel natin all the way to Fennel Adversity. Pero, we'll see. Spear, the question. Saan ka dito?
Ayan, the question remains indeed. No? Feeling ko, no doubt naman, syempre, of course, a lot of people would actually go for Fennel Adversity because of how strong they are up until now, even during the previous seasons that we have. And also, kung gaano rin naman sila kalakas sa mga performance nila, and especially in this week. There are some situations na nagkakaroon sila ng konting bumps, but overall, I think Fennel Adversity right now is on the top of their game. Tulad na pinag-usapan natin kahapon during their interview na talagang pinaghahandaan nila yung mga teams sa kakalabanan nila dito. Grindsky Esports, ang maganda naman sa Grindsky Esports, they have a lot of surprises na pinapakita sa atin. Shyvana yesterday in the Dragon, and a lot of players are really happy because of seeing that champion in the competitive scene. So yun din yung gusto kong makita ngayon, no? How Grindsky Esports will turn the table around. And well, this is WCS Philippines, and for sure, maraming pwedeng mangyari dito. So I cannot doubt the performance na pwedeng ipakita ito ng Grindsky Esports. Shout out to you, Berting. At eto na, we are now to drafting phase. Excited ako malaman kung sino ba ang mga... Ay, ba nila? Rinig to na
Men, pinangakuan ka din ba?
Ay, hindi naman.
Hindi naman.
Tayo dyan, eh. Medyo mahina tayo dyan. Otolos lang yata mga ganyan-ganyan.
Berting, baka naman. RRQ, lakas ni Otol sa RRQ. Sana all malakas sa mga teams, no? Pero anyway, Grindsky, Fennel Adversity, tingnan natin. Ang nilulook forward natin dito na mag-step up is going to be Grindsky kasi Fennel Adversity, yes, tama ang sinabi mo, may mga bumps, pero still, malumanay pa din naman ang kanilang journey so far sa side ng dito sa ating WCS, no? So, you see, yung first bans natin, yung mga Brusco Bros. Garen, ban nyo na lahat ng Brusco kung maaari. Diba? Kasi yan ang sakit sa ulo minsan eh. And ito yung mga champion, Renekton. Ayun na nga, sinabi na natin. Garen, Darius, Ban. Puguin mo man sa early, makakapag-farm at makakapag-farm pa din yan somewhere sa mid. And talagang tatangke pa din yan. Still, FLA, they will be banning itong si Yumi, ang Mingming. Binana, ayaw nilang makita yan at wala silang time para dito sa ating Reef. And as well as Set will be banned. That will open up for Vayne, Lulu combo if they wanna go for that. And I think Corky, parehas na ating mga ADC. Nagko-Corky dito, nag-Oriana dito. Medyo magkamukha nga lang eh, yung kanilang mga champs dito sa ating mga ADC. Or APC na ngayon kasi yun ang meta eh.
Yeah, right now, looking at the bans, it's really surprising that Grindsky Esports is removing all the possible options para dito kay Arisen. And they're going to have Camille as their first pick dito. No, actually, right now, yeah, you guys are seeing it right now. Si Arisen na maglalaro. Calm. I think if kung ano man yung mag-resulta nito, maybe in the second game, maglalaro siya. But this is a good idea coming from Grindsky Esports. Removing a lot of options for Arisen para ma-force siya to play on uncomfortable pick dito na pwede niya gamitin, which is, I'm not sure, we still have Fiora, we still have Zed na ginagamit nila, yung top lane din naman dito. But Galio is going to be the first pick of FLA. And looking at the bands, pwedeng, Morgana. Interesting.
Morgana, Masgana, di ba? So, I think this is going to be an APC Morgana, no? And well, we'll see, no? Mamaya. And, kasi ito pa lang naman yung picks natin. Ang daming open nga, binabanggit ko kanina. Ang daming pwede pang i-pick dito. The Core is up, Lucian is up, and Tactical Oriana is up. And sabi nga ng panel natin, even Danny is using Tactical. If they wanted to go for a traditional pick, both of them can play Kaisa and probably additional with with an Enchanter support. Pero kita natin, we're waiting. Oh, Jace is open nga pala. Sabi mo nga, no, open din. Itong si Fiora. Gragas is open. Yung mga magagandang champion natin open pa dito Ziggs
Yeah,
ang
Ziggs,
kukunin
okay.
dito ng Grindsky. Palag ba to, men?
Yeah,
Against Morgana?
maganda to. Maganda yung lineup dito ng Grindsky Esports right now. No, they have two poke champions, and for sure, one of the best way to counter Morgana is to keep the distance, di ba? Distansya amigo lang pwede mong gawin dito para hindi ka matamaan ng Dark Binding or even the Soul Shackle na kailangan mong iwasan. Having a Ziggs and Jace on their side, medyo maganda, effective to para sa kanila. They can just poke out and then try to keep the distance. And meron din sila ditong Camille para lang in case lumapit sila dito for the pick-offs and then the follow-up backup coming from the members of Grindsky Esports. So maganda, balance in a way.
Uy.
And I really like the picks coming in from Fennel Adversity dito as well. No? We have Riven. Knowing them, may possibility na magkaroon tayo ng Baron Lane or Jungle dito kasi dahil pang open. We still have Kha'Zix, Rengar, Lee Sin para kay Domeng.
Oh, Lee Sin nga, yun nga. Lee Sin para kay Domeng, Kha'Zix for Chinese, open din yan.
Ayun
If
din.
ever gustong mag-Kha'Zix dito. Pero ang iba dito ng Fennel Adversity is gonna be Rakan kasi lacking pa sila ng support and support na merong pasok talaga. Rakan is ban. Fiora as well to eliminate sabihin natin, split push na pwedeng ibigay ng isang Fiora, the pressure na pwedeng ibigay ng isang Fiora. Ang dami pang available na champs kaya ang hirap manghula kung sino yung mga ipipicks nila judging sa first 3 picks netong dalawang to. Wala pa nagpapakita kung may magko-Corki ba or maglo-Lucian dito kasi laban pa din naman. Kahit may Ziggs dito yung Grindsky, kahit may Morgana dito yung FLA, laban pa din naman. We'll see. Oh!
Okay,
Mababan.
removing Leona. Actually, that's a good idea dito, no, coming from Fennel. Looking at the Grindsky right now, they're still missing support. So they remove 2 possible options dito to support
Thresh,
Ziggs. But yeah, Thresh is open para dito kay Bo kung sakali. We have Zed removed right now sa ating equation dito. Looking at the 4th pick ng FLA, we still have Thresh, of course, no, na pwedeng kunin din dito ng Fennel to have a support on their team, or pwede rin sila mag-Lucian again for the mid lane dito na open din naman up until now. Also Vayne rather is open. So if they're opting for maybe not an APC nor Gana dito, then pwede sila mag-Vayne. Pwede kasing bait pick lang I'm not sure right now with Fennel because Gragas.
Yeah. Gragas is actually good. Sabihin natin pamalit sa Rakan if ever they're gonna go for a support Gragas and then gagawin nilang core itong si Galio. Pero I doubt kasi para kay Raph nga itong si Galio. I think this is going to be mid lane Gragas or para kay Arisen. Ito kasi yung champion na hindi mo malaman kung saan mapapalugar Kahit saan lumulugar to si Gragas. So, hindi mo pwedeng hulaan. Makita na lang natin sa draft nila. I mean, sa last pick dito na side ng FLA, no? As for Grindsky, yes, open pa dito si Thresh for Bo. And yan na nga, sinasabi na nga natin, Thresh will be there. Pero sinong makakasama ni Thresh? Is it gonna be itong tactical Ziggs or going to be another champion to protect at magpipili pa sila dito ng iba pang mid lane nila or pwedeng offlane kasi pwede mong i-mid lane din itong si Jace
Actually, baka nga mag-Lucian sila dito. Looking at their current lineup right now. Or maybe they're still lacking, actually, lacking pa sila ng tank talaga, no? Heavy tank in a way. Maybe an Alistar? Hindi ko sure because no.
Well, hindi na sila
mag-Alistar
dito.
Wala nang support
Si
dito.
Susan! Si Susan,
Kay
fresh!
Susan tayo, RP. Teka muna. Medyo napapaisip ako right now. Olaf. Okay. So they have Olaf. They have overall 3 Brusco champions dito. They have pretty much, counter initiation. Meron ka ng Ragnarok. Meron ka pang Black Shield dito. So kompleto na sila dito for Fennel Adversity. But I'm looking towards the Grindsky right now. How they're gonna be able to protect itong si Tonte winning yung kanyang top lane dito. Lalo na yung kalaban niya. I know for sure that Fennel Adversity has the idea na kailangan nilang pigilan dito si Tonte na maging, alam mo yun, maging sobrang daming stocks dito, makaipa ng maraming stocks
sa late
champion. But for sure, guys, Guy has different plans dito. I don't think they will just pick Nasus out of nowhere, di ba? They have
Oo.
idea dito, meron silang plano, meron silang, maybe they want to focus itong top lane natin with
Oo.
Tonte na, with Giannis rather, na laging sabi nga ni Otolus, kapag meron ka Camille, wag mong hayaang mag-cooldown yan. Always use the exec ultimatum whenever it's needed.
Yeah, tama ka doon. No? And for Grindsky dito, hindi natin alam, baka pinapractice din to ni Tonte. Just like the Z last time, no? Na hindi natin alam, nag-Z pala to
Ayun
si
na nga.
Tonte. Pero
Dami.
kasama pala talaga sa practice niya yan. But this time,
Uy!
we have Susan.
Top Olaf.
Pero top
Mhm.
Olaf. This is not gonna be a jungler Olaf. Ang magiging jungler nila is itong si Riven. And yun nga, mid lane for the Gragas. They're all for balugbugan. Harapan. Sa both
tsaka-
sides natin actually. Walang
Yes.
atrasan to, men.
Mukhang ang focus dito ng FLA is to go for team fight oriented lineup to kasi looking at their lineup, Riven, Olaf dito, medyo mahirap no pagdating sa early na laning phase. Di ba? So,
Palipad na ako
medyo
dito eh.
Pumunta
Siyempre.
tayo sa game natin.
Oo,
Nakita,
ito na.
ano na, kumbaga, gano'n tayo dyan. pag
Palipad
game
na tayo sa
Kumbaga,
replay, siyempre.
But yeah, as I was saying, FLA, it's just a
Yep.
matter of making sure na may maganda silang position, magandang wards and vision to control the top lane. We'll see about that kasi Yasu, eto na. Game 1 natin, natuloy na tayo sa Rift.
Yeah, game 1, Grindsky, Fennel Adversity. Di mo pa rin masabi, sabi natin magandang vapor dito ng Fennel Adversity. Pero Grindsky, may Susan. Kumbaga nakakagulat to, pero grabe naman dito si Bambi. Tumalon, pero siya'y nasaktan. Ibig sabihin, matigas yung yung chan dito ng isang Gragas, no? Akala mo, kapag malaki chan, malambot. Hindi, men. Abs pala. Yun yung one abs. Di ba? 6-pack abs. 1-pack abs yan kasi.
Yan ang chan na hindi puro hangin yung laman.
Oo.
Kumbaga, purong laman yung meron dito kay Arise. So, tsaka, isa pa Yasu, no? Naka-electrocute kasi siya. So, talagang masakit yung damage niya early. And, utilize niya, no? Talagang inaabuso niya dito yung early advantage niya, early lead niya. Kasi the difference, again, between Conqueror and itong electrocute natin is yung Conqueror, syempre, kailangan mong pagpapalupaluin pa ng sunod-sunod para mag-stack ka ng damage dito. Pero, top lane?
Oo, top lane nga tayo. Merong umaaura dito si Doming. Kaso nakita kasi siya sa river. Di ba? Napansin siya. Kita mo, grabe yung distansya dito ni Tonte. And napupushback siya dito ni Arisen, by the way. Pero, nagsusok na siya dun sa tower sa damage ng tower since kinaltukan niya si Tonte mga isa, no? So sabi ng tower dito, ginagawa mo, kinakaltukan mo dito yung champion ko. Diba? Baka muna. Pero medyo hindi na rin siya pinansin doon ni Tonte eh. Pero by the way, aside from that, no, we're talking about the runes kanina. Dalawang Font of Life yung sa side ng Fennel Adversity. We have Danny on that Font of Life and meron din itong si Raph. Pero hold that thought, mukhang merong aggression coming from the middle lane. Hindi naman siguro. What do you think about this, Gigi? Is this like a good duo Font of Life?
Parang
sustain?
sa paningin ko medyo Gucci siya in a way because ang focus nila dito is, as I mentioned earlier, is yung team fight oriented, no? Kung talaga ang gusto nilang may panalo dito is yung mga laban na sama-sama sila. So maybe they're planning to go all out sa ating damage dito, walang tanky items or konti lang yung tanky items natin aside from Galio. Uy, napigilan pa. So kaya sila nag-Font of Life for the sustain, di ba? Mas marami silang, lalo na that's a Galio and Morgana as well. So parehong champion na madaling makapagmarka sa kanilang Font of Life. So we'll see about that. Very interesting point, no? Actually, maganda na point out mo tong Font of Life natin sa dalawa.
Pero ito, flash in. And meron na Hex ultimatum agad. Si Arisen pala ay papabagsakin pero hindi na nila mapipigilan yan. Arisen, hindi niya na rin ginamit yung Ragnarok niya doon. Kasi tatlo na yun eh. Hahabulin at hahaga din siya doon even under the turret. And yun nga, tinanggap niya na lang ang kanyang kapalaran doon.
Yes, na nga yung sinasabi ko. This is the plan of Grindsky Esports. Alam nila na pwedeng i-focus dito ng FLA itong si Tonte. So ginagawa nila agad ng mga counterplay to help itong si Tonte. And also, since ang kalaban mo is Nasus at gamit mo ay Olaf, wala ka talagang pag-aalinlangan na mag-overextend. And it happens, yun yung nangyari kay Ryzen, tsaka nagkaroon ng pagkakataon ng Grindsky to make some counter gank in the top lane. Pop na yung ating mga objective.
Yeah, 16 seconds into the clock. And mukhang nagsiset up na dito ng stage. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, explosive gas. At napalapit pa nga dito itong si Bambi. Pero si Bambi medyo nasaktan. Flash away to survive para kay Arise. Pareha silang 1 HP na dream. Kaso nga lang nandito si Giannis. And even the Hero's Entrance hindi na makakaabot. Pero si Giannis na iwan dito na ipit. Inipit si paring Giannis. Kaso nga lang, that's 1-for-1 exchange.
Oo.
But the thing is, walang jungler, yung side ng GS.
Yes, tama doon, no? Medyo lamang dito ang Fennel Adversity because of that trade. Medyo talagang may kalamangan sila dito because again, we have the smite up pa para
Oo.
dito kay rather Doming. And because of that, secured Dragon, medyo malalim yung pagpasok ng Qeonis doon. I don't think that is worth trade para sa kanila.
Yeah,
Hop!
kasi,
Uy!
meron death sentence, sabay lapit ka muna dito. Si Doming, ano ba, magpa-farm lang ako dito ng scatter. Chill bill lang, bro. Chill bill lang. And meron pa naman tayo dito Reef Herald and mukhang doon na papunta ang side ng Grindsky as of now. Kaso may vision, ingat-ingat sa paglalamok, sa side ng FLA. Kita mo naman, on that kalsada sa may bandang jungler and doon sa may mismong pit dito. Nandito na si Danny, nandito na rin si Rapi, on the way na din si Aryzen. Pero here comes the box coming from
Uy,
Bobby
marami
ko na
naman.
MIB. Kaso nga lang walang nasulidan, men. Kaso nga lang, si Chinese, low health na naman dito, sabay lipad papalayo. I think they got the Rip Herald para sa side ng Grindsky, if I'm not mistaken, or is it Fennel?
Sila.
Grindsky,
Grindsky was
no?
able to secure it. Qeonis, nakuha niya yun. And maganda yung trade nila to, no? Yun nga lang, medyo nagkairitan lang, kumbaga, no? And muntik na magkaroon ng isang kill dito of Fennel Adversity. So good thing that Grindsky Esports was able to dodge it to prevent that from happening. Kasi pag nagkataon na nagkaroon sila ng kill doon, hindi na naman sulit yung pagkuha nila dito ng referral.
Oo.
Ito, kailangan lang nila talaga masulit ngayon itong referral na to. Kasi nga, after the happenings in the bot lane, medyo they're on the edge right now on winning this game. But we'll see kasi maaga pa naman, 5 minutes. Pero Yasuo dalawang Black Liver,
Oo
dalawang
nga
Noodles Echo. Ewan ko lang,
Tama.
may sakit sa buto yan
Tama ka nga, Spear, no? Fun top life. Kasi hindi nga sila totally magpo-focus sa pagpapakunat dito sa side ng FLA. They are going for the damage na ibibigay dito against Grindsky. So at least, meron silang sustain from those fun top life. Dual fun top life neto ng side ng FLA, no? Pero we'll see. More likely kasi ang magiging harap-harapan na mauuna na papasok dito sa FLA is yung may Ragnarok na si Aryzen mamaya with the help of Danny na Black Shield dito, pero Aryzen nag-iingat-ingat din dito Pero mind you, men, napapansin ko lang si Tonte hindi na ulit nila kinulit. And si Tonte, even though may fight doon ng The Rip Herald, hindi siya totaling nagko-commit. Naglalasit lang siya dito. And this, ngayon, walang umiistorbo sa kanya. So, Grindsky, pwede silang may pag-asa dito kay Tonte. Pero meanwhile, mahuli yata nila dito si Chinese. Na-taunt pabalik. Pero Chinese, hindi naman siya marurut pabalik. Pero si Bambi, solid yun, pero hindi pa ganun kasakit Kumbaga nasaktan, pero walang namatay. Pero mukhang may mamamatay dito with a Hextech Ultimatum. Ma-hold pa rin naman yung buhay ni Chinese. Chinese is still alive somehow. Black Shield to help etong nasa fronta ng side ng FLA na si Aryzen, but they will be losing that turret.
And that's going to be the first blood turret dito, no, in the hands of Grindsky Esports. Nakita mo yun, Yasuo. Meron ng Ragnarok. May Black Shield ka pa. Kumbaga, wala ka nang poproblemahan dito. Kumbaga, yung literal na anak, itabi mo ako na. Wala nang damage dito na pwedeng, or magic damage overall na nanggagaling to crowd control etong si Aryzen, no? And I would like to point out as well na to si Tonte is not going for a 31st build or an Iceborne Gauntlet build. Talagang gusto niya mag-focus sa kanyang tank items. Well, never mind. Kasi speaking of possibility na going towards the PT, Chapsuy. Kumbaga, parang naglagay lang muna siya dito tapos reserve muna, kumbaga. Parang sa mga video, reserve yung kanta. Hindi pa niya bubuuin muna.
Pumindot muna.
Having the Shin, parang papunta siya dito ng Trinity Force, no? Kasi longsword yung next 7 binili niya.
Pero we'll see, no? Kasi tahimik lang sa mapa si Tonte. Tamo, nasa baba naman siya. As much as possible, iniiwasan niya yung mga matataong lugar dito. Pero mas malapit ngayon yung ibang miyembro. Most of the members ng side ng FLA sa may bottom lane. Nandito din naman itong si parin yung Chinese having the patience dito sa may bottom at iniintay lang niya. Mind you, may Ragnarok yan. Here comes a tactical sweep. And ayun na nga, napop na yung Ragnarok. Pero unstoppable pa nga ba? How long hindi siya naka-touchdown? Doon sa may Protoss. Sabay, grabe naman yun, men. O tara na, after mo dyan, tara na agad. With the Lampara coming from Bo. Pero si Rafi, ton para sa dalawa dito, mukhang makakapag-stasis naman yung etong isa sa side ng Grindsky. Dahil ni Chinese, pero hindi siya magtatala. No jungler sa no jungler. And may natali dito. Kaso nga na makukuha pa din ng FLA. Yung Cloud Dragon as of now against GS. But still, humabol pa din yung FLA at pinagkakaltukan itong si Tonte.
That's the problem. Going against a Morgana is lugi ka talaga kapag ganun kalit yung lugar dito. No? The
Oo.
choke point coming in from Fennel Adversity. They have the Soul Shackles. I think 3 champions yung tinamaan dito. Yung nag-connect na maayos doon. Follow up with the Duran. So overall, in terms of crowd control, chain CC na meron dito ang FLA. Lamang talaga sila. And they can't afford to lose Qeon sa mga teamfight dito. Kasi especially when taking objectives, kailangan talaga nila na meron silang Qeon. Kailangan nila meron silang smite dito. And they also have to make sure na hindi sila nag-i-invest ng sobra just for a certain champion. Maybe balance out yung kanilang paggamit ng mga skills dito. Kasi ang dami na nagamit na skill, like Ultimatum, so information yon sa FLA. Now, we're gonna be seeing them going towards the referral.
Yeah, kaso wala na unahan sila dito ng Scuttler sa side ng FLA, no? 4 sila magkakasama dito. Actually, malapit lang din naman itong si parin yung Arisen. But, yun nga, we're just waiting. And mali yata yung nabanggit ko kanina, I thought pa rin talaga na si Olaf yung merong hawak ng smite dito. Si Doming nga pala yung naka-Riven. Riven nga pala yung may smite kanina, no? I thought wala ang smite yung side ng FLA. But still, no, referral naman ang minamatahan ng dalawa nating team
2-0
as
to
of now. And kita mo, yung wards natin, naka-favor yan sa side ng Grindsky. Kita mo naman. And yes, we have a wards inside ng FLA dito sa loob mismo ng pit. At sinisimulan na nga nila. Kita yan ng Grindsky. Kaso malayo dito si Qeon. Well, that's sa Camille. Mabilis lang naman niya mag-respo. Medyo masakit na rin dito si Bambi. Kaso
Mahirap
hindi
to.
na nila naabutan. Mahirap na to. MIB na nga lang yung magagawa nila dito. Napabagsak nila agad itong si Bo na siya nauna di sa may gitna. Pero huli with that Hextech Ultimatum. And kasama pa yung Heroes Entrance sa pagsabi sa gift dito kay parin yung Arise. Pero hindi pa natatapos double kill. Men, pinagkakanyon. Pinagkakanyon sila dito ni Bambi with a triple kill. Long range. Uy, sayang. Na-block ng minions yung kanyang first kill dito para kay Bambi. Kundi patay ito si Danny. I mean si Rap.
Yes, and this is the thing with regards to Grindsky Esports, no? Since kailangan nila mag-focus dito kay Tonte sa mga team fights, nawawala na sila ng focus sa ibang champion, especially Bambi and Tactical na nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na makapag-free hit from behind at nagkaroon ng magandang trade. You didn't expect na ganun pala magiging turnaround dito because at first, lugi doon yung Grindsky Esports. Sobrang behind sila sa ating trade. Dapat asagad si Bo. But Bambi was able to make it work na nakabuo siya ng enough item para sa kanyang champion. Kaya maging sobrang effective siya sa mga team fight natin.
Meron na siya dito Muramana, men, no? Kaya talagang spammable na yung mga skills dito. MIB na naman, men. Walang pasintabi. Just to defend this middle turret para sa side ng Grindsky, hindi hinayaan na ma-push.
And also, medyo wasted flash para kay Bo dito. I think he did try to attempt it with a death sentence. And maganda dito yung paggamit ng referral sana in the mid lane. Pero yun nga lang, meron ditong mabilis na wave clear coming from the Grindsky Esports. Maganda rin dito, as I mentioned kanina, na meron silang dalawang wave clear, no? Which is si Ziggs and si Bambi. So no problem with them. Clearing at naman yung waves kaagad. Now that we're seeing that itong si Tonte ay meron ng Trinity Force, this is going to be really hard for Fennel Adversity right now. Kasi probably may mawawalan sila ng focus dito kung sino dapat nila i-target. Kasi if they try to go for Tonte, mangyayari ulit yung nangyari kanina. Dragon, malapit na mag-up.
Yeah, 16 seconds on the clock para sa Dragon natin. And we're just waiting as of now. And pansinin ko lang, no, yung first Dragon pala na naman natin, Infernal. Ako na naman yung shoutcaster. Ayos ba yun? Ako yung tagasama ng Infernal dito.
Ayan,
Pero this time, we have a Mountain Drake for the third
Yes.
Dragon. And FLA, dalawa na yung Dragon na hawak nila dito. Pero sila,
Ayun
yung
lang
medyo
pala,
equals sa economy, men, kung mapapansin mo. Kasi lamang din naman kasi ng push yung side ng Grindsky. Wala pang push yung FLA, sa ngayon. And I don't think na nagiging effective yung kanilang dual font of life kasi nangninipis sila dito kumukunat na si Tonte and somehow may damage, nakaserilda na din itong si parin yung Bambi. As of now, meron na din siyang pangkat-kat ng armor dito, Black Clover na, and spammable na din yung mga skills neto ni paring Ziggs dahil meron na siyang mana resource dito.
Actually, gusto ko makita yung stocks ngayon na meron si Nasus si Tonte.
Oo,
Parang
hindi natin
curious
nakikita
ako
sa ganito,
kung ilan na yung stocks niya ngayon. So I think they're going to make some trades dito by between Dragon and Baron. Sobrang bilis This is really fast here of Baron. Mega Fair ba?
Pero, nag-infor na ba? Hindi. Oh my God! Nagaw pa! Mr. Steal Your Boy! And Headset ultimatum. Mukhang hindi na makakawala ba yung isang miyembro dito ng side ng Grindsky. Siya ang sakripisyo para kay Bo. Pero still, worth it to worth it. Nananakbo yung Fennel Adversity at mukhang papaligiran na namin kayo kasi si Qeon mukhang magpa-flank coming from behind. Hindi na sila magko-commit dito. Nakita naman nila si Qeon with that wards coming from the side of Fennel Adversity. Pero ang daming nawala sa Fennel doon. Nawalan sila ng Dragon, nawalan sila ng Baron, nawalan sila ng Torre. Wala silang nakuha basically para sa side of Fennel Adversity. Isang bow lang. That's just a support.
Oh my God. Grabe yung ginawa dito. Look at what Qeon did doon, making Inferno Bomb.
Yun lang
Just
yung vision
in
niya
time,
doon.
he jumped in. Medyo too early smite kay Domeng dito, no, unfortunately. But Qeon was able to make it work by stealing it using yung kanyang smite dito. Saktong-sakto. 5 yung kalaban niya doon. Siya lang mag-isa and he made it work. Because of that, ang laki ng kalamangan ngayon ng Grindsky Esports. As you mentioned, pwede nilang magamit dito itong Baron buff nila to secure a turret dito, especially the bot na sobrang low na. Force of Nature is up para dito kay Tonte, so wala na siya gaano problema dito with regards to the damage coming in from Morgana and itong si Rafi mismo. But overall, Grindsky Esports is doing pretty well right now. And sorry sa ating mga panelists, mukhang they really want to prove you guys wrong this time.
Oo nga, men. Mukhang gusto talaga kami bigyan ng jersey dito ni paring Berting, no? Ayos ba yun? Grindsky, nagmamarcha na dito sa may gitna ng side of Fennel Adversity. Kailangan pa nilang dumaan doon sa second turret at the top lane, pero binabasag na dito ni Tonte as of now yung second tier turret. Pero ito, Stasis ang labanan. Maniging challenge muna tayo, pero Bambi, binawi din agad siya dito ni Bo kasi masyadong deep na yon and under the
Two lanes
turret.
at the same
Pero ito
time.
butas to, pre. Butas to kasi isa na namang wave na may Baron yung dadaan sa may middle lane and mukhang gusto pa nilang umisa para sa side ng Grindsky kasi may papadating na namang minion wave na probably may Baron buff na kakatok pero hindi na nila ipupush pa yung issue sa side ng Grindsky.
Yeah, unfortunately, hindi nila pinilit pa yung bot lane dito.
Oo,
No? Kasi the next upcoming team fight, probably wala na yung Baron buff natin dito. It's worth for them, for sure, because they were able to secure the inhibitor turret sa ating mid lane dito. Pero the problem right now is that ano lang gagawin ngayon ng FLA? They're on the edge, once again, edge of the wall. Tulad na nangyari kanina sa ating early game. They're gonna try to make some turnarounds dito by going from behind sa ating turret. Dito first tier, dito turret sa mid lane. Teka lang, tignan natin.
Yup.
Natin Righteous Glory ba? Hindi pala.
Nag-ano pa, men. Mga
Ano Righteous Glory?
nagbe-very light pa. And sayang, umalis na sila doon, no? May customer sana sila, si Tonte, napadaan doon sa kaninang bush kung saan nandun nagtatago ang side ng Grindsky. The thing with Fennel Adversity, despite losing yung anilang inhibitor middle turret dito, hindi pa rin sila talaga nagpapatibag, nakakalabas pa rin talaga sila ng base nila. Pero now, magkakaroon na naman tayo ng Baron. 26 seconds on the clock, par.
Gusto ko talaga makita ilan na yung stock si Tonte ngayon kasi Tonte has been pushing other lanes since I think starting the mid game dito, no, nung nagkaroon siya ng pagkakataon na makapag-split push. They have the information that Tonte is very far and he has no teleport, kaya gusto nilang i-force tong clash na to, whether they will go for the Baron or defend this first tier turret habang si Tonte nagpupush lang sa bot lane.
Oh, men, kita mo, kala nyo mga assassin at mga high mobility champion lang yung pwede mag-push
Naku,
dito.
yun na.
Men, hindi nila pinapatipi yung natitira na apat dito sa side ng Fennel Adversity. And si Rap, medyo nasaktan doon, nakomit na din yung Hexag Ultimatum dito, sabay sina-switch, naipit si Rap, Yatap and Danny as well is in the middle of everyone sa side ng Grindsky at mukhang nananakbo na lang yung natitirang tatlo for the side of Fennel Adversity. Wala na sila magagawa dito, they can just
go for
push.
the Baron.
Baron or push at the
Or
bottom lane.
Dragon.
10 seconds,
Either
Elder
way.
na yan.
Yes, oo. 5 pa naman sila dito. They have all health. Pretty much okay pa naman, I would say, kasi kailangan nilang push kagad itong first inhibitor to the bot lane. Pero umuwi na yung dalawa. Alam nila yan, may
dapat
information sila.
nag-reset na sila. Pero joke lang! Teleport yung dalawa! I think they're looking forward to end this na. Kaso ang taas ng shield ni Aryzen. And mapapop na din yung Guardian Angel. Pero wait lang, dahil nakaabang pa rin sila. Wala na magagawa dito si Aryzen. Exploding cask andoon. Pero wala eh. Hindi na kinaya, men. Mukhang gusto nang i-end ng Grindsky. Anong Baron, anong Dragon. Pero wala na silang minion. Hexag Ultimatum, Stasis, para dito kay parin yung Domeng. Kaso nga lang, si Domeng lumilipad, naka-touchdown pa rin naman dito sa sabay bandang likod. Low health ito si Bo, pero he's still alive. At the same time, taking down the right of Arise dito. Pero si Rap and the gang are back. Danny is up as well. Pero napakakunat ni paring Susan, men. Ako nagsasabi sa'yo, kay Susan tayo.
Oo, K9 yan eh. Kumbaga, alam mo naman ng mga K9, di ba? medyo masunurin at talagang nakakatakot at medyo makunat-kunat pag nagkataon. Kaya nga pag nakikipag-ano ka sa mga K9, kailangan mo yung meron kang tawag doon yung armor na nakikita natin, 'di ba, sa mga TV dati.
Oo, may
Yung
kailangan
meron,
makapal yun eh.
oo, maraming tuwalya yan. Kasi medyo makunat nga. And Dragon is up, everyone is resetting it sa ngayon. But we still have a death timer para kay Arise dito. Ang ganda na ginagawa ng Grindsky Esports dito in terms of their macro play right now. They're
Oo.
at a different level. Tonte with that Nasus just doing pretty well as well. Please lang sa ating nakikita ngayon, I really would like to check ilan na yung stocks natin dito.
Wala eh, hindi natin
Kay Nasus,
nakikita.
para makita lang natin sana. Pero again, right now, ang dami ng item nitong si Tonte. We have the Guardian Angel up para sa kanya. Force of
How to
Nature.
kill.
How to kill the K9 Nasus natin dito coming from the members of Grindsky Esports.
And now,
Mhm,
sila pa
baron
yung
na yata.
nagbabaron
Okay.
dito, pero joke
Okay.
lang, no? Medyo risky. Di pa nila alam kung nasan yung exact location na lahat ng members dito na side ng Fennel Adversity. Kailangan muna nilang hanapin. Ito din yung pinapoint out ko kanina eh. Hindi nila nabully itong si Tonte, and si Tonte umiiwas lang siya sa mga teamfight. Pero this time,
Naku.
sinimulan ng Fennel Adversity yung Dragon dito.
Magandang
Alam niya
ideya
ng
ba to?
GS. Alam na niya, kita mo, dalawa pa nga yung kakalagay pa lang na
no.
ward dito sa may loob ng pit. Pero nasa likod dito itong si Arise, malamang waiting for the moment to throw yung kanyang explosive gas. Pero tinuloy na ng
again?
Grindsky yung
Domeng?
side ng Dragon.
Oh, nakuha
pero
nila.
nakuha pa din ni Domeng as of now.
Tonte
Pero
nasa loob.
Heroes Entrance, panakas lang dahil si Rap medyo
Horizon.
low on health. Kaso nahabol nila itong si Parin yung...
Oy,
Para si Arise, ako huli sa likod. Si Rap, naku po nag-teleport kaso nakita pa din siya doon ni
Tatlo?
Tactical. Tatlo ang
GG.
napabagsak. But sige, sa inyo na yung Dragon, sa amin na yung Nexus, dahil tinatapos na ni Tonte and ni Chinese na natitira dito sa side ng Grindsky, nakatouch lang sa Nexus, pero focus lang kami. Why na tayo lilingon pa sa likod? Bakit ka to?
Sorry.
Oo,
K9
alam ko
kasi.
naman.
Alam mo naman. Asus.
Eh, nakakatuwa
Asus.
to si
Asus.
Grindsky.
Kinagat, grabe.
Grabe yun.
Ito yung kahapon, Grindsky Esports, dito mo masasabing kinagat ng 7 Dragons. Dito, kinagat ng 7 Dogs. Diba? It worked pretty well on their favor.
Yep.
Hindi rin, sa gaya na sinabi mo kanina, Yasu, I think Grindsky Esports has been formulating a lot of different kind of lineup that they could formulate pa sa ating game dito, and it's napakaganda. It's really entertaining, and on my end, I know for sure masaya yung mga tropa natin sa watch party natin, but this is just the game 1, mga kaibigan. Babawi dito ang FLA. We'll see about that.
Yeah, feeling ko kasi ang naging problema lang sa FLA dito, napabayaan ng husto talaga itong si Kuya nyo Tonte, to the point na kahit yung early natin medyo chapso yung item niya, pero unti-unti niyang binibuild yun eh. And yeah, hindi nila na-neglect nila kahit papaano yung mga tore nila dito for the side of FLA, and the explosive cast, no, medyo napapansin ko huli in the action. If not huli, parang hindi nagiging impactful din itong explosive cast ni Arise. MIB those, yung mga MIB dito ni paring Tactical, solid men.
On point.
On point. And the Stasis play din na ginagawa dito. Yes, Fennel Adversity, nag-Stasis play din sila dito. Pero, Grindsky, they have that discipline. Sige, focus natin itong isang target na to, pabagsakin natin right away. And I guess, hindi talaga kasi sila bumuo dito ng pampakunat. Ang meron lang ako nakitang pampakunat so far, si Raf lang.
Si Raf. He's the only champion na feeling ko talaga nag-focus sa kakunatan dito. Though Danny has realized, para konting HP and slow as well with yung kanyang spells dito. But overall, mahirap talaga. They also lack the damage kasi nga, as I mentioned, we have very tanky champions dito from Grindsky Esports. Tonte, sobrang kunat. And the peak potential, the peak potential that they have is really commendable as well. Kasi Chinese, especially that Baron still, I think that's one of the win condition na meron dito na nagawa yung Grindsky Esports, because if ever na ma-let go nila or nakuha yon ng Grindsky, ng FLA, then that could have been the end of the game kasi kaya nila makabawi talaga doon from the upset that we have earlier. But player of the game, mga kaibigan, walang iba kundi si Tactical. 9.0 KDA, 32,000 sa anyang damage. Kill participation, Alam nyo na yan, Suavity, 69%.
May magtatanong na naman sa chat niyan, paring GG. Feeling ko it's a sign.
Ano ibig sabihin
Yeah.
ng 69, no?
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Pero
it's just a number.
kill participation. Kill participation kasi yun. And look at the item din dito ni Tactical. All out for the damage, Ludens, and meron na din siya
Morellion, no?
Archangel. Morellion, man, talagang Pierce.
Mm.
And we also have the Rabadons, talagang mapapaaroy ka. And mind you, sabi nga natin, on point yung mga MIB dito ni Parinyong Tactical. So not only for the Oriana and the Kaisa, meron din siyang ibubuga sa may 6, talagang literal. And yung position din dito ni Tactical, hindi siya easily accessible para sa side ng Fennel Adversity, kaya nakakapag-preheat din siya. So pre-farm na si Tonte, preheat naman itong si Tactical.
Yeah. Ay, grabe yung feeling ko talaga the protect, no? The overall protection coming from Grindsky Esports, how effective they were sa laban natin dito, kung paano nila na-balanced out, no? Yung pag sa mga team fight natin, they have both. You know, they have the lantern, yung ating escape vehicle na ginagamit nila dito tuwing kailangan. Kumbaga after nilang pumitas dito, chumepi ng isa, meron silang vehicle para makapag-mamba out. Tapos everything worked out in the end.
Yeah, tama ka doon, paring Spear. Pero that's just the first game. Meron pa tayong second game, a potential third game, no, kung saan makabawi dito yung side ng Fennel Adversity. And bago tayo mag-head for the second game, magkakaroon muna tayo ng very, very short break. Again, kami naging shoutcaster nyo ako. Si Yasimia, kasama ko dito si paring Spear. Huwag kayong aalis. Pagbalik natin, second game na.
Challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
The quick break is over and we are back for the second game ng Fennel Adversity versus Grindsky. Extend pa boss nga ba tayo o direkta na rek dito ng 2-0 for the side of Grindsky? Nagbabalik kami ako. Kasama ko dito si GG Spear. Tingnan natin. Spear, sa tingin mo may magkakaroon ba tayo ng respect bans or respect bannable nga ba itong Renekton pick ng side ng Grindsky?
Feeling ko, I don't think there's going to be a Nasus ban dito, no? For Grindsky Esports. There might be, but there's a high possibility that wala. Kasi it's just a matter of maybe some mistakes, na minor mistakes that Fennel Adversity has committed sa ating first game dito. Kasi I never seen them na ganito, no? Na behind sa laban natin. And there are some situations na, especially that, again, I would like to highlight the Baron fight that Qeon was able to steal. Kasi if nagawa na ng paraan or they secured that Baron, then that's going to be a good comeback para sa kanila. Pero yun nga, since hindi nila nakuha at secure, then yun yung naging problema. So, I don't think there's going to be a ban, focus ban dito on Tonte side, especially Nasus. Baka they just have to work on kung ano yung mga naging mistakes nila sa ating game 1. Kasi Fennel yan we've known them since, I think, since day 1 ng ating WCS or Icon Series dito, no? So, looking forward sa pwedeng gawin nila sa ating game 2. Kasi Grindsky Esports, sinabi nga natin kanina, they've been doing a lot of giving us a lot of surprises sa mga laban natin.
Yeah, and isa na nga doon, yung Tonte Nasus natin. Nakakala mo, biruin mo, no? Ang lakas ng kanyang Nasus dito. And I guess, the reason why is yun nga, no? Yung mga mistakes na nagawa dito ng Fennel Adversity, they weren't able to control yung last hits and probably na nire-request mo kanina yung stacks, no? Na hindi natin nakita. Pero I do believe na madami siyang stacks doon. Kasi honestly, napabayaan itong si Tonte. And at the same time, bukod kay Tonte, hindi din nila ma-access itong si paring tactical on that Ziggs. And yeah, going back dun sa tanong ko kanina, no, ang naisip ko din pala na more on possible na maban dito is the Ziggs. Kasi bannable naman talaga yung champion na yan for the side of Fennel Adversity. They could ban that. Pero that means, dapat nilang i-give up dito si Garen, palabasin si Garen, si Renekton. May lalabas talaga ng mga binance nila na champion later on. And I don't think na masyadong gumana yung kanilang plano na dalawang Font of Life and then the rest of the gang will be building a damage dahil yun nga, na-neglect nila yung existence din ni Tonte dito. And yeah, tama ka doon sa sinabi mo, no, mistakes again for that Baron kasi if ever nakuha naman kasi ng Fennel Adversity yon, lacking sila sa pag-push ng tower doon Kung nakuha ng Fennel Adversity yon, malamang more than 3 turrets yung pwedeng makuha nila doon, the first tier turrets or even maka-touchdown pa sila ng second tier turret.
Yeah. At the same time, feeling ko if you don't have a Jarvan, then you could really counter itong si Olaf with Hexic Ultimatum talaga. Kasi we've seen him na ginamit ilang beses yung Ragnarok dito over when dealing with Hexic Ultimatum. Talagang hindi siya makawala di ba? Hindi siya makatakas and they can't do anything but to just take the damage coming from members of Grindsky Esports dito. So, yeah, really looking forward kung anong gagawin dito ng FLA. Nag-change tayo ng ating sides this time. FLA will be going sa ating blue side at red side naman dito ang Grindsky Esports. First ban, maybe we're still going to see a Renekton pa din. Katulad na kanina, di ba? Ziggs, pwede nila i-ban ngayon dito.
Yumi
Pero
pa din
Yumi,
talaga yung first ban nila dito. Yumi, Grindsky, they could ban Renekton, but Jace ang kanilang ibaban din nila dito for the side of Grindsky. Grabe din yung Jace ni Bambi, no? And ang sakit din agad nung the thing with Bambi kanina, first item niya is Manamune. So, mas may spam niya dito yung mga skills niya. And with Jace, kasi kapag naka-hammer mode ka, may kakunatan factor ka din dun And damage, giving pa ng, let's say, movement speed kapag tumapa ka dun sa kanyang light na nilalapag sa lapag dito. And yeah, the cannons are always on point.
Camille.
And you see, we have a ban on that Camille. Ang lakas, sa totoo lang, sa lahat ng champion, bukod kay Lee Sin, ang pinakamataas na rate na nakakapagnakaw talaga Camille since noon pa man. 'Di ba? Back when meron pa tayong Omega, 'di ba? And now we have a ban on that Ziggs. Respect ban na nga paring GG.
Yeah, Matic, no, they've been thinking about it for sure that they really want to remove it on the equation. So Camille and Set was removed, which is a good idea dito coming from Grindsky Esports na this time, again, as I mentioned kanina, they've been formulating a lot of different lineups that they could use
Mm-mm.
sa mga laban natin in the WCS, and it worked pretty well on their favor. So banning out Camille and Jace is not a problem for them. I know for sure that they have different tactics this time. Maganda dito na kinuha ng FLA si Galio because Galio is open, again, being the support.
Mm-mm.
And I think Raf could also utilize it this time once again. Pero
Instant
na-open
yun,
pala si Darius.
Yep. Open nga si Darius, man.
Oo.
Talagang nakawala itong si kuya nyo, Darius. I think, ban nga pala siya kanina, no? Together. First ban ni
First
Renekton,
game.
Darius, and then Garen nga pala yung ban kanina.
Okay,
Pero Zed will be banned as well. So this time, sinecure na nila dito si Zed. Kasi FLA kanina, wala silang pang access doon sa mga backlines ng Grindsky. And alam naman natin, ang isang Zed is magandang pang flank. Lalo na sa mga squishy target na nag-stay on the backlines. Just like etong si Lulu ng side ng Grindsky. Pero Grindsky, I'm not sure kung saan natin pwede makita dito si Lulu. Pero
So what?
FLA, nandito na si Danny Danny Corky.
Ang sakit niyan ha. Overall, alam naman natin gano'ng kasakit ang dalawang champion nito, Zed and Corky, especially Corky, and Danny pa yung gagamit sa kanya. I mentioned this before as well, how strong Danny is in terms of yung kanyang kiting skills, kung gaano siya kalakas lagi magbigay ng damage output.
Naglabasan namin ng mga best of the best.
Pero ngayon
Grabe
nga,
yun.
makikita mo yung mga itsura natin dito sa mga reaction natin. Kasi talaga nagugulat tayo. Oriana open para kay Tactical. Or si Tactical nga bang gagamit yan?
Si
Hindi pa
Tactical,
natin sigurado. Kasi pwedeng Bambi din eh. But most probably, this is going to be Tactical kasi Lulu support din naman siya. So we'll see about that. Pwede rin namang Jax open. Pwede sila mag-Lulu Jax dito.
Oo.
Tapos Bambi, Cheese Jax. Tapos Bambi Lulu, no? Pwede.
Pwede kahit
Pwede
yan,
natin.
kahit di ba? Actually, open pa dito si Olaf. Kung gusto pa nila talagang i-all in, ibigay ulit si, but I don't think na nag-all up dito itong si Chinese, no? And Jax, ayan na nga, pinakinggan ka. Narinig ka, no? Hindi nila binigay yung Jax ban para sa side ng FLA. So, Grindsky dito. Actually, for Chinese, no? Again, tumatak sa isip ko yung Kha'Zix neto si Chinese. And pwede pa din naman siya dito. Sila yung nag-ban on that Riven. Kha'Zix, pwede silang mag-Riven jungle sana. Kaso, ban out nga na ngayon. And other, Shyvana ulit. Shyvana ulit, no? Malay naman natin, di ba? FLA, we're waiting sa kanilang last ban. What do you think? May hula ka ba, Spear?
Yes, sabi ko na Jax remove talaga dito eh. Matic yan kasi Lulu eh. There's a possibility of that going up, especially having Oriana as well as shields na pwede nila i-provide. So, ginawa nilang last ban dito yung si Graves na pwede pa rin maging one of the highlights dito kung sakali. So, not that they remove two main objective or possible champions that they could pick. Medyo mapapaisip dito ang Grindsky, no? Coach Rex siguro talagang siniformulate niya na maayos dito kasi na magiging fourth pick nila.
Sino
I'm
kaya?
thinking if they're going for a marksman, but I doubt because
Trash pa din. Kay Bo.
Trash pa din, oo.
So,
Ayun nga, no?
Lulu.
Mukhang initial plan talaga nila to, Lulu Jax, pero nawala eh.
Oo.
So baka isipin pa nila sino pwede.
Bakit support to? Kumbaga, Lulu Roa, first item, no? And we'll see. Kailangan na nga lang nila dito. Kumbaga, kompleto na yung kanilang mga sidelines and the backlines and the frontlines even. Pero naagaw yung Kha'Zix. Kaya na lang Chinese na lang na champion yung hinahanap natin dito eh. FLA will be stealing away that Kha'Zix away from Chinese. May Rengar tayo dito if you wanted to go for Rengar. But I don't think na nakita ko na si Chinese on that Rengar. So far, puro Kha'Zix siya dito eh. When it time
Pwede eh. Kasi Lulu eh. Pwede Rengar yung option nila dito. Pero I am thinking of different other options as the junglers, no? Pwedeng Fiora. Fiora is open. Kennen?
Si Kanan.
Naku, medyo mahirap. Yaso ha.
Paano mapapasok?
Papapaisip tayo dito eh kung gagana ba tong Kennen na to. Kasi si Kennen ngayon nasa kaliwa eh. Di ba? Sa screen. Wala siya sa Kennen.
Shyvana ulit!
Shyvana!
Kumbaga, parang piniro ko lang naman kanina. Baka Shyvana to. Pero Shyvana nga ulit, man. Pero alam mo kasi, paring Spear, kahapon, Grindsky, they also used Shyvana. But the thing is, wala namang contest kasi doon sa Shyvana whenever they're doing Dragon. Kaya Grindsky, nakuha yung Dragon for Shyvana na talagang nag-empower dito sa literal na Dragon na to. But FLA, knowing that Shyvana existed sa side ng Grindsky, pwede nilang si Shyvana ang ibuli dito. And as much as
Ganun yung
possible,
gagawin nila.
i-contest talaga yung Dragon away from this Shyvana. Pero the thing is, kidding aside, no, Kennen feeling ko laban din. Sabihin natin pagpasok sa backlines kasi nakatambay always sa backlines. Etong si Lulu together with Tactical. Malamang kasama din nila etong si Bo kasi siya yung taga-protector Ang nasa harap lang dito will be Chinese and si Tonte. We'll see kung makapapasukan nga ba ni Arising ng maganda-gandang electric current yung mga side ng GS.
Baka pwede kasi in terms of damage output, lamang na lamang dito ang FLA for sure.
Oo,
They have more
output.
damage coming from their team dito. Pretty much just a matter of kung paano nila masisisi na maayos yung kanilang kalaban na crowd control coming from their team. At the same time, for Grindsky Esports, as you mentioned, they really have to control the face of the game by getting all those dragons on their favor. Kasi kahapon, we've seen them na ginamit din si Shyvana. But the
Oo.
problem is, I think Sunsparks didn't react accordingly, no, by
Oo.
just letting Grindsky Esports getting two dragons sa laban. If you're against the Shyvana as the objective dito for Grindsky Esports, just go for the dragon instead of Rift Herald. Let them get Rift Herald because for sure the dragon has more benefit for Grindsky Esports right now.
Yeah, tama ka doon. Nakita mo naman yung items natin dito, no? Boots agad para dito kay paring Raph. And all the way, Espada for the side of Fennel Adversity. So, baga, early damage na pwede nilang itil. Pero si Bombi, men, nakipagsabayan kay Arise sa Z, sa may middle lane. Pero sabi kasi ni Arise, naku, mamaya ka sa akin. Ang mamaya is now. Pero Bambi, medyo nasaktan doon. Hindi din naman siya gumamit ng summoner spell aside from heal. Yeah, hindi naman din niya nabagastos yung kanyang flash dito. But Arise as well, no? Gumamit na din siya doon ng Ignite.
Medyo sayang nga lang kasi again, there's the grievous wounds from the Ignite. So, onti lang yung heal ni Bambi doon. Kaya medyo hindi natin nahalata yung heal sa kanya. Parang wala nga lang no?
Oo.
Grabe talaga tong Ignite na to pagdating sa grievous wounds. Ryzen, not controlling the top lane minion wave dito, no? It seems like he's really going towards the pressure against kay Tonte and probably, maybe, to try and control dito the top lane by not letting itong si Chinese na makaresponde in the top lane.
Pero speaking of Chinese, nandito para lang doon sa may scuttler, pero dumaan si Arising para at least guluhin itong si Chinese. Pero kasi smite yung kalaban niya doon And yeah, I guess Arising, nice try though. Pero wala pa naman tayo nagkakapatayan, early pa. Para masabi na magkakaroon tayo early aggression coming from both sides natin. Pero nakita nila,
Grabe,
sa may
isang palo
gilid-gilid
lang
itong si
yun.
Royce.
Isang palo lang yun, kay Shyvana, kay Chinese yung ward after gamit nila yung first kill niya.
Oo, tanggal agad, no? Pero
Ang
ito,
sakit,
grabe si Bambi. Inuunti-unti. Ang plano dito ni Arise, uunti-untiin kita. Mamaya ka sa akin pag level 5 na ako. Malapit na siya mag-level 5 Level 4 kalahati na Isang minions na lang, kaso kinapos pa, di ba? But they have to reset. Well, maaga pa naman din, actually, to reset. Pero grabe, FLA, protektodo yung bottom nila. Look at that wards coming from FLA, no? Bawal dumaan sa river.
Yun, river talaga. Nagkakaano na sila dito. Seeing that how they're controlling the vision in the bot lane dito, ayaw nila magkaroon ng possibility of Domeng, no? Getting the early lead that he needs sa laban natin. Because alam mo naman, Yasu, nakapag itong si Domeng ay nakapag-farm talaga agad at nag-snowball siya ng gusto, medyo mahihirapan dito ng husto ang Grindsky Esports. They also have the vision control here in the top lane by putting wards there sa gitnang bush natin. Maganda rin itong ginagawa ni Tonte, no? Very defensive play coming from Tonte dito. Tamang keep it really safe lang. Tsaka, first item is Hextech Proto Belt. Talagang more on the pressure ang gusto gawin ni Tonte dito.
Talon agad. And I think, no, mas unang magpapasimula ng bugbugan ang side ng Grindsky. With that Hextech Proto Belt, Aprehen ang kasunod niyan, malamang sa malamang for the side ng Grindsky. And then we're waiting. Tahimik pa talaga sila dito. And we'll see, parehas na junglers natin, hindi pa talagang totally nag-all in for that rotation and looking for pick-up. 30 seconds sa ating Dragon and sa ating Reap Herald. And mukhang nagsiset up na ng stage yung Grindsky for that Dragon because they really need that. Kaso nasa top pa to, itong si paring Chinese. Definitely, magre-reset pa yan, saka siya magpupunta on that Drake. And, for the first time in forever, hindi Infernal Drake. Mountain Drake yung first Dragon natin.
Tsaka, tignan mo yung movement, no, Tonte? Hinahabol si Arise.
Na-apprehend.
Dito.
Pero wala pa masyado damage.
Pikachu!
Pero dinakdakan namin! Dinakdakan na kaso hindi enough yung damage na binibigay dito ni Tonte. Kasi ito lang yung item niya Proto Belt lang yung pampasok niya, pero in terms of the damage,
Ang
lampo
ganda.
pa, kulang pa. Pero ito, si Giannis, nakapwesto na dito with the Death Mark para sa kanya. Pero yung Dragon, na-secure pa rin dito ng Grindsky, naipit.
Giannis,
Yung
aray
dalawa
ko,
nakasunod,
teamfight!
flash out, di nakalabas! Mapakasakit! Kuya Giannis, pero si Danny will be able to take down that Dragon. And that will be a 1-for-2 exchange in favor of Grindsky.
Kinagat ng 7 Dragons na naman na nangyari
Oo,
dito.
man.
Pero that's a secure Dragon for Grindsky Esports. Looking
Si
pretty good sa
Tactical
kanya.
pa, men.
Sa early fight natin dito. And Yasu, kaya ako nasabing maganda yung pang setup dito na ginawa ng Grindsky Esports is because that's one of the reason why Tonte really pushed itong si Ryzen dun sa ating top side para hindi siya makapag-recall, hindi siya makapag-responde. And this was a pretty balanced way of Grindsky Esports controlling the Dragon Pit. Diba? Talaga kinontrol nila yung Dragon Pit na yon. Alam nila na medyo mahihirapan sila dito, but indeed they were able to do their job pretty well, no, by making sure that they secured that dragon. And
Yep.
wow, what a good start dito for Grindsky Esports. Medyo kakita natin sa gold natin na medyo pantay lang. Pero Grindsky Esports with the dragon, magandang step to.
Yeah, pero ito si Arise lang yung pwede magdepende
Ayan
dito.
na.
Pero nandito na si
Oo
Raph
po.
and the gang. Pero si Danny dumaan sa kabila. Pero nakaalis pa rin naman yung Grindsky
Obviously.
as of now. And kung mapapansin mo, no, walang masyado palang pang CC yung side ng FLA dito. Aside from Arise, pag nang Maelstrom na siya. And dun sa taunt neto ni Rafi. Pero
Uy!
Grindsky, kala ko mananakaw pa, men. Miss Mike.
Kumbaga yun yung my mind's telling me no moment nitong si Bo dito, no? Kung kinapit niya yung kanyang death sentence, then maybe he could steal that one. Pero which
Should I go?
probably would
Should I
trade
not?
his life. Oh, will
Oo.
probably will trade his life dito, no? Kasi hindi naman nila ahayaan na gano'n na yung mangyayari. But again, still secured pa rin yung ating referral dito for kay Doming, no? Kaya
Yep.
medyo maganda ito para sa kanila na nakabawi sila with that and they could use it push a turret dito.
Speaking of push ng turret, mas pressured yung bottom lane dito na side ng Fennel Adversity as of now. Para nga naman, mas easy yung take nila ng tower, ng Dragon mamaya kasi mawawala ng map control kahit papano sa bottom side ng jungle. Dito yung side ng
Nako,
Fennel
mid
Adversity. Pero ito, mid lane ang minamathan. Meanwhile, at the top lane, si
Shit, ayun na
Ryzen,
naman,
inikutan, and mukhang dadaktakan na naka-touchdown. And Maelstrom para kay Tonte,
Wow!
patay pa din, may nasunog. Naduguan nito ni Tonte, pero Doming, I'll
Kaya
avenge you,
yata,
bro.
naku.
Pero mukhang kaya na Doming dito kasi may isolation.
Dragon's
Pero
Descent.
no! Andito na ang tropa. Doming, delikado na. At
Aray ko,
kinakagat ng
Dragon.
Dragon. Isa pang kagat, isa pang kalmot. Yatarp. Sabay, balik ka dito, pare ko. Meron
Hindi!
blaster, pero hindi siya sumama. Shockwave will not connect dahil nakapag-flash out. Itong si
Wala.
pare yung Danny.
25 Dragons in, mga kaibigan. Qeon is doing it once again in this game. Talagang really effective kung ano yung ginagawa nila ngayon. And also, this is the problem with Qeon right now. And I think this is the reason why she's not in the meta. Because of how Tonte or how anyone in the top lane could pretty much counter Ryzen. Starting with Darius, di ba? Kita mo naman. Hindi mahirap kahit mag Pikachu mode ka, wala din talaga, hindi talaga
Men, first
kakayanin.
item mo, Rel. Para kay Ryzen dito. Solely for Tonte din.
Remove healing.
Uy, ngayon ko lang napansin dalawang heal sa side ng Grindsky.
Yes.
Yung kanilang summoner spell dito, pero kailangan nilang i-juggle ng maayos yan. Kasi
Healing galing.
pagka nag-heal ka ng isa, hindi pwedeng heal agad. Mas mahina yung heal ng kabila. I guess they're going for habol talaga for the side of Grindsky kasi it gives you movement speed din naman and the heal at the same time and the sustain nga. Pero ito 10 seconds na naman tayo for the Dragon, GG.
Gana ba to? Naku, setting up na dito yung FLA. Alam nila na
Oo.
kailangan nila talagang pigilan dito na makuha ang Dragon. And this time, Ryzen is in the bot lane. So walang pressure na mabibigay sa kanya coming from Tonte. They're now setting this one up. Tumalo na kagad ng 7 Dragons.
Men, Dragon's Descent. Ito, coming from Qeonis, pero tinataboy niya muna yung mga nasa loob dito. Pero
Shockwave!
Shockwave, para kay
Delikado,
Danny,
Tactical.
hindi nga lang masyadong nasaktan din ito si Tactical. Kalahati buhay ni Danny dito, hindi siya makakasama sa ating Dragon. And we'll see,
Dragon
nag-reset
lang.
yung Dragon natin. And mawawala, I don't think na mawawala na. Yata
Malapit na.
din. Oo, yung
Malapit
Dragon's
na.
Descent ni Parinyong, Qeonis, pero minamadali na nila. Here comes the talon.
Nakuha niyo
Hindi
pa
pa
din.
rin nakaabot si Doming, men. Natrap siya dito, step
Aray
bro.
ko!
I wanna get
Ayun.
out, pero hindi siya nakaalis. Naipit din itong si Parinyong Rap. And 3 down for the side ng FLA dahil
Oh
na-Chiani
my.
din itong si kuya nyo Danny.
Anyari Pesi, ang stock step, bro talaga. Tagtalo ni Doming doon, ayun, nahuli. At naipit siya sa harap ng dragon. And
Sakto lang yun.
sakto din.
Yung Dragon's
Yung
Descent niya.
duration, yes, yung duration ng Dragon's Descent niya doon. And hindi pa natin nakikita yung magandang slicing maelstrom itong si Arisen sa mga
Oo,
laban
alas
natin.
pa,
Medyo they're lacking the damage in which they need, which is supposedly yung kanilang strength dito is hindi nagre-reflect sa mga laban natin. Maybe because we're still earlier in the game, no? But mid-game na to, 9 minutes na tayo mga kaibigan,
Oo.
and we'll see how they're going to turn this one around.
Yeah,
Rise
1-7
pushing the bot lane.
in favor ng side ng Grindsky, including yung ating network and the Dragon takedowns, no? And meron pa tayong referral dito. Malapit-lapit lang din naman dito si Domen sa ginagawa na referral dito ni Chinese and the gang. And kita niya yan kasi may scuttle vision pero mukhang hindi na. Binigay
Trade
namin.
na to. They're pinging to. Wala, si Tonte na solo kill si Arise. Oh
Oo
my
nga, no?
kulay.
Oh my G. And Arise, I think he tried his
Ano
best, no?
ginagawa nila sa baba?
Ginawa, yun nga, questionable, men. Nagpunta sila sa baba. I think looking forward to
Naku,
exchange
nakatak pa
trade.
si Arisen.
Naku po, hindi nakabalik. Hindi nakabalik. Durog na yung tower. Mukhang butas na kasi meron pa referral. Pero ito, nahatak. Another Dragon's Descent. Stasis kasi medyo low health na. Itong si Qeon Chinese. Pero Chinese still there.
Dragon yung
Pero
tower.
one more hit. Buhay pa, men! Hindi sapat yung damage ng tower. Pero isang hit na lang yung tower dito na side ng FLA. Butas na ang top inhibitor ng FLA without any casualty sa side ng Grindsky. What happened? I think questionable positionings for FLA.
Ito yung parang bumabalik tayo sa summer season eh. Why? We have Lulu and Orianna. Or may it be a Lulu, kung sino man yan, na pwedeng isaba dito with the shields for Orianna, na pwedeng sumabay din. And the thing is, since Orianna is an AP champion, malaki yung stack ng shield na nakukuha niya to
Oo.
help and protect kung sino man yung front nila dito, which is si Qeon.
Chinese,
Tapos may Lulu pa. Diba? Meron pa siyang ardent sensor dito na nagbibigay ng attack
Oo,
speed.
men.
Para kay Qeon talaga na sobrang sakit. Kumbaga sa Dragon Ball, kung kailangan mo ng 7 Dragon Ball, dito kailangan mo lang ng 3 or 4 para kay Qeon.
Oo, pero death mark
Ako po.
para dito sa isa. Na-knock
knowing
naman yung dalawa with the shockwave. Pero nakapag. Wildrift
naka-flash.
naman para kay Tactical to.
Ayun
Mukhang kinagat ng tipaklong. Pero nandito na yung Dragon's Descent.
Uy,
Dito
si
ni
Tonte sa
Qeon.
likod.
Pero naiwan dito sa Arisen. Pero si Tonte galing
Dragon,
dito
oh.
nga sa likod. And mukhang mamatay-matay. Itong si Arise. Yung Dragon, men. Ang kulit.
Invite.
Si Raph. Mahuhuli. Si
Oh.
Danny naiwan. Naiwan si Corky. Pero ito si Doming nananakbo pa. Duguan, nakatakas pa nga pala. Etong si Kuya yung Arise. Kanina kinakagat na siya dito ni Chinese eh. Pero grabe yung habol nila dito. Kasama
Grabe,
si
no?
Buwo. Nakikita pa nila dito si Raph. Pero Raph, safe pa din naman as of now. Pero the pressure, all the lanes are pressured, paring Spear.
Alam mo ngayon, naririnig ko yung mga trash talkan dun sa ating
Chat?
sa ating watch party.
Ah,
Mukhang tinatrash talk ng mga tropa natin from
Mainit.
Grindsky Esports, yung mga members, yung mga tropa sila tulos doon.
Oo,
Kasi
mainit doon, men.
alam mo naman, galit na galit sila dito sa mga lahat ng mga panelists natin, binoto yung FLA.
Oo,
Pero I
men.
think FLA could still pretty much win this one. No? They just have to find the right
Recompose,
composure.
men.
Yes, restart, try to think kung ano yung magandang gawin dito. They just have to think twice sa mga situations nila.
Naku
sa
po, si Danny, ba't nasa-
decision making nila.
Si Danny, malalim yun,
Dragon na. May dala siya yatang package. Yep, meron siya dala
Oo,
package.
pero nasa pronta siya. Nasa likod niya, si Rafi.
Ito
Pero
na hinahanap ko,
delayed
Yaso.
yun.
Infernal.
Oo, the Infernal. Pangatlong Dragon. Pangatlo.
Shenlong.
Pero, eto, tingnan natin ha. Grindsky lagi yung una nakapwesto dito. They're gonna be eliminating that wards na kalalapag lang ng Fennel Adversity. So, walang vision yung Fennel Adversity. As of now, nandito na din. Itong si Qeonis, may Dragon's Descent tayo. All ultimates are up except for the hero's entrance dito ni Rafi. Naku, umalis sila. Lumalayo yung FLA.
Hinahatak-hatak niya. Oo, kasi nagpupush sila sa mid lane din.
Pero
Habang
to,
kiniklear
Scryer's
nila yung
Blue,
Dragon.
tactical grabe yung box out bola lang, katapat na bola lang,
Nilalayo
sapat
pa
na
nila,
win. Andito na din si Tote, pero tumalon!
Nagaw na!
Nakagaw si Dominic!
Nice!
Takbo mo! Kaso nga
Finally!
lang, isang dragon din yung humahabol sa kanya.
Ayun
Si
lang.
Qeon is masyado matapang dito.
Nagalit
with
si
Stacy.
Dragon, kinuha
Nagalit
yung
talaga ang
Mother
Dragon
Dragon.
Descent. And kinain yung tipaklong. Sabay na pabalik nila dito si Raph. Raph though will be able to flash out and dodge that death sentence. Pero death mark para dito. Nagsama-sama with the
Slicing
Maelstrom. Pero enough ba yan para mapabagsak yung mga low health sa side ng Grindsky? Hindi! They're still alive.
Baron,
but
ha?
they're eyeing for the Baron. Pero Fennel kasi nagpiping sa Baron dito eh. Alam nila na Grindsky pupunta sila ng Baron eh. And they have to watch out. Fennel Adversity. Butas yung top nila by the way.
Yes, after 2 attempts, finally on the third attempt, naagaw din ni Doming
And
yung ating Dragon
Infernal,
dito.
men.
But wait a minute, kaping mainit, 4v5
Yes.
situation,
Low
papalag nga
health
ba sila
yung
dito? Doming
GS.
waiting pa rin sa Gedli, ha?
Yap, andito si Tonte.
Nawa.
Nakuha pa rin nila dito. Yung Baron, kailangan tumakbo as of now na Fennel University. Kaso
Grabe,
that's not
Raph.
an option para kay
Uy.
Raph. Dragon's Descent.
Flying
Nakagat
Dragon.
na agad. Itong si Danny. Dumating pa dito. Itong si Domeng. Meanwhile, at the back lines. Andito si Arise. Tuguan na din. Domeng, naku po. Nayatarp. Kadadating mo lang. And Aliu
si Tonte,
Tonte. Ayan na kami. Ayan na kami.
Palakol ni
Tenet,
Diva.
tenet. Kaso nga
Uy,
lang,
pating.
hindi na naabutan.
Parang pating.
Oo, men. Nakakatakot. Si Lulu.
Naku, naiwan si
Bambi.
Arisen.
Napatay pa din
Pikachu.
si Arise. Pero I don't think na madedep
Ako,
pa to.
Raichu na.
Yeah, hindi na madedep to ni Arisen. Hindi enough yung kanyang power.
Oh
And look at
my
that.
gulay.
Tatlong Cart Titan ang umaatake sa Nexus and Grindsky with a 2-0 panel.
Naku po, na yung panel adversity parang
Oo, men.
nahirapan.
Nag-Grindsky.
Naku, Yasuo, feeling ko eto talaga yung nila dito. Dalawang dragon lang kasi nung last game nila kahapon with that Shyvana, dalawang dragon lang din.
Dalawang
yung pangatlo
dragon
na
lang din,
agaw.
oo.
And
Tama
ganun
ka
din
dun,
yung nangyari
Steve.
ngayon. Yung pangatlong dragon. Pero again, nagagalit si Mother Dragon after makuha ni Doming yung ating
Oo.
dragon sa
Why you
huli.
take my baby?
Talagang ginalit siya at tinabol niya hanggang dulo ng mundo. And because of that, Grindsky Esports continuing on showing us na talagang sa mga kakaibang drafts nila dito, kaya nilang pumalag talaga. This is the
Yeah.
highlights of our game 2.
Yeah, mapapansin mo, no, nakaposition always itong side ng Grindsky first doon sa Dragon. And ito, naawa ako doon sa naipit doon. Yung nag-flash out, kaso hindi lumabas ng pit, men. Parang naramdaman ko yung frustration doon, ha. And ito yung unang attempt ni Tonte. Pero not too bad kasi nga, nagkaroon sila ng pressure din on the other lanes para sa side ng Grindsky. Kita mo naman, men, walang pumipigil kay Chinese. Talagang kaldag, batok, kalmot, lahat na na-receive mo, kagat. And that's another attempt nga, no, for the side of Fennel Adversity. I think for Fennel Adversity, yung attempts nila, hindi sila totaling nakikipag-contest sa mismong gitna ng pit. They're
Hindi
just
nga,
waiting.
oo.
Pero yun nga, ang hirap kasi
Still
nun na ano eh.
lang.
Pa KS ka lang eh. Parang mas mababa kasi yung chance na
Chance,
mangingi-S
no?
ka
Oo.
lang kumpara sa nilalaban mo talaga. But I guess,
Alam kasi nila,
makunat din
Yasuo.
kasi yung ano, GS, men.
Feeling ko alam talaga nila kasi na in terms of team fights, lugi talaga sila.
Oo, men.
Kita mo kahit Arisen with the slicing Maelstrom, parang
Wala
alas
naman,
medyo
no? Parang
hirap
di natin naramdaman.
Yes, hindi nga ganun ka-solid yung damage siya dito. But overall, I would say na talagang pinakita dito ng Grindsky that they have something na on their pockets right now. And alam mo, this game will pretty much differentiate or will change the perspective of our panelists, of our shoutcasters, actually everyone, with regards to Grindsky Esports. I don't think that this, kung sino man ang makalaban nila from underground or may BTS or FLA, mag-iiba na yung kanilang mga prediction dito because Grindsky really, or to prove na they also can beat the top teams.
Yeah, akala ko sabi mo kahit makalaban nila BTS, no?
Ayun, pwede din.
Pwede din, no? TS nga pala, medyo naglag yung isip ko doon. Pero ito, player of the game natin, walang iba kundi si Chinese. And their lucky number seems to be 69. Kill participation dito. This time for Chinese nga. And Wits in. Ito lang yung gamit niya, no? Sterak, Wits in. Tapos, Triforce lang. And bahala na. And I think, no, for the side of Fennel Adversity, the reason why hindi din sila makapag-in, kasi laging sama-sama yung Grindsky pagka magte-take sila dito ng objective. That's why yung isolation na pwedeng ibigay kay Doming sana, kay Kasik sana, hindi nangyayari kasi lagi silang ket-di-ket-di and nagiging open din yon for Chinese na mag-in din kasi si Danny, lagi niya nahuhuli. If it's not Danny, it's Doming. Parehas
Actually,
manipis.
I just noticed pala, Yasuo, no? 69 ulit yung kill
lucky number.
participation. Parang mahilig sa 69% ang mga tropa
Oo.
natin from Grindsky Esports. Medyo nakakahalata
Balance
na
lang.
ako.
Well balanced lang.
Kumbaga, what are the odds, di ba? What are the odds?
So, magkasunod na
getting 69% twice sa ating game dito. But really entertaining match dito. Talagang nagulat ako with Grindsky Esports.
Nasus,
Good game.
Shyvana.
Para dito, yes, para sa Fennel Adversity, it was a worth a shot, I would say. I think this time they're just trying nito yung ating Kennen top. But they didn't work kasi mahirap talaga. Ang hirap ni Tonte, ang hirap ng Darius Tonte top. For sure, pwede pa tayong makabawi pa din moving forward for Fennel Adversity
Mm-mm.
for the next week. And I think tapos na yata yung training grounds ng Grindsky Esports. Bumalik yata yung pan-solve up nila.
Oo, men. Baka pinangakuan ng another team building.
Diba
Diba?
naman,
Pag nanalo tayo, team building tayo, 'di ba? Is ba 'yon? Well, that's the second game, 2-0, and Fennel Adversity, they failed to take us to the third game. And meron pa kasi tayong last series. Pero grabe, nakakagulat talaga yung ginawa nila dito for side ng Fennel Adversity.
For
And
sure,
biruin
for
mo,
sure.
Nasus, Hibana, are they back in the meta?
Nako, parang medyo
Exclusive lang sa Grindsky,
medyo questionable pa kasi it will take a lot of different teams or different composition.
Oo.
Good composition to protect talaga. Oriana Lulu, 'di ba? Pasok na pasok sa banga.
Yep, pasok sa banga. Tingnan natin dahil meron pa tayong last series mamaya, Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports. Tingnan natin kung makakaisa ba ang Cerebrum sa side ng Team Underground. Pero bago natin mapanood yan, syempre break muna tayo and done muna tayo sa panel. Kami naging shoutcaster nyo for this third series. Ako si Yasami, ako kasama ko dito, si Paring Spear. Huwag kayong aalis. Diyan lang kayo, magbabalik kami.
You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind.
Welcome back to WCS PH, and holy smokes, what an upset. Grindsky taking it 2-0 versus FLA. Who has two thumbs and is wrong? This guy, that guy, that guy. We all been wrong, so we apologize. Grindsky, auto lose. Tell me your thoughts right now, because you're smiling from ear to ear. Is the Osiris buff debuff gone? Has it passed on? Has the curse passed
I
on?
don't know. There's something needs to be done for me. So far, back-to-back series, I've guessed wrong. And it's another tag. Another day, another tag. Let's go. Well,
It's a daily dose of you.
Game number 1, fantastic drafting coming from Coach Reg and company. Man, I did not expect the Nasus last pick. And again, this is not the first team that really did show the capabilities of a Nasus. Shout out to Evalis of Cerebrum.
Oh, yeah.
But if there is something unique about GS, is that they recognize picks regardless of how unorthodox it may be. I mean, Nasus, Shyvana,
Right?
right? And this is just the I would say the maestro effect of Coach Rekmeister.
Yeah.
And and I don't know what else to say. Just outdrafted, very very good execution of the win condition. What's your say here, game number 2, Mr. Osiris?
No, I'm just kidding.
That's not how a
Sorry,
dragon
I'm stuck
sounds
with
like, man.
I'm stuck with the Nasus because it was a great idea. I just want to go back in a jiffy with game 1. That if you're playing on a scaling, it was easy for Nasus to take the back seat and make sure to have those stacks again and then just explode onto the late game. Same, but this is a flip side concept of how we saw game 2. They wanted to quick up the pacing of the Shyvana. Remember, you wanted to be selfish with the dragons, that you can take everyone out just to make sure that you're getting the scaling of Shyvana. And at the same time, it feels like it's a bit lackluster for the team fight prowess of Fennel Adversity. I really don't get the idea of the Kazakhs, because it feels like if you're going up against a Shyvana, you're a bit squishy. And at the same time, you're going to put the cannon plus the Galio, and you can just back off. I mean, it's easy to stay away from the Maelstrom, and at the same time, we didn't saw the full potential of Horizon's cannon for the reason that it was Dante who's keeping him on to the bay. And at that point, it was really Grindsky showing that they can play this top tier games with a surprise. Once again, I want to go back to Rekmeister's drafting. Really respecting him on how explosive they are.
Yeah, unorthodox picks, but it worked out in the end. They clearly did the homework. This is the weird, because Fennel Adversity had all the momentum, but right now, 2-0, that is no joke. So let's head on over to the interview, because I feel like we have Grindsky's Bambi. Let's talk to the whole team. I'm sure they're all together now with their cups all lined. Grindsky Esports is Bambi. Hello, everyone. Congrats. Yay! Applause. First off, congrats. And kamusta kayo? I heard you guys were feeling under the weather, pero that debuff didn't work. How are you guys now?
Okay lang po. Nagkakasundo naman po kami. Yung may sakit lang po yung baron din namin, kaya po ganun yung laro namin ng day 1. Ngayon, okay na po.
Nice.
Okay ka na, guys.
Osiris, go for it.
I mean, congratulations, of course. I didn't really expect that Tante is under the weather. I mean, he really destroyed that cannon. And yeah, I just want to go back. What made you decide to put the Nasus in?
Confident lang po si Dante mag-pick ng Nasus, kaya po yan, pinagbigyan na po ni Coach Rek.
Oh, are we going to see Timo or Ramos anytime?
Ano daw?
Timo Ramos pick, no?
Timo Ramos, any moment? Or is it Timo Bambi? Timo Bambi?
Wait lang, di ko marinig. Ano sabi?
O makakita daw ba sila ng Timo at Ramos?
Yung Timo medyo okay yun sa playoffs po.
Playoff Timo.
I want to see Timo Bambi, okay? Timo Bambi.
Yes.
Okay.
Autolus, your turn for the question.
Wala eh. Sorry na naman kami. Natag na naman kami. But yeah, to Grindsky, siguro pinakamalaking question. Wala eh. Ewan ko ba? Coach Rick eh. Streaking kayo eh. Tapos, ewan ko ba? Anyway, Coach Rick, may question ako. Actually, this is for the whole squad. Ano yung pinakamalaking difference from last year? 2021 version ng Grindsky. We know your version back then, di ba, last year. And yung 2022 version nyo. Ano yung talagang tingin nyo pinakamalaking difference? Ayan, Coach Rick sasagot. Thank you, Coach Rick.
Ayun, first roster. Nung first roster kasi medyo parang given lang kami ng 1 week para mag-practice. Sobrang rush nun.
Wow.
Tapos si Aiko na kagad. And this time, salamat sa Grindsky syempre na binigyan kami ng chance na mabuo yung buong oras na kinakailangan para makarating kami dito sa oras na to. So kung nakita ninyo naman yung improvement ng team, which is sobrang nakaka-proud.
Yeah.
From 0-6 last time and this time, and dito na kami. So supportahan nyo lang, tuloy-tuloy nyo lang yung suporta sa Grindsky, guys. Mag-ingay, Grindsky!
Yes. Yeah. Finally, messages, shoutouts. Bambi, do you have any? Go for it. Shoutouts.
Shoutout po sa tatlong boss namin, kay Sir Wayne, kay Sir G, kay Sir Don, kay Mami Cheng, and kay Sir Dennis po. Sa pinakaboss po namin kay Berting Magiting.
There we go.
Shoutout po.
There we go. Thank you, Grindsky, so much.
Sa cook din po namin, shoutout kay Boss Jamar.
Everyone in.
Thank you,
Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the interview. Oh.
Some face
The man will zoom
moment.
in.
Yeah, that's called a 5-second zoom in. So, Grindsky, guys, getting our predictions wrong, making us believers once again. And I like what Coach said, that, you know what, they are given enough time for them to become this, I don't know, unbeatable. I wouldn't say unbeatable, but like this force to be reckoned with here at WCS.
Yeah, we keep on underestimating the caliber of the team that Grindsky has, but we have to take them more serious this time. I know, what happened during week number 2, and maybe we got distracted, or I would say, we got confused by the fact that there is something happening in the Grindsky, and maybe we have to be objective the next time.
Right.
That, you know what, Grindsky deserves all the respect, Osiris.
This is also a wake-up call for some organizations that really wanted to make changes whenever that you fail to show results.
Right.
Grindsky has been consistent on their players, and they don't really wanted those disbands coming in. They just changed a few for some special instances, but knowing them, they are consistent and persistent. So I believe that they really deserve this win for now.
Sky is the limit for Grindsky. Cannot wait to see them next week. But for now, we are at our final series. Our series number 4, we got Cerebrum Esports versus Underground. Now, Underground faced some adversity this weekend, but Autoluz, let's talk about Cerebrum Wildrift here. How do you feel about their performance after the first round robin has finished?
After the first round robin, I expected them to be at the level where they are, right? They will still continue to improve. However, this is the most stacked 8-team group stage that we ever had here in the Philippines. So it's really hard to go at it with the experience advantage that the other teams already have. It's not just that, it's also the resume. We're talking about Ivali, Zalpi, Pego, How, and Fleur. Only Pego has the experience or has a professional Wildrift experience in this five-man roster. And the thing here is, what I really love about this group is that they will still play to their identity, and their identity is to stick as five and support Zalpi all the way. I asked Infinity earlier, who has the highest skill participation for a jungler, and his answer was Zalpi. And I think that just goes to show that Cerebrum Wildrift will play their style regardless. And I also love that the brain of everything is of course their support. I love the matchup that we have here. I know that on the other side we're going to talk about Arthros, but I also want to talk about Fleur here as the support of Cerebrum Wildrift. We interviewed Zalpi, we interviewed almost everyone, and they said Fleur is actually the one carrying it. And I think that he's the primary shot caller here for Cerebrum Wildrift. And if you play their strategy wherein you stick as 5 as early as 8 minutes or as early as 9 minutes, then there should be, something to be given to, or a credit to be given to the shot caller. Looking at the champions used here by Fleur, I feel that he or she is falling in love in Leona, and I respect that. I want her to just go at it and just play her style. And I think, this is a very good matchup, a very good barometer as to where she really stands right now. Because Arthros, again, we know that Arthros is like the best support here in the Philippines.
Yes. And I cannot wait if ever Fleur gets an interview with us. That's going to be so much personality on screen for you guys. But let's head on over to look at Team Underground. Osiris, what can be said about Underground that has not been said? They have been sitting at the top, and they're still sitting there since Fennel Adversity did drop a game. So let's hear it.
Things are changing. Let's say that change is coming for the reason that everyone is catching up to the Underground. It feels like already dug the strategies. They were able to they are already being read by different teams. So we saw two back-to-back losses, and started by, of course, from Fennel Adversity, who is a bit odd, lost to Grindsky.
Right.
It means that we are this is second round robin. It means that we are standing at the same levels.
Yes.
Everyone is already on par with how Underground works, and it feels like they are also trying to change their playstyle. They are really hot in terms of taking objectives, making sure on their rotations, but their timing is a bit off from their back-to-back losses. And with how well we know what they are capable of, it feels like they are slowing down in terms of that. But I know deep inside that the support Arthros isn't going to slow anytime, because with how he played from the previous back-to-back losses, he is still up there. He is still present, and you can clearly see on the kill participation with his 82%, and somehow share the same champions as what Fleur does. What I'm excited for Arthros is since it feels like they are experimenting on their strategy or in their macro plays. Wanted to see him also on a different champion that might surprise us. It was Autolus who told us that the most richest or the resourceful or the most diverse role right now in terms of their champion picks is as support. Right. And we might see, of course, from Nasus to Shyvana, what else that we can bring into the table as a support, right? We might see a winning Braum, or we might see what else? Cannon support, like that. So I'm excited still what Arthros can show. It feels like the whole group is trying to unlearn to make sure that they can learn going into the playoffs.
Wow.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because, there is an experimentation phase. They didn't seem like themselves. But let's look at the head-to-head because if we talk about their performance, yesterday might have been the wake-up call that Autolus did mention. They do want to still stay at the top because if you end at the top spot, you get a free pass in the top 6, right? So let's look at this head-to-head. and let's start comparing numbers, Autolus.
You know what? If I say this, people might raise their eyebrows, but this numbers of Orthros is not what I expected it to be at the midway part of the season. It just so happened that Orthros was known to have like 10 plus KDA. I feel during week number 1, he had 11 KDA. Just goes to show, the prowess of this guy. Pedestrian, this numbers of Orthros. At the standard that I'm currently raising him at, and as the president of his fan club, he has to play better. Okay.
Yes.
I think this is actually just a very good, matchup between Team and Orthros, because I feel that both of them are actually favoring the playmaking champions right now, the Galio, the Leona. So it will be interesting as to what Fleur will be picking up here, and if he will adjust to Orthros. Cerebrum Wildrift, by the way, is open to the idea of opening Yumi. So is this the time that we will see the Yumi for Orthros once again?
So many openings, I must say. I mean, both of them are good support players, and yes, Fleur is getting on the edge in terms of kill participation, but Orthros onto the KDA. This is rookie numbers, to be honest, for Orthros, as we saw him on the double digits again and again. But with what's happening into the team, a few experimentation, they tend to sacrifice those stats first just to make sure that they secure the playoffs. That's what important right now, and it feels like this is also a good news for Philippine Wildrift, because every teams are on the upper echelon right now.
Yeah, and something that gave me a little bit of a panic attack was Orthros on Yumi if you're going up against him. Oh my gosh. So I hope Cerebrum Wildrift has a plan for that. He was the one that made the Meow Meow. I mean, like in week 1, right? The Yumi is being banned now, but slowly but surely, like Osiris did mention that, slowly people are starting to get to the same level as Underground, but I don't know if they're gonna allow the Yumi to come in. So let's head on to our predictions. Guys, I feel like I'm a little scared with this one because Grindsky kind of proved us wrong. So I think it's safe to say, like, thumbs up, thumbs down. We're going Underground on this one.
I'm immune, okay? I feel like I'm already down. Shout out to Asta. He said a very important message, Osiris. He said that the reason why I'm single, it's because of my choices in life.
Whoa!
Let me correct that. It's because of your multiple choices. I mean, so I want to make sure that we're getting into the ABCs of Team A, Underground, Team B. So make sure. Yes. So, multiple choices.
Let's talk about it though. Underground.
One thing. All right, let's go back to the game for a bit, because I want to explain my choice here. Cerebrum Wildrift is a team that is not going to, have a different strategy set for each opponent. And I think, again, for UDG, I would say blueprint in their 2 defeats so far has been the pick opposition, the split the map type of thing, and that's not Cerebrum Wildrift. Cerebrum Wildrift will group as 5, and when it comes to team fight, my vote is with UDG. So I think for now we have a safe vote.
Okay. Osiris, anything else to add?
I mean, this should be the correct one for today, because Cerebrum has still this long distance to work with, and it doesn't mean that I am underestimating them, but it means that this will be a huge break for them if ever that they were able to dismantle UDG. Pick-offs, Fennel adversity started on that one with a Morgana and Leona support, and the Leona is being played by Fleur impeccably. So I think that's a big opening for Cerebrum if they really wanted to take this. But for now, as long as UDG is staying on the top, I'd go with them.
Yeah, and you guys painted a picture. You know what? Cerebrum Wildrift will do their strategy no matter whoever's there, and it just so happens they're against Underground, who have levels to this game. They have like a really deep well when it comes to champions. They have a deep well when it comes to strategies. So going by the numbers here, ladies and gentlemen, we will all be going with Team Underground. And if you guys feel the same way, if you guys want to make your voices heard, again, use the hashtag WCS, WCSPH, and Wildrift Championship C. something that we didn't discuss since we all got Fennel adversity last time. How are we going to divide this, guys? How are we going to decide? Are we going to go with gold lead, time? We got to differentiate this. So, Osiris, since you're the guest panelist, please decide on how we're going to decide who gets the prediction right here.
I want to go with... what's the choices again?
There-
Because
okay.
I think
There's
if
gold.
we can go with kill counts.
Oh, let's go with kill counts then. Like kill
Okay,
difference.
sure.
Okay.
Okay, because I believe that Cerebrum play on a fast pace as well. This
Mhm.
might be a really good play style for them to prove themselves if they can play on par with the how high octane UDG play also, especially if Aranoyas is or Sayonara is going to open the Rengar and a Yumi combo.
Okay. I like how you read. Okay. Since this is going to be cumulative kills, what number do you have in your head? We're all going with 2-0, just to clear everything out. 2-0 everyone, right? All right. So,
Yeah, yeah.
what is going to be the kill difference over 2 games for you, Osiris?
I'll go with 20.
20. Okay, 20. That's a good number. Auto lose, before we get to your pick, I know you're going to do a lot of math. We are going to look at one tweet here just to see.
I'm
Auto
already,
lose.
I already raised the white flag this week. You don't have to worry about me.
Oh
It's
my
okay.
gosh. Tundra chiming in here. Our panel casters are so brave. I would like to see more panel consequences. Also, yo, PH Pro teams, Chemo pick when? I don't know, Tundra. We might see that soon.
GS said playoffs, right?
Playoffs.
Playoffs.
Oh, wait. Let me change mine. I
Oh,
wanna
changing
go
it up.
with
Okay, touch move? No. Okay. No, 20.
15.
15. Okay. Really? I thought, okay. I was actually going to go with like 2025. Actually, I'll go with 25.
Okay, I'll stick with 20. I'll stick
Oh,
with
what?
20. Okay.
What?
That's the last
This
one.
guy.
That's the last one.
That's
I'm
like
really
3
sorry.
All right.
I'm really
okay.
sorry.
No, it's okay. All right, cool. 20. You're going with 20. I'm going with 25.
Yeah, that's the last one. But that's the first answer anyway. So
Yeah, okay,
let me man up and take that.
All right, cool. No
Okay,
touch
I'll
move.
go with 18. I hate my life.
What? Auto lose. This could be a big win for you because if auto lose wins, that means
Then all of us.
everyone,
Yeah,
all of us are going to do the
everyone does the-
consequence, which
Exactly.
is opening the next show or opening up the cast with pulveron or crackers in our mouth. I hope you guys
While
would
doing
enjoy
some
that.
spins, yeah.
That's gonna be a lot. No drinking water, okay, for the first spiel.
But
Yes.
you're about to do it, right, Osiris? This coming Wednesday? Because you lost last time.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
PPGL.
yeah.
Cool.
Cool
Okay.
down.
Cool,
Cool down, guys.
Guys,
And I
you wanna-
owe you on one TikTok challenge as well.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm in depth.
I keep on winning on PPGL cooldown, but here it's a different story. Oh
This
my
is
god.
WCS. This is my turf as one of the curse bearers. So
No, you
yeah.
passed it on, sir. You passed it on
Yeah,
auto lose.
that's
so
why.
now he's flexing. So guys, check out the PPGL cooldown on Wednesday. But also, we shall head on to our series number 4, our final series of the day. It's Cerebrum Wildrift versus Team Underground Casters. Let's go to you.
Magandang gabi! Welcome back for the last series ng ating WCS Week 3 dito sa WCS PH. Kami again, magiging shoutcaster niyo ako si Yasumi. Kasama dito si paring GG Spear. Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports. Sinong manok mo dito, paring Spear?
Nako, medyo alam na natin na karamihan talaga dito. Of course, coming from the finalists pa lang mismo. Also, to a lot of viewers are eager towards Underground, no? Because you all know naman talaga that Underground has been the undefeated team, pero nagkaroon sila ng dalawang lamat just this week. Diba? Dalawang talo kagad. So, I would say that, syempre, I would still lean towards Underground. But we cannot deny the fact na Cerebrum Esports still kaya nila ditong pumalag against sa Team Underground mismo, no, because of how they've been performing in the previous days or the previous matches that they have. So we'll see how are they going to defeat Team Underground ngayon, kung paano sila, mayroon ba sila pinagandaan, kasi kahapon medyo nahirapan sila. I think that was against Oasis Gaming, kung di ako nagkakamali na kinalaban yesterday. Tama.
For the last
Kalaban nila
series din,
kahapon,
no?
nung nakaraan, no? or rather, yeah. So, medyo, Fennel pala, no? Fennel, yun yung kalaban nila kahapon.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
Fennel.
naging 2-0 lang yung laban. But maybe this time, they have different, no? They have different story na meron silang hinahanda. Kasi kahapon, should have been the parang wake-up call for them na we still have to learn something and learn it, apply it this time.
Yeah, Aranoyas, ika nga, sabi ni paring Osiris dito. And yeah, we have the draft now for Cerebrum Esports and UDG. So we have the first ban on that Garen, always and always. And including that Kha'Zix, eliminating agad. Zaupi, champion to ha. Kha'Zix, ayaw makita ng UDG. Cerebrum Esports, sasagutin naman yan ng Yumi. We don't want a Ming and Ming, the Meow Meow connection. UGG as well, ibaban din yung Gragas dito. Ayaw nila ng one-pack abs.
Yeah, medyo mahirap nga naman talaga yan kasi nakita rin natin si Sayonara and Don na effective na pwedeng gumamit niyang Gragas na yan. Either way, any lane yan for sure, no? First pick, maganda
Rakan
to,
and
no?
roll.
Fleur, na-secure kagad nila yung Rakan dito. So they have a pretty good CC overall. Galio rather will
Sinagot
be the
din.
response dito from Underground. So if you have a good CC, we'll have a good CC as well. And ang kanilang second pick, iwan about si Riven.
Yeah, Riven, this might be, let's say, jungler na Riven para sa side ng UDG. Pero
Pwede.
yung Nasus din ni Ivalice, ilalabas din dito para the side of Cerebrum Esports. And this is definitely gonna be an APC na for how? Na Lux, definitely. And UDG, sinagot naman yan. Kung makunat yung inyong Baron lane, kami din. And UDG will be getting that Darius. Eliminating din etong si Zed na potentially i-pick pa for the middle lane for the side of
Nakalusot pala,
Cerebrum
no?
Esports as of now.
Nakalusot pala yung Nasus dito ni Ivalice, no? So, I'm not sure if this time they're going to make it work. Nagagana ito with them because of course, that Ivalice was the first player to play Nasus sa ating
Halos siya lang din.
WCS, no? And then kanina nakita natin yan sa Grindsky Esports.
Grindsky, yep.
So we'll see if this time it's going to work for them in their favor. Tignan natin kung anong pang-counter dito. Yung pala, no? I just realized it's a Darius already, the third pick dito ng Underground. And mahirap yan. Mahirap lumapit, no? Mahirap makapag-CS dito. Mahirap gumamit ng yung first kill dito for Nasus na makapag-secure ng stocks if ang kalaban mo is si Darius because of the threat na pwede kang ma-apprehend anytime.
Yeah, yun na nga, apprehend is the key for the UDG. And we are going to ban. Naku po, binana lahat, not lahat, pero mostly yung mga effective
May Vayne
na
pa,
jungle dito ng side ng ni Zaupi. Binan yung Jax, binan yung Kha'Zix. And well, ban na din tong tatlo na to. And yeah, open yung Vayne dito, pero I don't think na magbe-Vayne sila dito for the side of Cerebrum Esports. UDG possible, pero ito na Morgana namin Gana naman the Morgana. So, I think APC din to for the side of UDG. They just need a champion. Either a middle champion or pwede sila ditong mag-jungle pa. Kasi depende pa rin kasi sa position dito ni Riven. Pero Fiora open nga pala, par.
Also Zed is rather not Zed because Zed is banned out, pero I'm thinking that probably ang kulang nila dito is a mid laner. So if hindi man yan kasi Fiora jungle to for sure, no? Or maybe Pego has different plan this time, no? But we'll see about that kasi can't think of any champion that pwede nilang kunin ngayon. Jace pala yun.
Open.
Jace
So
is open.
Jace mid, jungle Fiora, Nasus top, and then nako po.
Lucian.
Larawan, Lucian, men. Nakita ko na to. Ito, list na mo na kapag iniwan mo talaga itong si Larawan. I think kahit saan naman na ADC, basta may iwan mo lang itong si Larawan na nakakapag-farm. Just so happen, kaya din sila natalo sa Team Secret with a Lulu Vayne composition kasi nakontrol nila agad itong si Vayne. Pero this time, UDG, I think di sila papayag ng ganoon considering na mas may mobility itong si Lucian as of now. Kumpara sa isang Vayne, lalo na may protection na kasama na Morgana on the hands of Mitsura probably, and Galio, galing kay Ortros dito. Pero we'll see. We have a Jace sa side ng Cerebrum Esports and tignan natin kung magiging effective yung Fiora jungle for Zaupi kasi ang kadalasan nakikita talaga natin kay Zaupi is Jax and Kha'Zix. More on the Kha'Zix din siya effective.
Yeah, but right now, of course, if you're for sure, no, if yun nga lang, the matter is kung paano to magagawang effective ni Zappy because Zappy has been using a lot of different champions, but
Mm.
we don't see him a lot
Mm-mm.
na ginamit itong si Fiora dito. We'll see how he's going to be able to make some counter plays dito
Yep.
against Underground because Underground in terms of their play style, they're the aggressive players talaga dito.
Oo.
Really wanted to push the team fight as much as possible whenever it's necessary. And having their lineup dito with the two protect champions, we have Morgana Black Binding or Dark Binding dito
Dire-diretso,
and Black Shield
dire-diretso sa
Rather. Pero
Bayton
uy, oo
agad.
nga.
Pero flash,
Ulo.
grand entrance para sa tatlo. Sabay light binding, tumama sa dalawa. Pero hindi na sila magpupush ng issue dito. Nakapag pinorse to reset yung dalawa agad, men. Intro pa lang, pinasukan na.
Speaking of aggressiveness, di ba?
Oo.
Kumbaga, wala pumigil
Dire-diretso,
sa
men.
kanila eh. Dire-diretso mula sa base, papunta doon sa baba nila. And talagang, they're really focused on trying to stop talaga and give the pressure kagad sa ating mga bot laners dito or mga dragon laners natin.
Mm-mm.
Pego put awards there, very aggressive wards dito para sa kanila. Pero meron
Oo.
din naman dito ang underground just to see the vision or just to have a vision dun sa ating blue buff.
Yeah, actually, dalawa din yung aggressive wards na nilagay dito ng UDG. One at the top jungle and then one at the bottom jungle. Pero ito, grabe naman, nagkakasapakan agad dito. Ito si Pego and si Mitsura. Si Mitsura ang medyo low on HP pero nakapag-flash away pa din naman siya and he is safe. Medyo masakit talaga ang isang Jace. Lalo na binili niya dito is sword agad, no? I think, I'm not sure, no, kung itong Jace na to, next item will be pang mana, pero meanwhile bottom lane muna, grand entrance lang, pa-chani-chani lang muna, konting bawas for the side of the members ng UTG.
Yes. Meron pa yata.
Yeah, pero nag-connect yung Dark Binding sa Bayton. See how are you gonna escape of this situation? Pero how am I at
Ayun.
good? Thank you. Napatay pa nila dito itong si Ortros kahit na how are you? And mukhang hindi na nila mahabol dito itong si Larawan. Pero nandito si Sayonara. Mukhang may bagbay nga ba at the bottom lane. Dalawa silang low health, si Fleur at si How. Pero Sayonara, papasok nga ba? Dark Binding will connect again. Pero grand entrance si Fleur! Calculated! Alam ko na yan! Wala siya vision dun Kumbaga parang naramdaman niya lang na nandun ito si Sayonara, pre.
Yeah, because hindi naman sila papasok dito tong si Larawan with the flash pa, no? Uy, na-secure yung kill sa mid lane, no? Nang walang follow-up. So, again, that's a very questionable decision-making
Namatay si
from
Mitsura.
Underground dito. But still a good counterplay na ginawa ng Cerebrum dito, no? That was a pretty good counterplay na ginawa, especially from Fleur, na expecting that someone might be responding there. And ang mahirap sa Riven is that kailangan mo pang gamit dito ng broken blades para makalapit, makapag-close ng gap. Hindi niya na ginamit yung kanyang flash keepers, even the Valor dito hindi na umabot doon. Medyo malayo talaga. But what a good grand entrance and it worked pretty well para sa kanila. Right now, 1-0 na yung ating bot lane dito for Cerebrum.
Yeah, pero ito, mahabol si Don at the top lane. Natatakan niya naman dito ito si Ivalice, pero Ivalice nakapag-place na ng certain distance away from Don. Pero ito, umaura naman. This time, ito si Ortros. Lumipat sila, men. Yung ADC natin, yung APC natin, lumipat sa na Don para dito. And root connection. And mukhang tapos ka na, kaibigan. And Pego will be dead in the hands of UDG. That's the first kill na nakuha ng UDG.
They're not hesitating talaga, no? They used everything. They even used the Soul Shackle and Ignite once again from Ortros dito to make sure that they can secure that kill sa ating mid. Because of that, talagang, alam mo yun, binibigyan nila ng pressure dito ng gusto si Pego na makabawi kaagad after those. Kaya nakakuha ng first blood dun sa ating mid lane. Nagkaroon sila kagad ng counterplay dito. So they transition into the mid lane kasi alam nila na medyo mahirap nga naman talaga labanan si How and Fleur with that Rakan and Lux.
Yeah, and yun na nga, no, secured kill for the side ng UDG. But, we'll see. Baga, ang aga kasi. Sabi mo nga kanina to, pare GG, no? Talagang aggressiveness ang kayang ibigay dito ng UDG even before ng ating mga first objectives dito. Speaking of first objectives, dumating na ang Dragon, dumating na ang Deep Herald, and mukhang magkakasalisi sila dito. Kanya-kanya muna tayo na objectives. So Drake para sa UDG, and Herald naman para sa Cerebrum Esports dito. Habang keeping the farm, itong si Kuya Mitsura, na-delay siya kanina sa may middle lane. Pero guguluhin ni Pego yung Dragon na ginagawa dito ng UDG. They have a vision, pero hindi na nila ipupush pa yung issue to contest this Drake away from UDG. Pero yung top lane natin nagkakaguluhan, pero still, the same. for UDG and Cerebrum, masisecure naman nila yung mga kanilang kanya-kanyang objectives dito. And keeping the pressure lang at the bottom lane as of now.
Pero hindi pa sila tapos ito. Kaling
Yup.
ginamit sa bot lane para magbigay ng pressure against dito kay Pega. I don't think they will commit fully for this
No,
one mid lane.
Mid lane natin, daplisan ito si paring Larawan. Pero si How, hindi,
Buhay pa, uy,
I'm not too
Eerie.
good. Na-airy, men. O, nasapak ng
Nairi siya,
na-airy.
namumo. May lumilipad eh.
Indeed, napatay pa ito si Larawan kasi I think 1 HP and na-dream na lang siya doon. Though, 2 exchange naman yung nakuha nila at the same time. Nakita kong bumagsak itong si How. And I'm not sure kung si Pego or si Zaupi. Then yung bumagsak, basta 2-1 exchange in favor of UDG yun.
Yes, that was a pretty good initiation from UDG kanina, no? Hindi man natin nakita kung paano nag-start yung laban na yun. We saw the
Si
outcome.
Zaupi pala.
Nagkaroon ng trade dito at hinabol ng multo, no? I think, hindi ako nagkakamali, ang may Airy. No, it's not the Airy pala kasi walang may Airy eh. Pero naabutan kasi si Larawan. I think it's maybe the Ignite finished the job because of... No, wala rin cooldown yung Ignite. Just medyo mystery pa sa atin. Or baka red buff yung mag-secure ng kill na yun.
I don't
para
know,
sa
hindi ko
kanya.
din sure. Ang nakita ko lang nandun yung Baron, ay yung referral.
Yung referral din,
Oo,
no? Pero
sumapak,
nakatingin
no?
siya sa tower. Baka
Well,
nga
ito,
nakasapak, tinamaan ng kinlive, no?
Oo, naklive. Pero ito meanwhile, dito muna tayo sa may top lane, flash out para dito kay paring Ibalis, pero natataka na yan. Isang taga and isang katutak, si Zaupi, final spark, medyo dumaples, pero Zaupi, I think masusunog na siya dito.
Ay, palakol sa ulo.
Hindi, nasunog na nga ng tuluyan. Andito
na.
itong si paring Fleur,
Audition.
pero what for? Audition para saan, Papi?
Ang daming palakol, no? Napasa-pasa na kasi kill after kill na meron si Don doon. At lalo na ngayon, Yasuo, they have 3 Black Cleavers once again. Black Mover na sila, pero si Howie nahabol.
How is that possible? How did that happen? Di ba? Ang lalim niya dun, pre. Andun siya sa side ng UDG, sa may middle lane eh. Medyo deep ang nangyari dito kay paring How, no? I think tinatry niya din i-push kasi yung mid yata kaya galing siya doon. And then naabutan siya ng dalawa ng side ng UDG pero he still failed to do that kasi buhay pa din yung mid turret na dinaanan pa nga neto ni Fleur. Ayun, finally napabagsak na din.
Nakuha na nila at secured na natin yung mid lane dito. But wait, Dark Binding?
Yeah,
Should
Dark
have to
Binding,
run.
nag-connect sa isa, sabay Heroes entrance, pang out lang.
Heroes
out
exit.
trans. Ay, exit pala.
Oo.
Heroes
maalam
out trans. What the heck?
Pwede naman, di ba? Heroes outrons, di ba? Bagong word yan.
Oo,
Pwede,
bago
pwede
yan.
masok, oh. Alam mo
Kailangan
naman.
na natin pasok sa dictionary pero the grand entrance para
Uy,
dito.
nahiwa-hiwalay sila.
Kaso hiwa-hiwalay sila, hindi masyadong sumulido yung final spark. Pero low health itong si Paring Don. And doon na siya kailangan
Ayan
mag-back kasi nahabol na sila dito. Zaupi focusing itong si Mitsura instead. Mitsura to be taken down, hindi na siya makatakbo doon. Habang the rest of the UDG nananakbo with their low HP and mukhang mababasag to ng side ng Cerebrum Esports, yung bottom tower ng side ng UDG. They have no choice but to back away and give this turret sa side ng Cerebrum, men.
-2
Ay,
na
walang
kasi.
minion.
Pero yun nga, wala minion. Uy, layo pa ng minion wave.
Oo.
Wow. Sige, clear ang ginawa ng underground dito, no? What happened is that medyo nagkaroon dito ng lack of damage yung underground. Maybe because they already focused on they bursted all of their skills sa isang champion dito. And hindi na nagamit ni Larawan yung kanyang soul shackle kanina, no? So
Oo.
medyo they're lacking. Di! Damage
Pero,
kanina.
knock up and then followed by the
Ayun
light
lang.
binding. Siyempre, dark binding ang kasagot niyan. Pero hindi na nakapag-final spark dahil final moments na pala yun
Dragon
ni
pa.
How. And the dragon will be up just now.
Pego.
Pero nasa taas itong si Zaupi. Pego will be able to take down yung top lane naman natin. And it looks like Ortros and the gang, they wanted to contest or at least stall time para matapos itong si Sayonara
nire-reset
sa may
nila.
bottom na dragon. Nire-reset nga nila. Nakalis na yung Cerebrum Esports sa mismong spot. Kaso, kung ikutan nila si Sayonara, Dark Binding hindi ko connect yan. Na-slow naman dito itong si Larawan. Pero patapos pa yung dragon, medyo matagal ha. Kasi mag-isa lang si Sayonara doon.
even
Pero
din eh.
finally, they're still gonna be able to take it para sa side ng UDG. Pero grand entrance para dito kay
Ito
parin
naman.
yung Don.
Ito
Don na
naman, Don.
paikot-ikot, sabay flash away to safety.
Uy,
Pero the
yung
quickness
pala
will be their
yun.
final spark. Andun din kasi hindi pa na-end yung buhay dito ni Don. Pero wait, there's more kasi lumalalim din dito yung side ng Cerebrum Esports. But after all, they're
Ayun
still
na.
alive. No casualties sa UDG.
Eto na yung pagbawi ng Cerebrum Esports dito because again, into team fights, they have the advantage. Ang lineup kasi dito ng underground is more on the peak off, no? Talagang pang peak off lang sila dito. And if ever nagkakaroon ng mga team fight and hindi up yung kanilang mga skills dito, hindi sila nakakapalag ng gusto. They cannot win those team fights. And maganda rin yung item dito ni Ivalice pala, no? Naka-Fimble Winter siya. Is it the Fimble Winter team? Probably, or the other item. I think it's just giving him more mana dito sa kanyang champion para maging talagang yung damage siya dito at the same time yung kakunatan din niya sa kanyang champion is talagang Gucci lang. I'm just trying to check. Tama, Infable Winter pala yung kanyang item dito.
Yeah, one of the new items if I'm not mistaken. No? Pero ito si Cerebrum Esports and UDG, we are parang lang din men, lucky number sa score natin. No? 6-9 in favor of UDG, 2 dragon sa side ng UDG, 2 torre din. So far, sila ng tower push as of now. Pero Cerebrum kasi buhay pa yung kanilang middle turret habang naghihingalo yung natitirang first tier turret dito ng side ng UDG. But still, UDG, yes, andito si Mitsura, pero Mitsura, he's not really doing good. Pero, napupuna naman niya ni Don Don is actually standing at 4-0 right now. Hindi pa siya namatay kanina. Kanina, low na yung HP niya, pero hindi pa din siya naabutan ng site ni kamatayan. Kanina, ng side ng Cerebrum Esports. But I think, Cerebrum, magpupush sila dito. Layo na naman ng minions nila. Si Ortros lang nandito na-detect with a grand entrance. Sabay, alley-oop push. Pero Ortros is still alive. May iwan dito. Si Kuya Pego na nadeto. Tama, pero Dark Binding hindi magkoconnect yan. Sabay takbo kay Zaupi Papi. And si Fleur din na naabutan ng kalto neto ni Sayonara. Pero sila doon, but buhay pa yung tatlo sa side ng Cerebrum. 2 nga lang yung casualty nila doon, men.
Yes, yan ang maganda kapag may first tier turret pa rin kayo sa laban natin. No? Kahit naman that bot lane dive na ginawa dito ng Cerebrum Esports, if only na wala ng turret doon, then that could have been the other way around. They could make a counterplay sana dito after the initiation na ginawa nila doon. But they're taking a lot of damage from the turret. So talagang wala silang choice dito kundi saluhin lahat ng damage doon from that turret, and that gave the advantage dito sa underground. Now, open yung ating mid lane. Pwede nila ma-push ito, pero they're resetting. As you mentioned nga, medyo nag-struggle ng bahagya si Mitsura dito. 1-3-3 yung score niya. And I think that's because it's also giving him a hard time to dodge all of the skills. And siya din talaga yung focus dito ni Fleur and a follow-up with Delight Binding from How.
Yeah, pero yun nga somehow UDG 6-11 in favor sa kanila, ang ating economy, ang ating kill, ang ating dragons, and I think the next big thing na kanilang pwedeng matahan dito is definitely the dragon again na i-spawn in a few seconds lang din naman, pero nagkukulitin sila dito sa middle lane. Walang tumama na light binding, men. Sabi ni Ortros, can't touch me with that.
Paiwas-iwas lang muna talaga. Alam din nila kasi, kailangan mo talaga maiwasan yan. Kasi pwedeng yun yung maging call nila ulit. And as you mentioned, Yasu, malapit na mag-grab yung ating dragon dito. Lalo na kiniklear ngayon ng underground yung ating minion wave, no? Alam mo, yung pagkuha dito ng Cerebrum Esports ng first tier sa mid lane, ito pa isa nagbibigay ng pressure sa underground. They can fight head-to-head dito kasi medyo nakiklear yung mid lane nila kagad, and pwede silang ma-push pa onto the second turret. And this is a good summon of referral sa bot lane, no? Para lang ma-secure yung ating first tier bot lane. Finally,
kanina pa yan.
Ng Cerebrum. Yes.
Pero ito, meanwhile, at the middle lane,
may
nag-grand entrance dito, pero sinalo lahat ng dakaling. Pero buhay pa din itong si Fleur somehow. Pero ang sakit nun, pre. Konti na lang, pero nandito na galing sa likod ito si Papinyo Saupi. Kaso na-apprehend, sabay na Stasis, buying time. Manikin challenge muna tayo habang si Larawan kinakatkat itong si How. How is dead. And mukhang susunod na nga dito itong si Fleur na makukuyog din nila itong si Ivalice. Ivalice trying to run for his life. Pero double kill ang binigay na naman dito para kay Don kasama ng turret for champions down for Cerebrum. Yes, absent si Kuya Pego. Uy! Men, Baron agad. What is Dragon if you can get Baron?
Pwede nila kunin ito Baron dito because it's going to be 4v5 kung sa 4v1 kung sakali, they don't have any smite. Pinipigyan nila si Pego na makalapit doon for the Shock Blast combo. Nakuha nila yung Baron, secured na yan. Kaling!
Medyo sumulido yung Kaling ni Pipipiw Mitsura, man. But after all, Pego will still play to buy time for his team. Hindi, nakabawi na. Ito si Mitsura kahit papano.
Pag uwi niya, naka-mortal reminder na yan, ha? Kasi, hindi pa pala. Hindi pa na, yung Executioner's Calling pa lang niya, tsaka yung Last Whisper, yung nabubuo niya dito. Pero, I think once na umuwi
Malapit na
siya
yan.
dito, pag nag-reset siya, up na yung kanya. Because alam niya for sure, no, yung kakunata talaga ni Evalis dito, and one of the best way to counter champion with a lot of armor is to go for Mortal Reminder talaga. And yan yung madalas sa mga
Yeah.
items, hindi na natin nakikita gaano. Because with the AD carries right now, yung mga marksman natin, there's a lot of options. Pero if you're pretty much, parang well-geared ka na naman na, pwede ka na kumuha nun.
Mhm. Yeah, tama ka doon, parang spear. And actually, no, speaking of kakunatan, Ivalice, mukhang hindi natin masyado nararamdaman dito, Fer. Kasi parang wala naman tinatanggal agad nilang Iblis, tinataga nga din agad eh. Neto ni Don. Don is actually sitting at 6-0
Ayun na
pero
naman,
meanwhile at the top
Mitsura.
lane, Mitsura, medyo malalim pero low HP siya pero
Aray
tinatry
ko,
niya
yung
na lang
cannon. Uy,
mag-clear ng waves. Pero
Hala.
butas nagbabantay. Naku po, nahatak pa dito itong si Yao pero masyado malalim yan. Ang ginagawa mo doon. Doon is sila live. Andun yung hero entrance pero
4v5.
hindi na rin nag-commit dito yung side ng
Naku
UDG.
po.
Pero final spark, tinamaan ng isa. Larawan is still dead. Pabawi sila. Ivalice,
Ang sakit
medyo
doon. Uy, palakol,
nagsastruggle
masyado
na.
maaga.
Sabay pinalikol. Kaso masyado maaga
Ayun.
pero may sunog pa nga.
Papassive.
Pero si Tipego, mukhang mateto na naman. Saka may
Sayonara!
sayonara bago siya mamatay with a double kill. Iniwan
Ayun
muna. Dito may death ang side ng Cerebrum. How are you gonna defend? How? Well, may spamable skill naman siya pero here comes sa Orthros. Pero hindi naman siya mahuhuli doon dahil may
Hala.
flash.
Hindi
Pero
umabot
butas.
yung kanyang Justice Punch, but indeed they were able to secure 2 inhibitor turrets sa ating mid and bot lane dito. So maganda to for Underground right now. They have the upper hand sa situation natin ngayon because of, clearing the waves kaagad. And what happened in the team fight is medyo naghiwalay-hiwalay dito yung Cerebrum Esports. Nalito sila kung sino dapat na kanilang i-priority dito, kung sino dapat na kanilang i-target. And yun yung naging advantage dito ng Underground. The macro play na ginagawa nila dito. Konting atras abante lang, kumbaga bawi lang, tapos laban tayo ulit,
Laban o bawi.
laban tayo ulit. Hanggang sa nagkaya-ulay na sila. And since makunat-kunat at medyo mataba na dito ang ibang members of Underground, they can pretty much win yung mga situation natin. They can turn around every team fight.
Yeah, and basically, no, tignan mo yung damage nila dito, no. Makuna,
Sumakit
tong
na.
si Orthor,
Ay, hindi niya
sabay
binuo?
all of them having all the damage para sa side ng UDG. Eh, yun nga, hindi pa binuo ni paring Mitsura yung kanyang Mortal Reminder,
no?
men. Hindi yata siya na-remind, pero mamaya siguro, ayun, nagsirilda naman pala kasi, pre. Isinerilda niya. So, hindi siya nag-Mortal
okay.
Reminder dito. Opting for, not
At
the
least-
grievous wounds, pero
Mm.
sa slow na
Last
additional na
whisper pa din.
Cerilda.
Yes, we still have the armor penetration naman from this item, still an effective item. Another option, again, aside from the Mortal Reminder. But since version Executioner's Calling, probably pwede pa
Meron
niyang
pa
gamitin
din.
yan moving forward. May Grievous Wounds pa rin tayo na effect
Yep.
para sa kanya. Pagod ng pwesto to, ha? Medyo dinlad
Kunyari.
gano'n
Ay,
to.
kaso may checkmin eh.
Uy, yun
Mayroong
lang.
redemption, kaso huli ka balbon with the dark binding
Aray ko,
stasis.
alalala.
Pinagtagal mo lang kaso hindi na
Uy.
makakaalis talaga eh. Pero nahuli pa si How. Hero's entrance, hindi na umabot yung bagsak kasi napatay na siya dito ni
Palakol.
Mitsura. Habang nahabol din, itong si Kuya nyo Ivalice, makunat ka lang pero wala
Ayun
kang
na.
maibuga. Na-dark binding and natunaw na siya. Si Fleur, nananakbo na lang talaga pero another apprehend, sabay proto bells, wala nang nagpag-abot dito pero masyado malalim yan ha,
Baron
para sa side
ulit.
ng UDG. Pero they could go for a Baron or reset
Pero
kasi
low
lahat
sila
sila low
lahat
health.
eh. Namumulan si Mitsura. Tumutunog na, nagwawangwang na yung kanyang champion dito. At totoo dito, no, medyo hirap talaga ngayon ng Underground. Or rather, ang Cerebrum
Cerebrum.
Esports because hindi pala sila uuwi, no? Hindi naman kailangan. Meron
What
naman
is
silang
ano, di ba? What is
regeneration.
reset?
Oo.
What is reset?
Kayang-kaya
Meron naman
rin.
nga pala. Pero
Stat
kasi
in
wala din
numbers
kasi
talaga.
ano,
Uy,
Zaupi. Pero napush niya yung
Mitsura.
dalawa, si Mitsura, dakalig! Buhay pa si Mitsura, pe! And saka, sabay-sabay.
Ay!
Oh! Final spark! 3 points para kay Kuya nyo, ha? Walang vision yun. Yan,
I understand.
Walang ano. Uling vision niya doon is nung
Oo,
buhay pa
wala
itong si
silang
Pego.
kita. I understand the frustration right now of Mitsura na tinamaan pa ako. Ano pang nangyari,
Oo.
Bessie? Nahuli pa siya doon ng final spark natin.
Wala pa siya.
Na,
Wala siyang pang
naiwasan niya na yung kamatayan niya kay Pego pero meron pa palang final spark na nag-aabang sa kanya. Kumbaga land talaga naging literal na damage dito. But then again, overall, miscalculation on si Cerebrum Esports part, especially Pego, na nag-initiate pa doon, hindi niya in-expect doon. And Zauber na
dadaba-dami,
nahuli,
no?
inattack.
Pero ito, hinatak. Dawn versus the world. May kasama naman siyang hero entrance. Sabay Ton coming from Orthros. Pero final spark. Kaso wala, tinatapos na
Nexus,
ng mga
oh, Gundam.
Gundam, men! Tinapos na ng Gundam. Yung Nexus ng Cerebrum Esports. Player of the game, Gundam.
Ubos na ubos lahat dito ang Cerebrum Esports, and they don't even have to push because kaya naman nilang i-push to towards the tower, the Nexus mismo, because of the clear na ginawa nila sa ating mga inhibitor turrets. Pero wow, what a game coming from Underground, and medyo naramdaman natin na parang mas nag-iba ulit yung play nila dito because of what happened yesterday against Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and Team Underground, no, slowly building yung kanilang, sabihin natin, na wala na kumpiyansa nung sila, dalawang series agad sila natalo eh. So,
Oo.
two
TS
consecutive
tsaka
series
FLA.
TS, FLA, no? Team Underground, they won against Team Cerebrum dito. Still, staying at the top dito yung Team Underground, no? And we'll see. Kita naman natin, aggression ng Underground dito. They never failed us. Yes, nawalan sila na naman ng first blood kill doon. Pero yung bawi nila, men, mas malalaki. And mind you, no, yung mga final sparks, early moments natin, hindi masyado tumatama. And at this point, ito yung audition kanina, paring Spear.
Ito yung papaisa-isa nila talaga eh. And yun yung nagiging problema eh. If sometimes mahirap talaga mag-make ng decision eh, na parang sa tingin mo na napitas na isang champion nyo. Tulad neto, this could have been the audition part 2 no ng Cerebrum Esports, pero because they know na kaya nila lumaban and because they were able to secure 2 kills kagad immediately, okay lang na isa-isa sila. Pero ang nangyayari kasi minsan, nauuna sila ng lead dito because of yun nga, pa isa-isa nakukuha, isa-isa may follow-up afterwards, pero patay kagad yung mga tropa nila dito. And this was a good push once again coming from Underground, utilizing the bottom buff that they have, and yung pagkakahiwa-hiwalay nila sa kanilang mga kalaban. Look at what Mitsura did dito, rather sayonara pala, no? Tignan mo, 3 yung kalaban niya pero nakapitas pa siya ng dalawa. Diba?
Me against the
What a
world, di ba?
Ito
What a
din,
damage
Kali,
talaga.
sinulot,
Ito yung
slow
nag-aabang
po.
sila eh. Nag-aabang sila dun sa may wall. And then, nasalo, yung dark binding. And then, sunod-sunod na. Si Ibalis, kunat lang meron siya ngayon eh. Pero wala siyang ano eh. I don't think na mas mataas yung stack ni Ibalis at that time kasi hindi siya makapalo. And I don't think kahit makapalo siya, hindi masyado mararamdaman ng side ng UDG unless na lang talaga manipis yung target nila. Ito, tinry lang naman ni Pego to at
Ayun na si
least
Pego. Uwi na
silipin
ako eh.
yung Baron. Pero, pew! Wala na siyang
Nagkaroon siya
pang-atras
ng
doon, men
libing.
eh. Nagamit niya
Nalibing
na eh.
talaga eh. Oo, nalibing talaga si Lucian. Nakita ko yung animation niya na pagkamatay niya doon. Nalibing ka agad direkta. At the player of the game natin, none other than Don, winning the top lane by himself. And actually, you mentioned kanina, Yasu, no, na kahit medyo behind si Mitsura dito, nandun pa rin si Don to compensate what Mitsura is lacking. And nakabawi sila doon. And sigurado, because of him also, sa team fight na may mga pick-ups na nagawa siya, it's because of Don and the contribution as well. Overall talaga, Darius talaga is pasok sa meta.
Yeah, Darius is pasok sa meta. Actually, siya yung may highest number of picks all throughout the WCS as of now. Siya yung rank 1, kumbaga. Whether be it bans or picks, siya yung may pinakamadaming moments dito para sa WCS natin, the Darius. And Don, actually, I don't think na namatay si Don even once. Kasi ang kunat niya, nahihirapan yung Cerebrum to take down itong si Don. And si Don, hindi din kasi siya nabully ng early. And gaya nga sabi ko kanina, no, 4-0 itong si Don, kahit 0-3 itong si Mitsura, and then counting pa, umabot pa 0. I don't think na namatay talaga dito itong si Don. GG. Any last words or tingin mo, may changes ba kailangan dito ang Cerebrum?
Feeling ko naman, again, this was a pretty good counterplay na gustong gawin ng Cerebrum Esports sana. No? Pero mahirap lang talagang labanan dito yung team ng Underground because of how, parang alam mo yun, how prepared they are and how effective yung kanilang mga play, yung mga group play dito, how coordinated they are sa situations sila. Overall, it's a pretty good comeback dito sana from Cerebrum. No? But we'll see sa ating game 2. Kasi, sabi mo rin kanina pala, no? Ivalis medyo hindi ganun karamdam. It's just a matter of him being the tanky champion sa kanila, pero yung damage niya is not that felt. Hindi siya ganoon naramdaman sa ating game 1. We'll see kung magkakaroon
Aha.
tayo ng pagkakataon na makita siya sa game 2.
Yun nga, game 1 natin tapos na pero may game 2 pa tayo. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi nga ba dito yung sign ng Cerebrum Esports. And dahil may game 2 pa, magkakaroon muna tayo ng very short break. Pagbalik natin, game 2 na. Again, kami naging shoutcaster nyo. Ako si Yasmiao. Kasama ko dito si Spear. Huwag kayong aalis. Diyan na kayo. Magbabalik kami.
With the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back! And we are back dito nga sa second game ng ating Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports. Nakaisa na ang Team Underground. And once again, kami magiging shoutcaster nyo. Ako si Yasmin, kasama ko dito, si Paring Spears. Paring Spears, rekta na agad. Anong adjustments dito ng Cerebrum in able to at least retaliate sa ginagawang aggression dito na side ng Team Underground?
Well, looking at the defeats of Underground for this week, is that I would say na mas maganda talaga dito yung mga pick-off lineup against Underground. They really have to opt for that one. You know, we've seen against Team Secret, against Fennel Adversity, na ginamitan sila ng Camille, may mga Z, may mga champion dito na pwedeng gamitin na, alam mo yun, pang pick-off talaga. Na kailangan nilang iwasan yung mga team fight. Iwasan nila yung team fight against Underground. You always have to pick some champions muna or someone from Underground. Then saka sila mag-follow up dito, no? Saka sila lumaban sa mga team fight. Laging dapat -1 or -2 kung sakali. And yun yung pwedeng gawin dito ng Cerebrum Esports. So they have to utilize the aggressiveness or they have to capitalize yung gamitin nila yung strength ng Underground dito as their weakness. But overall, Underground, I know for sure that they won't let that happen. So we'll see paano magagawa to ng paraan ng Cerebrum kasi game 2, alam mo naman, medyo masakit yung game 1 para sa kanila. We'll see how they're going to win this one sa ating pangalawang game.
Yeah, and I do think talagang adjustments in the draft kasi it's not a good matchup na meron tayong
Ayun
Nasus
din.
na hindi siya manalo on the lane against Don dito na
Oh,
meron
Darius yun eh. Hirap
Darius.
talaga.
Sabi mo nga kanina, 'di ba, hindi makalapit, hindi siya makakapag last hit. And yeah, Don, etong si kuya nyo Ivalis, pero hanggang kunat lang siya at that point. And I do think sa side ng Team Underground, I do na naging effective yung pambuli nila kay Mitsura. Kasi nag-online si Don, nag-online din yung duo champions dito ng side. Aside sa lane neto ni Mitsura, dalawa nananalo in favor ng side ng UDG. And yun nga, naunahan din sila dito pagdating sa may mga objectives natin. And in the end, napupunta lang lahat sa side ng UDG.
Yes, tama ka dyan. Parang sila lang tuloy yung meron talaga nagkaroon ng early lead talaga. And at the same time, pressuring Cerebrum Esports for the whole game is talagang really huge deal for Team Underground dito. No? But again, tingnan natin sa game 2 kung paano sila makabawi dito kasi Underground right now, they're still on the top tier, no? Nandun pa rin sila ting laban. Of course, knowing them, meron pa rin talaga silang gulat factor na pwede ipakita sa laban natin dito. And I'm looking forward to a different lineup din, no? Different drafts na pwedeng gawin dito ng Underground because nung first few weeks natin or first 2 weeks ng ating WCS, we're seeing them use different champions. Gumamit sila ng Ash, kung di ako nagkakamali, even Master Yi, they use that as well. So gusto ko makita ng mga ganun, no? Ng mga surprising picks like what Grindsky is doing or did no ating actually recent game lang kanina.
Yeah, kanina na may kakaiba tayo ng mga champions. Parang gusto mo yatang sabihin, Timo. Di ba? Timo, malam naman. Diba? Sa kanila yung manggaling, di ba? Baka lang naman. Pero ito, kidding aside, I think then the reason why nag-work ng sobra din yung Underground, yes, check on that draft. Pero kung napansin nyo yung mga bans nila kanina, more on focus na may comfort champion, I think, neto ni Zhao P. Kita mo, binanaga Jax. Umikot lang naman sa Jax and sa Kha'Zix, itong champion ni Zhao P when it comes to the jungler dito. Though, ang pinili pa rin talaga nila dito is Fiora. Sabi ko nga, hindi masyado naging effective yung on the jungle sa kamay dito ni Zhao P. And yun nga, no, medyo nahuhuli talaga sila pagdating sa mga objective dito. 1 is nahuhuli sila, 2 is ang dali nila kasing ma-box out na masyadong parang nararamdaman ko yung takot nila kay Don kasi partida si Don lang yung muna sa the numbers, but yet they do have the numbers pero hindi nila mapabagsak kasi si Don parang at that time Don is almost unkillable, mid game pa lang tayo.
Kasi because of again ang kalaban na niya is si Nasus. And alam mo naman na in terms of matchup talaga, Nasus cannot win against Darius unless Nasus maxed out yung kanyang third skill at hindi siya mag-focus sa kanyang siphoning strike dito by getting the stacks na kailangan niya. Talagang mag-CS lang siya na mag-CS, max lang niya yung third skill niya, kasi agad yung minion wave, go to the Grumps whenever may pagkakataon siya na makapag-Grumps dito, and then win the top lane. Ganun yung gagawin niya. Pero the problem with that is you're focused on clearing the minion wave in the top lane, pero you can't respond in every team fight. And even if you try to respond in team fight dito, yun na yung magagawa mo. Even if you use your ultimate, hindi ganoon kasakit yung siphoning strike because again, wala kang stacks na naipon and maybe level 1, level 2 lang yun sa laban natin. Pero this is one of the reason why, again, Nasus is not one of the champions na narito sa meta, but one of the champions that you will see as a surprising pick lang talaga or talaga pang gulat factor in a way. But we'll say about that, no? Kasi Ivalis, we've seen him played a lot of different champions because lagi natin nakikita na nakaban si Nasus dito. Tignan natin if this time they will be banning out Nasus or they will let it the Nasus na be picked again by Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, maybe, no? Kasi may sagot naman kasi yung Team Underground dun sa Nasus pick dito ng side ng Cerebrum Esports. And yun nga, I think nagiging effective lang din kasi si Nasus kabayaan mo. Just like yung Grindsky kanina, napabayaan yung Nasus nila. That's why up until the late game, no, talagang walang takot yung kanilang Nasus dito. Pero that's not the case kasi for the side of Cerebrum Esports. And yun nga, no, pinoint out mo din na kung magpo-focus sa stacks dito, itong si parin yung Ivalice on that Nasus, may iwan yung apat. Eh yung apat dito ng side of Cerebrum Esports sa previous draft natin, hindi din naman ganun kakunat. Eh napaka susceptible sa pick-offs. Lagi nila nauhuli din itong si How. Even though nandun yung protection neto ni Fleur, hindi enough. Kasi even Fiora, kailangan tumakbo. Natitreten sila masyado sa presence pa lang ni Don. And then, lagi na lang din siyang sinisigundahan neto ni Ortros. Then, nandiyan pa si Sayonara, men. So, ang dami nilang kailangan i-take to consider. And mind you, men, yung mga dark binding, hindi tumatama yung mga light binding, but the dark binding, umu-on point kay parin yung larawan eh.
Tsaka feeling ko kasi aside from the fact na mahirap talaga patamaan yung light binding, especially if you're going against a champion or a player na medyo, alam mo yun, mailap at alam yung predictions in terms of predictability, medyo aware sila on dodging the light binding, is makakagirarag din sila na makatama dito si Fleur ng kanya maayos na grand entrance, tapos follow up na lang with the light binding from How.
Yeah.
But overall, How is also a good player. Syempre, nakikita naman natin yan. Sanay talaga siya sa mga AP champions dito. So, nagagawa na ng paraan ng Underground talaga na makounter yung play nila. Lumabas na yung ating drafting phase na wala at bumalik ulit. Welcome back sa'yo, kaibigan.
Alibay again.
Dito. Kumbaga, pahapyaw at paramdam sa atin.
Speaking of mga picks dito na gulat factor, no? Parang na-miss ko yung ni Mitsura. Si Alibay, si Akshan. Last time, 'di ba? Isang beses niya pala itong si Akshan para baka naman, 'di ba? Makita ulit tayo ng Akshan. Baka lang. Pero anyway, we are on the draft na ng UDG. UDG banning out the Gragas and Cerebrum. Ayaw na nila ng follow-up ng isang Galio and banning out that Camille as well. So open pa, ang daming. Di mo masabi kung ilan pa yung open na champions dito ng side ng UDG kasi ang laki ng champion pool nila and yun nga, napaayon si paring GG Spear kasi I think Zaupi can also use itong si Riven, if I'm not mistaken. Riven, Kha'Zix, and Jax. Well, yeah, Fiora, hindi naging masyadong effective ng first game. Ikaw ba, paring Spear? Ano pa ang pwede gawin dito ng Cerebrum?
Parang let go yata ulit dito ng Underground si Nasus. If hindi nila ibaba niyan, there's a possibility that Cerebrum Esports will be picking Nasus again. But we'll see about that kasi again, as I mentioned, it didn't work pretty well sa kanila. Pero yun nga lang, if they're going to opt on picking Nasus first, remember that there's a lot of open champions na pwede mag-counter kay Nasus like Darius. Garen is not man. Okay, so maybe Ivalice first pick.
Garen?
Hello?
Lulu is open. Ivalice is going for Lulu. Kung makuha dito, Lulu and then Jax later on. Kasi ginagawa ng Cerebrum yan. Lulu, Jax, tapos Lux and maybe Arakan again para kay Fleur at saka kay How later on. And then kung ano yung matira na mid lane dito para kay Pego. Might be another Jace kung makakalabas ulit dito si Jace. So UDG, inisip nila mukhang hindi na hindi na magnanasos. I think yung side ng Cerebrum kasi Lulu para kay Ivalice. I think kapag na-open din yung Jax. Pero UDG will be securing that Jace for themselves kasi wala na din naman dito itong Sayonara Riven and we're waiting. Yumi! May daming inming. Naku po, Rengar to. Rengar to. Napipil ka na pag hindi na ban.
We'll see if they're going for our Rengar dito for the last pick or maybe they're going to steal Jax. If hindi man ito makuha ng Cerebrum Esports on this second phase ng kanilang pag-pick dito, we'll see about that kasi we still have again a lot of options dito to go with itong Lulu, no? Fiora is still open, no? Pwede rin naman yan. But most probably a Jax is a good option dito para sa kanila. Vayne has been banned naman na. So yun, Jax na, matic yan. Lista mo yan, Lulu Jax para sa kanila. And this might be a mid lane Lulu dito or a top lane Lulu because Ivalice has been using Lulu naman as well in the previous matches that we've seen dito sa ating Cerebrum Esports. But now that Jax has been taken, Garen is still open. Okay, so Mitsura
Darius,
Kha'Zix, okay.
Necton, Kha'Zix is open. Ako po,
Ibabang nila si Garen yata.
isolation. Yeah.
Isolation. Yan. Mukhang ban nila dito. Ano? Ban nila yung Garen dito. Either of these two teams will probably going to ban Garen kasi Garen has been, dominating talaga. Sabi nga ng mga tao sa watch party, it's a champion na sobrang daling gamitin. And at the same time, napakakunat at ang hirap counterin talaga.
Bulihin mo,
Parang-
okay lang. Farm lang akong onte, balik na ako. Diba? Ganun lang eh. Garen Darius, the same, all the same. Yung dalawa na yan. Bulihin mo ng early game, okay lang. Kasi farm ng onte, balik na agad on the job. And we'll see. And binan, nirespect ban pa din. Nire-respect pa nila yung Ash pick ng side ng UDG. There's something about Ash, lalo na kapag ang first item niya is Black Clover. Kumbaga, kapag nakapag Black Clover ka na, yung shred mo, pwede mong dagdagan pa ng, let's say, yung pampa AOE na item na medyo na may mental block ako dito. And pwede mong mabawasan agad. Ma-shred agad yung armor ng mga kalaban nyo. And also, the vision na binibigay neto. And yun nga, tama nga si the Ziggs. Medyo manipis chiwa pa yung lineup ng UDG as of now.
Pero,
We'll see.
masakit
Cerebrum,
yan. Grabe yung poke nila dito, ha. They have the shock blast, bouncing bombs, tapos pwedeng finish the job. Itong si Kha'Zix, no, ni Sayonara.
Uy, Leona.
Nice pick, no? Nice pick. They have Leona once again para kay Fleur dito. Despite na
Solar
open si
Fleur.
Rakan, hindi niya pinili si Rakan, but instead going for a Leona. And Leona is one of the hot pick champions right now. I think even in the other regions na nakikita natin dito, si Leona talaga being picked a lot because of how effective right now si Leona pagdating sa mga, mabilis yung kanyang, malakas yung tenacity niya.
Uy,
And
si
Brand.
wow, going out for the damage dito yung side ng Cerebrum Esports. And you see, medyo chewable sila dito honestly, for the side of Cerebrum Esports. Yes,
Parang-
makunat ito si Leona, pero Jax, sabihin natin makunat. May wild growth, yes, magiging makunat.
Ayun na nga,
pero kasi,
hinahanap mo, Yasu.
yun na nga, ayun, narinig.
Yan na hinahanap mo. Yan na hinahanap mo si kaibigang
Si
action
Action.
dito.
Nangiti
Alam
naman
mo,
ako doon, grabe yun.
Looking at the lineup of Cerebrum Esports, I think they lack the protect pa dito para kay Jax. I don't think Lulu will be enough to protect itong si Jax sa mga laban natin, kahit na siya ay isang let's say solo laner dito or one of, I think, the off lane. Pero pwede kasi baron lane siya dito eh. So parang pwede naman, okay naman, no? But I don't think it will be enough kasi normally if you have a Lulu, there's also another champion na pwede mabigay ng shield. Let's say Oriana, Morgana, pwede pang Lux din. But right now it's just Lulu going to protect Xiaopi dito, and we'll see if that's going to
Isa
work.
lang.
But I highly doubt na pwede na magiging effective to para sa kanila. Sapat na yun, kumbaga swapat nga ba? Tignan
Swap
natin kasi
na.
mid lane Mitsura as well, go for an
Oo,
action.
man, nakita ko na
And
to eh.
alam mo naman, Yumi,
Man.
tipaklong wing-wing connection to.
Alam mo, si Mitsura, siya ang kumbaga, siya ang bida. Medyo huli siya pupunta. Sabihin natin, mapatay man nila dito. Ito sila Sayonara, even si Don, Larawan, kung mahuli nila. As long as ma-avenge ni Mitsura, parang wala din naman yung mga deaths na yun eh. Wala yung death count na yan as long as ma-avenge niya with action. And tama nga din yung sinabi mo, parang GG, yung protect na pwede ng isang Lulu sa Jax. Pero on the side note, no, that's your pocket support. So, medyo susunod-sunod yan sa'yo kapag ka
Revive midget.
nagro-rotate ka. Oo, revive midget nga pala to, no, men. Mitsura.
Isigaw tayo mamaya.
Oh,
Pag
Jet,
ano,
revive
pag-
me. Oh, men, smoke
Oo,
heaven.
nagawa kahapon eh. Nagawa yan, ay kahapon ba? No, it was last week if I remember correctly.
Last week.
Yung ginamit niya tong si Action. Oo, nagamit niya yun. No? Talagang
Kaya nga
solido
na-miss ko
yun.
eh.
Talagang nabuhay niya. Oo.
Oh, what
But
is that?
1v1
Don't
parehong-
hurt me.
Uy,
Uy, grabe
Sasagi
naman
yun.
yun. Oh, Sasagi,
Uy,
oh,
one more.
Mitsura. Mukhang bago pa yung
Oh.
kanyang 3DMG Pero hindi na inabot
10
ng,
bits.
ng Ignite. Etong si Pego.
10 bits
Parang
yung
sa
ignite
duduan.
niya doon. And a little early, no, with that ignite, just to give the pressure. And that was a good trade coming from these two champions here in the mid lane. Pero nagamit na ng flash si Pego, So information yan kay Mitsura.
Oo, kailangan niyang mamamba out. Imagine mo lang, hindi siya nag-flash doon, top siya doon, men. Kasi may panghabol
Mm.
din kasi ito si Mitch. Ang cute ni Ziggs tsaka ni Yumi, oh. Parehas silang teeny
Oo
tiny
nga.
people. Wala lang,
Medyo ano pa,
na-appreciate
no?
ko lang.
Medyo parang bagay pa naman yung skin nitong si
Oo, ni
Ziggs ngayon,
Ziggs.
no?
Ang cute nila,
Parang may
men.
baby siya eh. Baby din yung magbubuhat sa kanya. Parang gano'n,
Mm.
no?
The cutie combo at the bottom lane. The bunny and the kitty. Naka-bunny
Ah.
itong si Ziggs, si Larawan right now. Pero ito kidding aside, wala pa naman tayong action na nangyayari as of now. Pero ang most susceptible at vulnerable na target ngayon is top lane kay Ivalice. Manipis siya at sa taas itong si Sayonara, pero pahabol-habol lang muna dito with the pressure. Itong side ng UDG on dalawa na nasa baba as of now. Pero hindi siya inikutan. Buti lang hindi inikutan ni Sayonara itong si Ivalice. And nag-guardian na din si Ivalice din eh. Naglagay siya ng wards in kung sakali baka ikutin.
Yes, making sure lang na maayos yung vision natin. We have enough vision control the bot lane dito. And alam mo, kailangan talagang dumistansya dito ng underground, especially in the Dragon lane because kapag umabot dito yung Zenith Blade, mahihirapan talaga silang
Oh.
manalo dyan dito kay How and Fleur. Mahirap yung CC niya na. Chain CC talaga yan. Also, the damage is there. Especially right now, early pa lang naman tayo. Kahit na yung Ignite is in the hands of Fleur, talagang makikita natin dito na pwede talaga nila ma-dish out ng ma-burst kagad itong si Larawan, especially pag na-ignite na, well, onti na lang yung heal, di ba, na makukuha niya.
Oo, tama ka doon, paring spear. And also, dagdagan mo pa ng very embodiment na ignite kay Brand dito. Kung matatamaan at sabi mo nga,
Ayun
chain
pa,
CC
oo.
coming from
Uy.
how dito, ganda naman nun. Wow.
Sasagi
Action.
yun, no?
Sasagi yun, man. Attack on Titan, let's go. And, well, eto gawin ba sa teamfight nga natin. Uy, may nag-aabang sa damuhan. Pero nararamdaman kasi yan eh. Neto, ni paring doon at the top lane. Sabi niya parang may kulang sa mapa. Nawala itong si Fleur sa may bottom lane. So, he might be somewhere nearby. Nga naman ang iniisip dito ni paring doon. Pero ayun investment yan. Wala silang napala doon sa paghihintay sa side ng Cerebrum Esports. And instead of farming, walang nakuha pa itong si Zhao P. Kumbaga medyo na-delay siya at that point. Habang si Sayonara, level 6 na si Sayonara. Level 5 lang itong si Zhao P.
Yes, saka malapit na rin malapit na rin mabuo ng ating ni
Mag-no-guard
Mitsura yung ating Black Cleaver. No, pag knock niya na yung
oo.
Black Cleaver niyan, sigurado masakit na yung damage niya for sure, no? For sure. And alam naman natin na yung kanyang skills dito is parang Lucian din. Mabilis makapag reduce talaga ng armor if you're having a Black Cleaver on your champion. Right now, we're seeing that they're already preparing for the Dragon, clearing yung Scuttle Crab natin. And si Yumi, kapag kumapit kay Sayonara, talagang Sayonara, babay sa inyo. Kasi
Oo,
madali siya
babay
maka-pick
sa
off
inyo.
dito. Isolated
Naku.
sila, upgraded yung kanyang Taste Their Fear, and they're now going for this
Pero
one,
ito,
Fleur.
si Fleur, sumundot na, pero walang tinamaan. Tinutuloy nila dito yung Dragon as of na, pero MIB will
Kuha.
be there. Nakuha pa rin dito na sa'yo ng UDG. The calling will be there as well. Pero final chapter, nasa kabilang banda. Lowell dito
Uy,
si Sayonara,
ayun
pero
pa.
hindi pa siya magbabay-bye. The Sus Drain sa likod. Napatay nila itong si Fleur. Pero this time, napatay ni
Di
Ivalice.
makatalon.
Itong si Sayonara kasi low health na siya. Pero si Orthros, struggling
Ayan na.
to run away. Pero
Naku.
double kill na agad itong si Ivalice. Mukhang susunod sa listahan ito si Don with that death in the hands of Pego na pinagbibingbing sa likod. Si Mitsura, wala na. Wala na dito sa action, no? Pwede niya sanang ma-jet revive me. Itong dalawang nangamatay sa nila. But still, malayo si Mitsura. And sa Cerebrum, I think fair trade lang. 3-4-1 Dragon ang nakuha
I
dito
think
no, side
in
ng
that
Cerebrum.
particular team fight, after securing the Dragon at medyo napalo ng HP dito ni Mitsura, makikita natin na nag-out na siya kaagad. Hinabol
Oo.
niya yung isa, he tried to make some trades, pero since boxed out siya dito, he did go for the bot lane
Oo.
kaagad. Hindi na siya rumisponde, hindi na siya tumulong because he know
Oo.
for sure that this might be very risky.
Oh! Yeah, pero UDG still securing that Dragon in the hands of Don At mukhang low health dito si Fleur. Mukhang hindi pa rin siya
Pumalik,
papakawala ni
Pego.
Mitsura. Meanwhile, at the middle lane, naiiwan si paring Orthros. Sinopaw ang pusa dito. Mitsura do na low health, low mana. Low mana ito si paring Mitsura. I don't think na magpupush pa ng issue dito yung side ng UDG. Pero the root kasi coming
So,
from
putok pa
Cerebrum
yan, no?
Esports, the Kaling, hindi sumolido, men. Etong the Kaling. But still, buhay pa din naman yung natitira sa side ng UDG.
Yes, and dapat Right now, we're seeing that lamang pa rin ng underground. Actually, just now, we're at even ating goal difference dito. Pero Cerebrum Esports has been doing pretty well in terms of making the trades properly sa mga laban natin. Because early, alam natin talaga na may kalamangan sila dito. Because once again, we have a Leona, we have a Brand, we have also a Jack. So,
Oo.
in a way, kahit na sinabi ko kanina na nagkukulang tayo sa protect para dito kay Zaupi, meron silang enough CC and enough damage to secure kills overall
Aha.
sa mga laban natin. Now, repair din the bot lane. Push yan.
Yep. And on the way na din itong si Kuya nyo, how at the bottom lane.
First
Pero
tower.
out na rin agad kasi yung side ng underground after that first turret push na ginawa nila sa ngayon lang.
Oo. Don't know, first item is going to be Edge of Night and not a Mara Mune. Not Mana Mune.
Mara-
So medyo
Muramana,
konting,
Manamune.
oo.
Uy! Naku, nag-miss.
Kumbaga konting safety nest para sa kanyang champion, at the same time damage din, yung lethality ng
Oo.
item na yan. So overall,
Doktor
medyo
namin.
focus pa din siya sa pagbigay ng poke dito and going for a Black River instead of, again, mana items para sa kanyang champion. This is a different way of
Jace.
building Jace talaga, no, para kay Don. And we'll see right
Aha.
now, nakaano na, Liandris
Nagiging-
na si How. Medyo masakit na yan.
Oo. May sunog na. Sunog ka pa, no? Pero ito, going back kay Don dito, no? Going back to, more on the damage and also the utility na binibigay sa kanyang mga kakampi dito. Though magiging mana hungry siya dito kasi wala siyang, mura mana or mana immune nga na binanggit mo kanina. Pero, still, Ivalice, 2-0. Siya yung kumarne. Siya yung nag-shopping ng mga kills kanina eh. Dumouble kill pa nga si Kuya yung Ibaris in the Lulu Pero ito top lane, Solar Flare will connect, Mitsura, mukhang madededo na siya men. Maliwan yung pinupuntahan niya pero nagpapatay na lang siya sa torre dito. Wala na siya no choice kundi madedo doon. And nahuhold na naman nila si Mitsura.
Yes, ito yung maganda sa ginagawa ng Cerebrum Esports. No? Alam nila na lamang sila dito in terms of the pick-offs. They're doing it.
Oo.
Sabi ko nga kanina, one of the best
Yun
way to
nga,
counter
nakinig sa'yo, men.
underground is to make some picks talaga palagi. And if there's always a situation na 1-1 talaga kagad dito, ang underground, then mahihirapan silang manalo sa team fight.
Kinakagat
Naku,
nila
Fleur,
dito si
malalim
Fleur, sabay
ka.
sumundot na. Kaso si Fleur lang yun nandun, minasan yung tropa. The Cali will be
Ayun,
there,
Ivalice
MIP.
next.
Nadaplisa dito si Ivalice with the Stasis. Kaso buying time lang yan para mas lalong maging close yung UDG.
Ay, teka,
Pero
malalim.
nakapag-flash
Uy, ito
out.
lang.
Malalim si pare. May Stasis naman daw. Ito si Don. Pero habol pa
Naku, aray ko!
Sinalo
Hala!
ni Pego. Siya ang nadedo. Buhay pa rin dito itong si How. Pero duguan, pre. They will miss this Dragon. Infernal Drake for the side of UDG. Free Dragon Drake.
Kumbaga si Pego yung hero that we need but we don't deserve. Grabe yung ginawa niya doon. Diba? Sinalo niya yung damage para dito kay Ivalice at ang ending ay siya pa ang na-cheppy at nasawi sa laban na yon. Because of that, lamang dito ulit ang underground getting the lead once again. And also that dragon fall into their hands. We're seeing that already positioning para sa referral natin. Pero umuwi pa si Don umuwi muna nag-reset habang sinisimulan na ngayon to ng Cerebrum Esports. They're going to secure
Low
the
yung mana niya dun at that point Low din yung mana dito ni Sayonara as of now. At mukhang natalunan ito si Sayonara pero meron siyang pusa. Sabay sa may likod. Nasatchel yung tatlong pa-back up. Oh my God, laruan! And here comes the final chapter. Wala tinatamaan pero okay lang, men. Nahagip pa din itong isa sa side ng Cerebrum at mukhang pinapunish naman nila itong si Ivalice. Pero ang natitira na lang sa may likod si Zaupi. Nakapag-flash out naman ito safety but they will miss this time. Itong brief herald na gagawin ng UDG, bro. Nakita mo ba yung satchel ni Laruan? Umahabol yung apat. Sabi ni Laruan, bawal. Wala kayong vaccine card.
Checkpoint.
Balik muna.
Checkpoint muna. Labas kayo ulit. Yan yung nangyari dito. And also, aside from that, we're seeing that underground is ito yung sinasabi ko pala, with regards to Zaupi, lacking the support he needs para maging very effective siya. This is again a competitive scene. If maybe in a rank game, gagana to yung Jax lang tsaka Lulu. Pero alam dito ng underground who to target, who to prioritize, and if they wanted to go for Ivalice, then they can go for that one. Pero the problem is nahihirapan si Zaupi na makapag-in ng malalim dito sa mga team fight natin. Kahit na may mga maganda siyang paggamit ng counter-strike, still, hirap din si Ivalice na masuportahan siya kasi nga either he's the target or si Zaupi ay nawawala kaagad.
Yun nga, masakit doon, no? Si Zaupi standing at 1-2-5. So, it's either Ivalice or Zaupi. And yun nga din, out of position din means si Pego, no? Sabi mo nga, the hero we need but we don't deserve, di ba? Tama ba? But, eto, sa Cerebrum Esports, no? So far, medyo far ang difference, ang gap natin pa worth. And the Dragon takes, I think napunta lahat yan sa side ng Underground. Or I think may isang Baron, not Baron, Rip Herald na napunta sa side ng Cerebrum Esports dito. Pero kasi healthy pa yung mid lane ng side ng UDG as of now. Medyo struggling yung top lane. But comparing sa mga towers dito ng side ng Cerebrum, ubus na yung first tier turret nila eh.
And we're still sitting at the top lane right now. Nako, ito na naman sila sa pick-offs. Sinulo lang niya, walang problem, no?
Dep
Uy,
lang,
may
kaso
girlfriend na ba?
wala na eh. Wala namin, may
Teka lang yung bot lane
may
nyo,
card
alam
kasi yung
nila.
bot lane, pre.
Alam ng
May bot
underground.
lane.
They know that meron pa ring potential threat na naman in the top lane dito na uulitin nila ulit. And because of that, they capitalize it by pushing the bot lane. That's a pretty good move coming from underground. Pero, oy, hindi ko mapit.
Hindi ko mapit, men. May sundot
Nabitin
pero
yung
hindi ko
payong.
mapit. Bitin. Hindi, dapat kasi
10 bits.
tumatalsik yung payong na yan eh. Pero ito si Sayonara, continuous din yung pagbibigay niya ng pressure. Paulan lang siya ng paulan doon, ng mga spike niya na ganyan. And parang kinikip in check niya din eh, yung side ng Cerebrum dito, lalo na doon sa mga choke point. And inaantay niya kung may ma-isolate siya. Speaking of isolate, isa dito si Ivalice, pero magkakaroon yata sila dito ng visitor in the form of Zaup. Sakit! Ang sakit nun! Isang cut-cut lang yun! Men, ilang bar yung nawala doon kay Zaupi?
Tumupo yung kuliti eh. Kinagat ng ipis. Kuliti sa mata.
Sakit nun.
Ang sakit, Kuya
nun.
Eddie. Gravity. Wala rin siya kasing
Grabe.
armor, bes. Tignan mo. Wala siyang armor dito.
Ito
Teka,
lang
ito
eh.
po.
Damage. And I think nasa soft... MIB na naman. Kanina pa yan, men. Ang dalas na ng MIB dito. Nilarawan.
Malakas talaga. Talagang focus lang talaga sila dito on giving the initial damage. Wait lang.
Yep, na Stasis dito.
Uy,
Etong si Dot, he's
nahuli.
still safe. Harap,
Stasis?
merong final chapter, pero may kasama Stasis. Pero sama-sama sila sa gitna dito. Here comes a piu. Wala pa na naman namamatay.
Aray ko,
Pero,
aray.
damage agad, men. Napatay agad dito si Fleur and si How. At susunod na nga ito si
Ayun
Pego
na,
na natego.
nagtatakot tayo na to. Paikot-ikot to.
Si Mitsura. Ang cutie. Oh my God. Triple kill. Para kay Mitsura dito. Oh my G, this is gonna be another
Rekta na
push
to.
na gagawin
Finish
ng
line.
side ng UDG. Finish
Sasayaw
line
ba
na
yung
to, men.
referral? Sasayaw ba
Umabot
yan?
pa.
Hindi, no? Oy, namatay!
Ayun,
Sayang.
namatay. Sayang. Isang bangga pa sana kasi hindi na madedepend sa Anthony Ivalice even with the Stasis and MIB. Oh my God. Team UDG. Direkta na Rekdi. Bumagsak na yung Nexus ng side na Cerebrum Esports. They tried to hold on pero hindi na sila nakakapit. Kano ka makakapit? Parang every second na lang nakikita tayong MIB. May kamapans pa. Tapos, babariling ka pa dito ni Mitsura. And, nagpa-flank. And, kahit walang isolate, no problem. May damage eh. Itong si kuya nyo, Sayonara, then meron pa siyang taga-heal in the form of this Orthros, Yumi. So, bayad na bayad sa side ng Team Underground. And damage pa lang ni Sayonara, men. Ako umabot yung sakit dito eh. Nung kinalmot niya si Zaupi.
Napayikes ka eh. Masakit talaga. And ito yung sinasabi ko, no? With having a Lulu alone, kahit na solo laner yan, with Jax, hindi yan enough to protect. Unless if you're a Lulu pero pure support yung build mo. You're not going for a Rod of Ages, but instead going for the Ardent Sensor kagad. Tapos Holy Athens Grail ka dito. Talagang full support item ka kahit solo ka sa isang lane dito. But syempre, since you're a Baron laner, you also have to go for a damage and konting survivability, which is the Rod of Ages. And yun yung problema dito. They lack the support, they lack the shield, and a lot of pick-offs as well na ginawa nila dito to stop itong si Mitsura to farm the top lane and destroy the top lane turret, pero hindi pa rin talaga gana eh.
Hindi pa rin gana, men eh. Hindi gana. Sniping. Ito, the hero we need, pero we don't deserve, pre.
Tuklap.
Ito yun, tama, sa Chell. Hindi nakahabol. Hinahabol nila dito. Ito si Pego, men, yung apat doon na checkpoint. Hindi nadala yung vaccine card ng side ng Cerebrum Esports. And the rest, men, clean up na lang. yung ginawa ng Cerebrum Esports dito. This is the last team fight. Kita mo, the flank coming from Sayonara doon. And yung buy time niya, no? Ang tagal din naglakad ng paikot-ikot ng Cerebrum on that specific spot. Parang hinintay lang nila yung pagdating din dito ni Mitsura habang hinihintay nila yung Stasis ni Sayonara. And just Team UDG, man, ending the game, ending the series
Oy,
with the bang.
Larawan.
Literal, with the MIB. Kanina ni Larawan, and siya pa nga ang ating MVP with 100% kill participation and 839 GPM with 17,000 damage dealt, paring GG.
Hindi na kailangan ng upgraded boots, no? And gaya na sinabi mo,
no.
Yasu, bato lang ng bato ng Mega Inferno Bomb whenever it's needed, 100% kill participation. Talagang, kumbaga, kung hindi man Mega Inferno Bomb, meron pa rin siyang mga Hexic Minefields, may mga bouncing bombs pa rin siya. And even yung kanyang satchel kay na yung mention na napag-iwalay niya yung kanilang mga kalaban dito, yun talaga nagbigay sa kanila ng edge, diba, to win the game. And overall, the contribution of every members of Cerebrum talaga, or rather na Underground, is really worth it para sa kanila, and it works, no? And feeling ko ngayon, aside from Rengar, Kha'Zix is a well-paired champion para dito kay kay Yumi. Feeling ko Tipaklong Pusa connection is goods din.
Oo, sabi ng panel natin, hindi daw nagsasama ang Tipaklong at Pusa. Pero
Parang eto na.
they proved them wrong. They proved them wrong. I think either way, no, Kha'Zix Yumi, Rengar Yumi, still effective kasi parehas naman sila may tago-taguan, maliwanag ang buwan. At the end of the day, kapag tumalon yan sa'yo and you are a very well farmed na Kha'Zix or Rengar dito, masakit at tipak-tipak yung kanyang damage. Literal, natipak-tipaklong etong si kuya nyo, Sayonara dito. Kasi kita mo naman, men, napara hindi ako makamove on kay Saupi. Napaaray ako doon, men.
Masakit talaga yung damage nila overall, and as I mentioned, paulit-ulit ako dito na kulang talaga yung protect para kay Zaupi. Hindi siya naging ganun ka threatening in terms of yung initiation niya dito. We need more of support, no, para sa mga jacks natin. If you really want to go for that one, pwede kang mag-commit fully, no, by going for an AP carry na din na Orianna or Lux talaga. But talagang excited ako dito, but that's the last series.
Yeah, that's the last series, and Team UDG and the rest of the gang, no, I think Team UDG pa din, yung nasa top natin. Pero i-check natin yan pagbabalik ng panel natin. And that's it, guys. Ako nga pala si Yasumia, kasama ko dito sa paring GG Spear. And on behalf ni paring Osiris and ni Madam Kaysaya dito, maraming salamat sa panonood. Meron pa tayo next week. So mahaba ang pahinga, mga team building, and magkikita-kits tayo sa pagbabalik ng panel. Huwag kayong aalis kasi makikita nyo pa yung challenge yung consequence para sa ating panel. So, dyan na kayo. Huwag kayong aalis.
the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to WCSPH. We just finished our series number 4, and it is Underground got a 2-0. Actually, I was kind of stuttering there because I wanted to say, Osiris, your curse has been lifted. You got 2 out of 3 predictions correct, and I know you have
Thank
some
you,
words
thank you.
at the
Thank you
expense
so
of Autolus. You want to break things down? How Underground is able to get, I think, 21 kill difference here.
Yeah, I mean, they just played their game. I mean, 2-0 is 20, which is my number.
Boom.
Yeah, right, Autolus. So you get to have your revenge on Wednesday at PPGL cooldown. But for now, want to touch this that they were able to just play it at their own style. At first, it feels like Cerebrum is getting those answers, those skills, but the same as how Underground on their textbook that they just play on the power spike. They didn't do anything cheesy, to be honest. So it was just them going back to their form, and Cerebrum. I think it's more like Cerebrum is trying to step up right now, and they were able to snag some wins and kills that really prove that they can still play good.
Yeah, if there's like if there's a thresh for rocks, I feel that champion is Yumi or the Galio for Arthros. And I did say prior to the show or prior to the series that there is a possibility that we could see Orthros on the Yumi again, because again, just looking at how Cerebrum Esports go for their drafts, and they did say in our previous interviews, it doesn't really matter as to who they're going to face. They're just going to play their style. And UDG grabbed the opportunity, went for the Yumi. It's not really the Yumi that really won them that game, but it's more of the teamwork. Shout out to Don dominating on game number 1, and Mitsura for bouncing back. So good. He was solo killed twice by Pego. But on the second game, on that action, he just reminded everyone that Akshan is still OP in the hands of Mitsura.
Oh yeah, and I don't know. I have to ask you guys before we get into the interview, Team Underground. Do you think they finally, like, the wake up call is done? This is the Underground that we've already known, or is there still, like, are they still kind of adjusting to everyone else's power spike? Autolus.
I think they're. I would, be honest with myself. I believe they're limit testing the past 2 series. They have selected multiple ADCs for Lara 1, even though they have convinced everyone and themselves that they could win on the APC route, and having Sayonara carry the show for UDG. And I'm okay with, doing some tests and, trying out champions, because at the end of the day, you are on the safe spot. You are number 1. And remember, the goal here is to reach the playoffs. Number 1, number 2 doesn't matter. You get the bye. And so far, after this series, they are back at number 1.
Yes, okay. And speaking of number 1, we got Lara 1 ready for the interview. So let's talk to Team Underground. They are ready. Lara 1, congratulations, the performance. Medyo shaky yung first and second day, pero now back to the win streak. How does it feel, and what can your fans expect for Underground next week?
Sana tuloy nyo pa rin kami supportan kahit natatalo po kami. maraming salamat sa lahat ng fans namin kahit na nag-struggle kami.
Hey, but it's still working out, and like Otolu said, parang testing phase or just trying to limit tests. So let's go to Osiris first for the next question.
Well, Lara One, we saw your games recently, especially the Vayne and Game 2 yesterday. What do you think happened that you weren't able to play the maximum, like the best Vayne on Game 2 yesterday?
Siguro na pressure din ako nun sa trash ni Rox. Galing eh. Kaya parang nag-hesitate ako gumawa ng play. Yun lang.
Yeah,
I'm good with that. I mean,
yeah, Thresh
you're
on
good,
Roxy.
good to be back, right? I mean, you have the Thresh God and then you have the Vayne God.
There
so
we go.
That's really a really big Titan face off. So congratulations once again. Good to see you winning again. I'm really happy.
Back in the fourth panelist, right? Diba yung Team Underground. So, Otolus, your turn.
Okay, so medyo na-miss namin kayo. Akala namin araw-araw kami namin kayo makikita. Sa totoo lang, larawan. Pero syempre, actually very very casual question, pero who is the biggest inspiration for you right now dito sa hindi lang sa UPG but for you personally, ano yung talaga nagpo-push sa'yo kasi balita. Sige. So,
hindi ba? Sorry.
Okay lang. Mamaya na yung kwento ko. Ikaw muna, Lara. Sino yung inspiration natin?
Siyempre po, family ko. Siyempre si Lois, yung girlfriend ko po. Tapos, yung team ko, na nandyan parate para sa akin.
Ayun. Okay. And Lara, kasi actually natanong ko yan kasi bali-balita ako pagdating daw sa pag-grind sa Wildrift. Ikaw ba ang pinakamasipag mag-ranking sa buong grupo ng UDG o parehas lang kayo? Ikaw talaga no? Yun din yung sabi sa akin, parang Wildrift is a life or League of Legends is life. And yun nga syempre para magawa mo yan, kailangan todo yung inspiration na meron ka. And again, Larawan, congratulations. You're back on track. Tuloy-tuloy niya yan for week number 4. Poch!
And Lara, congratulations. Have that Mamba mentality. First one in, last one out. I love it. This is the time for your shoutouts and messages. You have the mic.
Shoutout po sa Castardo family, Lara family, sa girlfriend ko na si Lois, and Villanueva family, Bautista family, si Primo, si Boshinbo, Madam Phoebe, Bieber, Percy, Veloci Group, Barangay Socorro, Jace, Richelin, katropa ni Sayonara, si Ponji, Glenn, Capital Boys, yung manong na naka-orange at na nakap, tropa ko sa Cavite and sa Cavite City, shout out sa'yo, RTR Guild and si Kai, shout out sa nag-iipon ng baso sa lababo. Yun lang po.
There we go.
Wow, what a shout out.
What a shout out, Lara 1. Thank you so much. Team Underground still at the top of the rankings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Na-shoutout pa nga yung hindi naghuhugas ng baso.
Yeah, I felt like some shots were fired in those shoutouts.
I know.
Guys,
hugas din, boys.
Exactly. Always wash. Make sure. So, guys, it's we're done with week 3, day 3. So far, like our friend Infinity said, you know what? Everything's still a toss-up. There have been some, I would say, upsets or predictions. I don't know what's going on in the panel desk, but it seems like a lot of these teams want to prove us wrong. I will bring it to Otoluz. He has been the one that did, he has the least points.
I'm on a slump.
Okay, sorry, I had to say it. Yes. But you have to tune in next week.
Poch.
Yeah, for them to for him to do the Pulveron challenge, and also on Wednesday the PPGL cooldown. Right, Osiris is gonna do something.
Yeah, I'm the Pulveron guy on Wednesday, and Otto will be on the WCS Pulveron.
So I have to do it on the main broadcast. Okay,
I think so.
Oh, I mean, you wanted to do it on cooldown, so the duo.
I'll think about it.
We'll think about it. You
it.
guys have to tune in to find out.
Yeah, we have to find out.
All right, so
But,
let's
definitely I'll stay true to my word and I will accept any consequence because I deserve it.
Oh.
Oh my God, Osiris, you are not sounding like this during
Oh.
the PPGL it's that watch party. He was really having it in to auto lose. But let's move on and check out the match results for today, because if you had us predict these matches, we didn't think it would go this way. Oasis, Team Secret, Grindsky taking the victory, as well as Underground. What do you think was the most surprising victory? I'm pretty sure I know your answers, but let's start with auto lose.
Number 3, and let's go. GS over FLA. Not only was it a very exciting series, it also had very exciting draft. And I think Grindsky, again, looking at the history of Grindsky and FLA always had the upper hand. So Grindsky is now over that hump and was able to win against FLA finally.
Yes. And how about you, Osiris?
Of course, FLA. I mean, Grindsky really did their homework and even surprised us. We also talked about this from previous weeks, that if there's someone who's going to cut down the Tyrants, it will be the Grindsky. It will be them who's going to be the Levi Ackerman to take down these Titans.
There
And
we go.
They were able to successful taking down one of the armored Titans.
I forgot the anime reference again. Who was Grindsky? I know it was Autoluz that said.
It was Shin-chan.
There we
No,
go.
no,
Shin-chan.
I'm
Shin-chan
gonna
won.
change it to something more serious.
With more power
'Cause they
levels?
deserve better. Yeah, because I was just having fun because you know how their identity,
Exactly.
right? But the dogs, the dragons. Now I have to think about those two. Maybe Fairy Tail, maybe
There we go.
Bungo Stray Dogs. We'll see.
I'm sure they'd appreciate that. But also, we gotta look at Team Secret, because that's another match between RRQ. That was a match we were kind of divided in, and it seems like they have their groove back in place. So let's move on to the standings, because this has definitely shaken up, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers want to see where their favorite teams are at. And also, we gotta look at our power rankings to see how the standings fare as we see it on our screen. Still uncontested, and at the top is Team Underground. But guys, look, Fennel, Adversity, and Grindsky at a tie for second and third. Osiris, give me your thoughts on what we're seeing right now.
This is the same playing field that we are looking into, and I'm gonna say that I am losing to Autoluz, expecting that Cerebrum would be the one who's going to stay
Yeah, number
below.
7.
But yeah, at least they are the ones who's stepping it up once again. Everyone is already getting those reads, and I'm really more excited because we're close to playoffs, right? So I'm expecting more from these guys next week to show what they have.
Autoluz, anything you want to chime in with standings?
Redemption arc. Oasis Gaming promised redemption this week. They delivered 3-0 for this week, upping their standing from 2-4 to a very respectable 5-4. Do not be surprised if next week they will go on another tear and will possibly join our top 3.
Yeah, I mean, they really called their shot there. Flawless week by Oasis Gaming. They've faced adversity and they triumphed, and now they're sitting at the 4th spot, tied with Team Secret. RRQ, though, in that blast radius. But if you look, Cerebrum, Wildrift, yeah, still at 2-7, and a Sunspark looking to get more points on the board. But, it's still a long way till the playoffs. We still have next week and the week after that, and any of these standings can change. So you guys have to tune in to all the socials as well as for WCS to know where your favorite teams stand, and also like the schedules to watch out for. So what a week this has been. I think it's a mix of both underdog week and also the redemption of some of these teams that we know and put to high standards. So we got to throw it back to Autoluz. So we're deciding: are you going to do the Pulver Run challenge in PPGL cooldown or in the broadcast?
I'll have to ask Derek.
Yeah, we have.
about it because I'm
it will
planning
be
to
a
do it while
surprise.
I'm on. Well,
It will be
while
surprise.
I'm delivering the spiels, and
I could
then,
take the
I
spiels
have
if you
to
wanted.
throw
Yeah,
on that,
that's true.
right? So we'll have to get approval first before we get approved of that.
Okay, for sure. And it's
It only means that you guys needs to watch
boom
either cooldown and
Osiris.
WCS. So
Yeah,
we can
both,
make sure.
both.
Yeah,
Both, yeah.
to check it out. So
As a
PPGL cooldown on
surprise.
Wednesdays, and then we'll see you guys on Friday for the next week. So again, big shout out to everyone watching, and also this event was made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts Pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology. And a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
Yes, and of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Guys, we're done with week 3. Hopefully, we'll also get our redemption arc next week, because the panel desk has been kind of flubbing it when it comes to these
Don't worry.
predictions.
Don't
So,
worry. I'll pray on Wednesday. Okay?
I'm not sure, Otto.
Someone will pray for me, my brother. I guarantee you that.
So many people is going to pray for you, my dear brother.
Oh,
So
wow.
that's fine.
So tune in to Wednesday for the PPGL cooldown, and we'll see you guys next week for more Wildrift action. This has been Autoluz, Osiris, and Poxspice. Good night, and have fun playing Wildrift.
Amen.
Yeah, close the show that way. That's my line now. See you guys. Bye-bye.
That's it.
Bright as the sun in your eyes, feeling alright, I can't shine. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered